Section 20 of the Endeavour Journal of Sir Joseph Banks. Journal from 25 August 1768 to 12 July 1771 by Joseph Banks. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail, Timmerman, Vaughan. Section 20. Manners and Customs of the South Sea Islanders, Part 2. Their tables, or at least apparatus for eating, are set out with great neatness, though the small quantity of their furniture will not admit of much elegance. I will describe the manner in which one of their principal people is served. They commonly eat alone, unless some stranger makes a second in their mess. He sits commonly under the shade of the next tree, or on the shady side of a house. A large quantity of leaves, either of breadfruit or banana, are neatly spread before him, which serves instead of a tablecloth. A basket is then set by him which contains his provisions, and 2 coconut shells, one full of fresh water, the other of salt. He begins by washing his hands and mouth thoroughly with the fresh water, which he repeats almost continually through the whole meal. He then takes part of his provision from the basket. Suppose, as it often did, it consisted of 2 or 3 breadfruits, 1 or 2 small fish, about as big as a perch in England, 14 or 15 ripe bananas, or half as many apples. He takes half a breadfruit, peels off the rind, and takes out the core with his nail. He then crams his mouth as full with it as it can possibly hold, and while he chews that, unwraps the fish from the leaves in which they remain tied up since they were dressed, and breaks one of them into the salt water. The rest, as well as the remains of the breadfruit, lay before him upon the leaves. He generally gives a fish, or part of one, to some one of his dependents, many of whom sit round him, and then takes up a very small piece of that he has broke into the salt water in the ends of all the fingers of one hand, and sucks it into his mouth to get with it as much salt water as possible, every now and then taking a small sup of it, either out of the palm of his hand or the coconut shell. In the meantime, one of the standers by has prepared a young coconut by peeling off the outer rind with his teeth, an operation which at first appears very surprising to Europeans, but depends so much upon a sleight that before we left the islands many of us were ourselves able to do it, even myself, who can scarce crack a nut, which when he chooses to drink he takes from him, and boring a hole through the shell with his finger, or breaking the nut with a stone, drinks or sucks out the water. When he has eat his breadfruit and fish, he begins with his plantains, one of which makes no more than a mouthful, if they are as big as black puddings. If he has apples, a shell is necessary to peel them. One is picked off the ground, where they are always plenty, and tossed to him. With this he scrapes off, or cuts off, the skin rather awkwardly, as he wastes almost half the apple in doing it. If he has any tough kind of meat instead of fish, he must have a knife, for which purpose a piece of bamboo is tossed him, of which he in a moment makes one by splitting it transversely with his nail, with which he can cut tough meat or tendons at least as readily as we can with a common knife. All this time one of his people has been employed with a stone pestle and a block of wood, beating breadfruit, which by much beating and sprinkling with water he reduces to the consistency of soft paste. He then takes a vessel made like a butcher's tray, and in it he lays his paste, mixing it with either banana's sour paste, or making it up alone according to the taste of his master. To this he adds water, pouring it on by degrees, and squeezing it often through his hand, till it comes to the consistency of thick custard. A large coconut shell full of this he then sets before his master, who sups it down, as we would do a custard if we had not a spoon to eat it with, and his dinner is then finished by washing his hands and mouth, cleaning the coconut shells, and putting anything that may be left into the basket again. It may be thought that I have given rather too large a quantity of provision to my eater, when I say he has eat 3 breadfruits, each bigger than 2 fists, 2 or 3 fish, and 14 or 15 plantains or bananas, each, if they are large, 6 or 7 inches long, and 4 or 5 round, and conclude his dinner with about a quart of a food as substantial as the thickest unbaked custard. But this I do affirm, that it is but few of the many of them I was acquainted with that eat less, and many a great deal more. But I shall not insist that any man who may read this should believe it as an article of faith. I shall be content if politeness makes him think as Joe Miller's friend said, "Well, sir, as you say so, I believe it, but by G.D., had I seen it myself, I should have doubted it exceedingly." I have said that they seldom eat together, the better sort hardly ever. Even 2 brothers or sisters have each their respective baskets, for one of which contains victuals, the coconut shells, etc., for furniture of their separate tables. These were brought every day to our tents, to those of our friends who, having come from a distance, chose to spend the whole day or sometimes 2 or 3 in our company. These 2 relations would go out, and setting upon the ground within a few yards of each other, turn their faces different ways, and make their meals without saying a word to each other. The women carefully abstain from eating with the men, or even any of the victuals that have been prepared for them. All their victuals are prepared separately by boys, and kept in a shed by themselves, where they are looked after by the same boys, who attend them at their meals. Notwithstanding this, when we visited them at their houses, the women with whom we had any particular acquaintance or friendship would constantly ask us to partake of their meals, which we often did, eating out of the same basket and drinking out of the same cup. The old women, however, would by no means allow the same liberty, but would esteem their victuals polluted if we touched them. In some instances, I have seen them throw them away when we had inadvertently defiled them by handling the vessels which contained them. What can be the motive for so unsocial a custom, I cannot in any shape guess, especially as they are a people in every other instance fond of society, and very much so of their women. I have often asked the reason of them, but they have as often evaded the question, or given me no other answer but that they did it because it was right, and expressed much disgust when I told them that in England men and women eat together and the same victuals. They, however, constantly affirm that it does not proceed from any superstitious motive. Iatua, they say, has nothing to do with it. But whatever the motive may be, it certainly affects their outward manners more than their principles. In the tents, for instance, we never saw an instance of the women partaking of our victuals at our table, but we have several times seen them go 5 or 6 together into the servants' apartment, and there eat very heartily of whatever they could find. Nor were they at all disturbed if we came in while they were doing it, though we had before used all the entreaties we were masters of to invite them to partake with us. When a woman was alone, she would often eat, even in our company, but always took care to extort a strong promise that we should not let her country people know what she had done. After their meals and in the heat of the day, they often sleep, middle-aged people especially, the better sort of whom seem to spend most of their time in eating or sleeping. The young boys and girls are uncommonly lively and active, and the old people generally more so than the middle-aged ones, which perhaps is owing to the excessive venery which the heat of the climate and their dissolute manners tempt them to. Diversions they have but few. Shooting with the bow is the chief one I have seen at Otaheite, which is confined almost entirely to the chiefs. They shoot for distance only with arrows unfledged, kneeling upon one knee and dropping the bow from their hands at the instant of the arrows parting from it. I measured a shot that Tuburai Tamite made, 274 yards, yet he complained that as the bow and arrows were bad, he could not shoot so far as he ought to have done. At Ulhiatia bows were less common, but the people amused themselves by throwing a kind of javelin, 8 or 9 feet long, at a mark, which they did with a great deal of force and dexterity, often striking the body of a plantain tree, their mark, in the very center. But I could never observe that either these or the Otaheite people staked anything, but seemed to contend merely for the honor of victory. Music is very little known to them, which is more wonderful, as they are very fond of it. They have only 2 instruments, the flute and the drum. The former is made out of a hollow bamboo, about 1 foot long, in which is 3 holes. Into one of these they blow with one nostril, stopping the other with the thumb of the left hand. The other 2 they stop and unstop with the forefinger of the left and middle finger of the right hand. By this means they produce 4 notes and no more, of which they have made one tune that serves them for all occasions, to which they sing a number of songs, pihe as they call them, generally consisting of 2 lines affecting a coarse meter and generally in rhyme. May be they would appear more musical if we well understood the accent of their language, but are as downright prose as can be wrote. I shall give 2 or 3 specimens of songs made upon our arrival. Te de Bahai de Paroa, Hamaro no Mina, e Paha Tayo Malama Taya, no Tabane Tona tu Juano Maya, e Turai Eatu Tarara Pati Huenoa Toai, Ino o Mayo Pretane o Huenoiaya no Tute. At any time of the day when they are lazy, they amuse themselves by singing these couplets, but especially after dark. Their candles are then lighted, which are made of the kernel of a nut, abounding much in oil. Many of these are stuck upon a skewer of wood, one below the other, and give a very tolerable light, which they often keep burning an hour after dark. And if they have many strangers in the house, it is sometimes kept up all night. A kind of guard may be upon the chastity of the ladies, who upon such occasions are very shy of receiving any mark of regard from their lovers. Their drums they manage rather better. They are made of a hollow block of wood, covered with shark skin. With these they make out 5 or 6 tunes, and accompany the flute not disagreeably. They know also how to tune 2 drums of different notes into concord, which they do nicely enough. They also tune their flutes, if 2 play upon flutes which are not in unison. The short one is lengthened by adding a small roll of leaf, which is tied round the end of it, and moved up and down till their ears, which are certainly very nice, are satisfied. The drums are used chiefly in their haivas, which are at Otaheite no more than a set of musicians. 2 drums, for instance, 2 flutes, and 2 singers, who go about from house to house and play. They are always received and rewarded by the master of the family, who gives them a piece of cloth or whatever else he can best spare, and while they stay, 3 or 4 hours maybe, receives all his neighbors, who crowd his house full. This diversion the people are extravagantly fond of, most likely because, like concerts, assemblies, etc. in Europe, they serve to bring the sexes easily together, at a time when the very thoughts of meeting has opened the heart and made way for pleasing ideas. The grand dramatic haiva, which we saw at Ulhiatia, is, I believe, occasionally performed in all the islands, but that I have so fully described in the journal of that island, August ye 3rd, 7th, and 8th, that I shall say no more about it. Besides this, they dance, especially the young girls, whenever they can collect 8 or 10 together, singing most indecent words, using most indecent actions, and setting their mouths askew in a most extraordinary manner, in the practice of which they are brought up from their earliest childhood. In doing this, they keep time to a surprising nicety. I might almost say as true as any dancers I have seen in Europe, though their time is certainly much more simple. This exercise is, however, left off as soon as they arrive at years of maturity, for as soon as ever they have formed a connection with a man, they are expected to leave off dancing timuradi, as it is called. One amusement more I must mention, though I confess I hardly dare touch upon it, as it is founded upon a custom so devilish, inhuman, and contrary to the first principles of human nature, that though the natives have repeatedly told it to me, far from concealing it, rather looking upon it as a branch of freedom upon which they value themselves, I can hardly bring myself to believe it, much less expect that anybody else shall. It is this, that more than half of the better sorts of the inhabitants of the island have, like Comus and Milton, entered into a resolution of enjoying free liberty and love, without a possibility of being troubled or disturbed by its consequences. These mix together with the utmost freedom, seldom cohabiting together more than 1 or 2 days, by which means they have fewer children than they would otherwise have. But those who are so unfortunate as to be thus begot are smothered at the moment of their birth. Some of these people have been pointed out to me by name, and on being asked have not denied the fact, who have contracted intimacy and lived together for years, and even now continue to do so, in the course of which 2, 3, or more children have been born and destroyed. They are called arioi, and have meetings among themselves, where the men amuse themselves with wrestling, etc., and the women with dancing the indecent dances before mentioned, in the course of which they give full liberty to their desires, but I believe keep strictly up to the appearances of decency. I never was admitted to see them. One of our gentlemen saw part of one, but I believe very little of their real behavior, though he saw enough to make him give credit to what we have been told. This custom, as indeed it is natural to suppose, owes, as we were told, its existence, chiefly to the men. A woman, howsoever fond she may be of the name of arioi, and the liberty of attending it before she conceives, generally desires much to forfeit that title, for the preservation of her child. In this she has not the smallest influence. If she cannot find a man who will own it, she must of course destroy it, and if she can with him alone, it lies whether or not it shall be preserved. Sometimes it is, but in that case both the man and woman forfeit their title of arioi, and the privilege annexed thereunto, and must for the future be known by the term Wanaunau, or bearer of children, a title as disgraceful among these people as it ought to be honorable in every good and well-governed society. In this case, the man and woman generally live together as man and wife for the remainder of their lives. The great facility with which these people have always procured the necessities of life may very reasonably be thought to have originally sunk them into a kind of indolence which has, as it were, benumbed their inventions, and prevented their producing such a variety of arts as might reasonably be expected from the approaches they have made in their manners to the politeness of the Europeans. To this may also be added a fault which is too frequent even among the politest nations. I mean, an invincible attachment to the customs which they have learnt from their forefathers, which these people are indeed in this degree excusable for. They derive their original not from creation, but from the womb of an inferior divinity, who was herself, with those of equal rank, descended from the god, causer of earthquakes. They therefore look upon it as a kind of sacrilege to attempt to amend customs, which they suppose to have had their origin either from their deities or their first ancestors, who they hold as little inferior to the divinities themselves. The thing in which they show the most ingenuity is the making and dyeing of their cloth. In the description of these, especially the latter, I shall be rather diffuse, as I am not without hopes that my countrymen may receive some advantage either from the things themselves, or at least by hints derived from them. The material of which it is made is the interior bark, or liber, of 3 sorts of trees: the Chinese paper mulberry, Morus purpura, the breadfruit tree, Setodi maltilli, and a tree much resembling the wild fig tree of the West Indies, Ficus prolixa. Of the first, which is called by them auta, the finest and whitest cloth is made, which is worn chiefly by the principal people. It is likewise the properest for dyeing, especially with the colour of red. Of the second, which is called by them uuru, is made a cloth inferior to the former in whiteness and softness, worn chiefly by people of inferior degree. Of the third, which is much the most rare, is made a coarse, harsh cloth of the colour of the deepest brown paper, which is the only one they have that at all resists water. It is much valued. The greatest quantity of it is perfumed and used by the most principal people as a morning dress. These 3 trees are cultivated with much care, especially the former, which covers the largest part of their cultivated land. Young plants of them only are used of 1 or 2 years' growth, whose great merit is to be thin, straight, and tall, without branches, to prevent the growth of which they pluck off with great care all the lower leaves and their gems, as often as there is any appearance of a tendency to produce branches. Their method of manufacturing the bark is the same in all the sorts. One description of it will therefore be sufficient. First, then, the thin cloth they begin to make thus. When the trees are arrived at a sufficient size, they are drawn up and the roots and tops cut off, and stripped of their leaves. The best of the auta are in this state about 3 or 4 feet long, and as thick as a man's finger, but the oroo are considerably larger. The bark of these rods is then slit up longitudinally, and in this manner drawn off the stick. When all are stripped, the bark is carried to some brook or running water, into which it is laid to soak with stones upon it, and in this situation it remains some days. When sufficiently soaked, the women servants go down to the river, and stripping themselves, sit down in the water and scrape the pieces of bark, holding them against a flat broad board, with a shell called by the English shell merchants tiger's tongue, Talina gargadia, dipping it continually in water, until all the outer green bark is rubbed and washed away, and nothing remains but the very fine fibres of the inner bark. This work is generally finished in the afternoon. In the evening these pieces are spread out upon plantain leaves. In doing this, I suppose there is some difficulty, as the mistress of the family generally presides. All that I could observe was that they laid them 2 or 3 layers thick, and seemed very careful to make them everywhere of equal thickness, so that if any part of a piece of bark was scraped thinner than it ought, another piece of the same thin quality was laid over it, in order to render it of the same thickness as the next. When laid out in this manner, the size of the piece of cloth is 11 or 12 yards long, and not more than a foot broad, for as the longitudinal fibres are all laid lengthwise, they do not expect it to stretch in that direction, though they well know how considerably it will in the other. In this state they suffer it to remain till morning, by which time a large proportion of the water, with which, when laid out, it is thoroughly soaked, is either drained off or evaporated, and the fibers begin to adhere together, so that the whole may be lifted from the ground without dropping in pieces. It is then taken away by the women servants, who beat it in the following manner. They lay it upon a long piece of wood, one side of which is very even and flat, which side is put under the cloth. As many women then as they can muster, or as can work at the board, begin. Each is furnished with a batten made of very hard wood, called by the natives etoa, Casuarina equisetifolia. These are about a foot long and square with a handle. On each of the 4 faces of the square are many small furrows of as many different fineness. In the first or coarsest, not more than 15, in the finest one 56, which cover the whole face of the side. With the coarsest then they begin, keeping time with their strokes in the same manner as smiths or anchor smiths, and continue until the cloth, which extends itself very fast under these strokes, shows by the too great thinness of the grooves, which are made in it, that a finer side of the beater is requisite. In the same manner they proceed to the finest side with which they finish, unless the cloth is to be of that very fine sort, which they call hobu, which is almost as thin as muslin. For the making of this they double the piece several times, and beat it out again, and afterwards bleach it in the sun and air, which in these climates cause whiteness in a very short time. But I believe that the finest of their hobu does not come to either its whiteness or softness until it has been worn some time, then washed and beat over again with the very finest beaters. Of this thin cloth they have as many different sorts almost as we have of linen, distinguishing it into different finenesses and the different materials of which it is made. Each piece is from 9 to 15 yards in length, and about 2½ broad, and serves them for cloths in the day and bedding at night. When by use it is sufficiently worn and become dirty, it is carried to the river and washed, chiefly by letting it soak in a gentle stream, fastened to the bottom by a stone, or if very dirty, wringing it and squeezing it gently. Several of the pieces of cloth so washed are then laid on each other, and being beat with the coarsest side of the beater, adhere together, and become a cloth as thick as the coarse broadcloth, than which nothing can be more soft or delicious to the feel. This, however, is not the case with it immediately after being beat. It is then stiff, as if newly starched, and some parts not adhering together as well as others. It looks ragged, and is also of various thicknesses, wherever any faults were in the cloth from whence it was made. To remedy this is the business of the mistress of the family, and principal women of it, who in this, and dyeing, seem to amuse themselves as our English women do in making caps, ruffles, etc., and in this they spend the greatest part of their time. They are furnished each with a knife made of a piece of bamboo cane, to which they make, by splitting it diagonally with their nails, an edge, which with great ease cuts any kind of cloth or soft substance, and a certain quantity of paste made of the root of a plant, which serves them also for food, and is called by them pia, chia taka. With the former they cut off any ragged edges or ends which may not have been sufficiently fixed down by the beating, and with the paste they fasten down others which are less ragged, and also put on patches upon any work which may be thinner than the rest, generally finishing their work, if intended for the best, by pasting a complete covering of the finest thin cloth, or hobu, over the whole. They make the thick cloth also sometimes of thin, only half worn, and which have been worn by cleanly people, is not soiled enough to require washing. Of this it is sufficient to paste the edges together, which is done with the same paste. This thick cloth, made in either of these ways, is used either for the garment called maro, which is a long piece passed between the legs and round the waist that serves instead of breeches, or the tabuta, as it is called, a garment used equally by both sexes instead of a coat or gown, which exactly resembles that worn by the inhabitants of Peru and Chile, that is called by the Spaniards poncho. The cloth itself, both thick and thin, resembles most the finest cottons in softness, especially in which article it even exceeds them. Its tenderness, for it tears by the smallest accident, makes it very impossible that it can ever be used in Europe. Indeed, it is properly adapted to a hot climate. I used it to sleep in very often in the islands, and always found it far cooler than any English cloth, and that it much prevented perspiration, or else, by drying it up immediately, the disagreeable sensation of it. End of section 20. Part 2 of the Manners and Customs of the South Sea Islanders. Section 21. of the Endeavour Journal of Sir Joseph Banks, Journal from 25 August 1768 to 12 July 1771, by Joseph Banks. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail, Timmerman, Vaughan. Section 21. Manners and Customs of South Sea Islanders, Part 3. Having thus described their manner of making the cloth, I shall proceed to their method of dyeing it. They have principally two colors in which they excel, red and yellow. The first of these is most beautiful. I might almost venture to say a more delicate color than any we have in Europe, approaching however nearest to scarlet. The second is a good bright color, but of no particular excellence. They also upon some occasions dye brown and black, but so seldom that I had not the opportunity during my stay to see the methods or learn the materials which they make use of. I shall therefore say no more of these colors than that they were so indifferent in their qualities that they did not much raise my curiosity to inquire concerning them. To begin then with the red, in favor of which I shall premise that I believe no voyager has passed these seas but he has said something in praise of this color, the brightness and elegance of which is so great that it cannot avoid being taken notice of by the slightest observer. This color is made by the admixture of the juices of two vegetables, neither of which in their separate state have the least tendency to the color of red, nor have any parts of them that I have at least been able to observe any circumstance relating to them, from whence anyone should be led to conclude that the color of red was at all latent in them. They are Ficus tinctoria, which is called by them mate, the same name as the color, and Cordia sebestina orientalis, called itu. Of these, the fruits of the first and the leaves of the second are used in the following manner. The fruits, which are about as large as a Ronceville pea, or very small gooseberry, produce upon breaking off the stalk, close to them, each one drop of a milky liquid, resembling the juice of a fig tree in Europe, for indeed the tree itself is a kind of wild fig tree. This liquor the women collect, breaking off the footstalk and shaking the drop, which hangs, to the little fig, into a small quantity of coconut water. To sufficiently prepare a gill of coconut water will require 3 or 4 quarts of the little figs, though I never could observe that they had any rule in proportioning the quantity, except observing the coconut water, which was to be of a whey color when a sufficient quantity of the juice of the little figs was mixed among it. When this liquor is prepared, the leaves of the itu are brought, which are well wetted in it. They are then laid upon a plantain leaf, and the women begin first gently to turn and shake them about. Afterwards, as they grow more and more flaccid by this operation, to squeeze them a little, increasing the pressure gradually, all which is done merely to prevent the leaves from breaking. Still, as they become more flaccid and spongy, they supply them with more of the juice. In about 5 minutes the color begins to appear on the veins of the leaves of the itu, and in 10 or a little more all is finished and ready for straining, at which time they press and squeeze the leaves as hard as they possibly can. The method of straining is this. They have for the purpose a large quantity of the fibers of a kind of cyperus grass, Cyperus dubius, called by them mo'o, which the boys prepare very nimbly by drawing the sticks of it through their teeth, or between 2 little sticks, until all the green bark and the brandy substance which lays between them is gone. In a covering of these fibers, then, they envelop the leaves, and squeezing or wringing them strongly, express the dye, which turns out very little more in quantity than the liquor employed. This operation they repeat several times, soaking as often the leaves in the dye, and squeezing them dry again, until they have sufficiently extracted all their virtue, when they throw away the remaining leaves, keeping, however, the mo'o, which serves them instead of a brush to lay the color upon the cloth. The receptacle used for the liquid dye is constantly a plantain leaf. Whether from any property it may have agreeable to the color, or the great ease with which they are always got, and the facility of dividing one and making of it many small cups, in which the dye may be distributed to everyone in company, I do not know. Their method of laying it on the cloth is this. They take it up in the fibers of the mo'o, and rubbing that gently over the cloth, spread the outside of it with a thin coat of dye. This is of the thick cloth. The thin they seldom dye more than the edges of. Some indeed I have seen dyed through, as if it had been soaked in the dye, but had not near so elegant a color as that on which a thin coat only was laid on the outside. Though the itu leaf is the most generally used, and I believe produces the finest color, yet there are several more which being mixed with the juice of the little figs, produces a red colour, as Tournefortia ceracea, which they call tehinu, Convolvulus brasiliensis, Pohui the urhe, Solanum latifolium iboa. From the use of these different plants, or from different proportions of materials, many varieties of the colour are observable among their cloths, some of which are very conspicuously superior to others. When the women have been employed in dyeing cloth, they industriously preserve the colour upon their fingers and nails, upon which it shows with its greatest beauty. They look upon this as no small ornament, and I have been sometimes inclined to believe that they even borrow the dye of each other, merely for the purpose of dyeing their fingers. Whether it is esteemed as a beauty, a mark of their huswifery in being able to dye, or their riches in having cloth to dye, I do not know. Of what use this preparation may be to my countrymen, either in itself or in any hints which may be drawn from an admixture of vegetable substances, so totally different from anything of the kind that is practised in Europe, I am not enough versed in chemistry to be able to guess. I must, however, hope that it will be of some. The latent qualities of vegetables have already furnished our most valuable dyes. No one, from an inspection of the plants, could guess that any colour was hid under the herbs of indigo, woad, dyer's weed, or indeed the most of the plants whose leaves are used in dyeing. And yet those latent qualifications have, when discovered, produced colours without which our dyers could hardly go on with their trades. The painter whom I have with me tells me that the nearest imitation of the colour that he could make would be by mixing together vermilion and carmine, but even that would not equal the delicacy of it, though a body colour, and the Indian only a stain in the way that the Indians use it. I cannot say much for its standing. They commonly keep their cloth white till the very time when it is to be used, and then dye it, as if conscious that it would soon fade. I have, however, used cloth dyed with it myself for over a fortnight or 3 weeks, in which time it has very little altered itself, and by that time the cloth was pretty well wore. Of it I also have some now in chests, which a month ago, when I looked into them, had very little altered their colour. The admixture of fixing drugs would, however, certainly not a little conduce to its standing. So much for their red. Their yellow, though a good colour, has certainly no particular excellence to recommend it, in which it is superior to our known yellows. It is made of the bark of the root of a shrub called by them nono, Morinda umbellata. This they scrape into water, and after it is soaked there for a sufficient time, strain the water and dip the cloth into it. The wood of the root is no doubt furnished in some degree with the same property as the bark, but not having any vessels in which they can boil it, it is useless to the inhabitants. The genus of Morinda seems worthy of being examined as to its properties in dyeing. Brown, in his History of Jamaica, mentions 3 species whose roots, he says, are used to dye a brown colour, and Rumphius says of his Bacchundus angustifolia, which is very nearly allied to our nono, that it is used by the inhabitants of the East Indian Islands as a fixing drug for the colour of red, with which he says it particularly agrees. They also dye yellow with the fruits of a tree called by them tamanu, Calophyllum inophilium, but their method I never had the fortune to see. It seems, however, to be chiefly esteemed by them for the smell which it gives to the cloth, a smell that is more agreeable to an Indian than a European nose. Besides their cloth, the women make several kinds of matting, which serves them to sleep upon, and the finest for cloths. With the last they take much pains, especially with that sort which is made of the bark of the tree called by them poro, Hibiscus tiliaceus, of which I have seen matting almost as fine as coarse cloth, but the most beautiful sort, called by them vanne, which is white and extremely glossy and shiny, is made of the leaves of a sort of pandanus called by them fara, of which we had not the opportunity of seeing either flowers or fruit. The rest of their moyas, as they call them, which serve to sit down or sleep upon, are made of a variety of sorts of rushes, grass, etc. These are extremely nimble in making, and indeed everything which is plaited, baskets of 1,000 different patterns, some very neat, etc. As for occasional baskets or paniers made of coconut leaf, or the little bonnets, which they wear to shade their eyes from the sun of the same material, everyone knows how to make them at once. As soon as the sun was pretty high, the women, who had been with us since morning, sent generally out for coconut leaves, of which they made such bonnets in a few minutes, which they threw away as soon as the sun became again low in the afternoon. These, however, serve merely for a shade, Coverings to their heads they have none, except their hair for these bonnets, or shades only fit around their heads, not upon them. Besides these things, they make nets for fishing in the same manner as we do. Ropes of about an inch and lines of the poro, threads with which they sew together their canoes, and also belts of the fibers of the coconut, plaited either round or flat very neatly. All their twisting work they do upon their thighs in a manner very difficult to describe, and indeed unnecessary, as no European can want to learn how to do an operation which his instruments will do for him so much faster than it possibly can be done by hand. But of all the strings that they make, none are so excellent as the fishing lines, etc., which are made of the bark of that kind of frutescent nettle called by them eroa, Urtica argentea, which grows in the mountains and is consequently rather scarce. Of this they make the lines which are employed to take the briskest and most active fish, as bonitos, albacores, etc. As I have never made experiments with it, I can only ascertain its strength by saying that it was infinitely stronger than silk lines, which I had on board, made by the best fishing shops in London, though not so thick by almost half. In every expedient for taking fish, they are vastly ingenious. Their seines, nets for fish to mesh themselves in, etc., are exactly like ours. They strike fish with harpoons made of cane and pointed with hard wood, in a more dexterous manner than we do with ours that are headed with iron. For we who fasten lines to ours need only lodge them in the fish to secure it, while they, on the other hand, throwing theirs quite from them, must either mortally wound the fish or loose them. Their hooks, indeed, as they are not made of iron, must be very different from ours in construction. They are of two sorts. First, that called by them witty, which are used for towing, of which figure 1 is the profile and figure 2 the view of the bottom part. The shank, A, is made of mother of pearl, the most glossy that can be got, the inside or naturally bright side of which is put uppermost, as in figure 2. B is a tuft of white dog's or hog's hair, which serves maybe to imitate the tail of a fish. These hooks require no bait. They are used with a fishing rod of bamboo. The people who go out with them have found by the flights of birds which constantly attend shoals of bonitos where they are, paddle their canoes as swift as they can across them, and seldom fail to take some. This Indian invention seems far to exceed anything of the kind which I have seen among Europeans, and is certainly more successful than any artificial flying fish or other thing which is generally used for the taking of bonitos. So far, it deserves imitation at any time when the taking of bonitos is at all desirable. The other sorts of hooks which they have are made likewise of mother of pearl, or some hard shell, and as they cannot make them bearded as our hooks, they supply that fault by making the points turn much inwards, as in the annexed figure. They have them of all sizes, and catch with them all kinds of fish very successfully, I believe. The manner of making them is very simple. Every fisherman makes them for himself. The shell is first cut by the edge of another shell into square pieces. These are formed with files of coral, which work in a manner surprising to anyone who does not know how sharp corals are. A hole is then bored in the middle by a drill, which is no more than any stone that may have a sharp corner in it, tied to the handle of cane, which is turned in the hand like a chocolate mill until the hole is made. The file then comes into the hole and completes the hook, which is done in such a one as the figure shows, in less than a quarter of an hour. In their carpenters', joiners', and stonecutters' work, etc., they are almost as little obliged to the use of tools as in making these hooks. An axe of stone in the shape of an adze, a chisel or gouge made of a human bone, a file or rasp of coral, skin of stingrays, and coral sand to polish with, are a sufficient set of tools for building a house and furnishing it with boats, as well as for quarrying and squaring stones for the pavement of anything which may require it in the neighborhood. Their stone axes are made of a black stone not very hard, but tolerably tough. They are of different sizes. Some that are intended for felling weigh 3 or 4 pounds. Others which are used only for carving, not so many ounces. Whatever these tools want in goodness is made up by the industry of the people who use them. Felling a tree is their greatest labor. A large one requires many hands to assist, and some days before it can be finished. But when once it is down, they manage it with far greater dexterity than is credible to a European. If it is to be made into boards, they put wedges into it and drive them with such dexterity, as they have told me, for I never saw it, that they divide it into slabs of 3 or 4 inches in thickness, seldom meeting with an accident if the tree is good. These slabs they very soon dub down with their axes to any given thinness. In this work they certainly excel. Indeed, their tools are better adapted for it than any other purpose. I have seen them dub off the rough first coat of a plank at least as fast as one of our carpenters could have done it. And in hollowing, where they have liberty to raise large floors of the wood, they certainly work quicker, owing to the weight of their tools. Those who are masters of this business will make of a surprising thin coat from a whole plank without missing a stroke. They can also work upon a piece of wood of any shape, as well as they can upon a flat one, for in making their canoes every piece is formed first into its proper shape, bilging or flat, for as they never bend a plank, all the bilging pieces must be shaped by hand, which is done entirely with axes. They have small axes for carving also, but their carved work was so bad and in so very mean a taste that it scarce deserved that name. Yet they love much to have carved work and figures stuck about their canoes, the great ones especially, which generally have a figure of a man at the head and another at the stern of them. Their morais also are ornamented with different kinds of figures, one sort of which represent many men standing on each other's heads. They also have the figures of animals, and planks whose faces are carved in patterns of squares and circles, etc. But every part of their carving is in an equally bad taste. All their work, however, acquires a certain neatness in the finishing, for they polish everything, even the side of a canoe or a post of a house, with coral sand rubbed on in the outer husk of a coconut and raize skin, which makes them very smooth and neat. Their boats, at least all that I have seen of them, may be divided into 2 general classes. The first, which are called by the natives Ivaha, are the only sort which are used at Otaheite. They serve for fishing and for short trips to sea, but do not at all seem calculated for long ones. The others again, which are called Pahe, and are used by the inhabitants of the Society's islands, viz. Olhiatia, Bolabola, Huaheine, etc., are rather too clumsy for fishing, for which reason the inhabitants of those isles also have Ivahas, but are much better adapted for long voyages than the others. The figure below gives a section of both kinds, of which figure 1 is the Ivaha, and figure 2 the Pahe. To begin then with the Ivaha. These boats differ very much in length. I have measured them from 10 feet to 72, but by no means proportionately in breadth, for that of 10 feet was about 1 in breadth, and that of 72 scarce 2. Nor is their height increased in a much greater proportion. They may be subdivided into 3 sorts, the fighting Ivaha, the common sailing or fishing Ivaha, and the traveling Ivaha. The fighting Ivaha is by far the largest. The head and stern of these boats are considerably raised above the body of them, in a semicircular form, the latter especially, which is 17 or 18 feet in height, when the body of the boat is scarcely 3. These boats never go to sea singly. 2 are always fastened together side by side, at a distance of about 2 feet, by strong poles of wood, which go across them, and upon them is built a stage in the forepart, about 10 or 12 feet long, and a little broader than the 2 boats. This is supported by pillars about 6 feet high, and upon it stand the people who fight with slings, spears, etc. Below are the rowers, who are much less engaged in the battle on account of their confined situation, but who receive the wounded from the stage and furnish fresh men to ascend in their room. This much from description, for I never saw any of their battles. The sailing and fishing Ivas vary in size, from about 40 feet in length to the smallest I have mentioned, but those which are under 25 feet in length seldom or never carry sail. Their sterns only are raised, and those not above 4 or 5 feet. Their heads are quite flat, and have a flat board projecting forwards beyond them about 4 feet. Those which I have called travelling Ivas differ from these in nothing, but their being constantly joined 2 and 2 together in the same manner as the fighting ones, and having a small neat house 5 or 6 feet broad, and 7 or 8 long fastened upon the forepart of them, in which the principal people, who use them very much, set when they are carried from place to place. The sailing Ivas have also sometimes this house upon them, when they are joined 2 and 2 together, which is seldom, however. Indeed, the difference between these 2 consists almost entirely in the rigging, and I have divided them into 2 more because they are generally seen employed in very different occupations, than from any real difference in their build. All Ivas, however, agree in that they are built wall-sided and with flat bottoms, in which they differ from the pahe, figure 2, whose sides are built rounded out, or bilging, as it is called, and her bottom sharp, which answers in some measure instead of a keel. These pahes differ very much in size. I have seen them from 60 to 30 feet in length, but like the Ivas, they are very narrow in proportion to their length. One that I measured was 51 feet in length, in breadth at the top only 1 1/2 feet, and in the bilge 3 feet, which is about the general proportion. Their round sides, however, make them capable of carrying much greater burthens, and being much more safe sea-boats, in consequence of which they are used merely for fighting and making long voyages. For the purposes of fishing and travelling along shore, the natives of the islands where these are chiefly used have Ivas. The fighting pahes, which are the largest, are fitted in the same manner as the fighting Ivas, only as they carry far greater burthens the stages are proportionately larger. The sailing ones are most generally fastened 2 and 2 together. For this purpose the middling-sized ones are said to be the best and least liable to accidents in stormy weather. In these, if we may credit the reports of the inhabitants, they make very long voyages, often remaining out from home several months, visiting in that time many different islands, of which they repeated to us the names of near 100. They cannot, however, remain at sea above a fortnight or 20 days, though they live as sparingly as possible, for want of proper provisions and places to put them in safe, as well as water, of which, however, they carry a tolerable stock in hollow bamboos. All these embarkations, which indeed are all that I saw used in any of the islands, are disproportionately narrow in respect to their length, which causes them to be so very easily overset that not even the Indians dare venture in them till they are fitted with a contrivance to prevent this inconvenience, which is done either by fastening 2 together side by side, as has been before described, in which case one supports the other, and they become the most steady vehicle that can be imagined, or if one of them is to go out single, a log of wood fastened to 2 poles, which are tied across the boat, serves to balance it tolerably, though not so securely but that I have seen the Indians overset them very often. This is upon the same principles as that used in the flying proa of the Ladrone Isles, described in Lord Anson's voyage, where it is called an outrigger. Indeed, the vessels themselves enough resemble the flying proa to make it appear at least possible that either that is a very artful improvement of these, or these a very awkward imitation of that. These boats are paddled along with large paddles, which have a long handle and a flat blade, resembling more than anything I recollect a baker's peel. Of these generally every one in the boat has one except those who sit under the houses, and with these they push themselves on pretty fast through the water. They are so leaky, however, that one person at least is employed almost constantly in throwing out the water. The only thing in which they excel is landing in a surf, for by reason of their great length and high sterns, they would land dry in a surf when our boats could scarcely land at all, and in the same manner put off from the shore, as I have often experienced. When fitted for sailing, they have either 1 or 2 masts fitted to a frame, which is above the canoe. They are made of a single stick. In one that I measured of 32 feet in length, the mast was 25 feet high, which seems to me about the common proportion. To this is fastened a sail of about 1/3 longer, but narrow, of a triangular shape, pointed at the top, and the outside curved. It is bordered all round with a frame of wood, and has no contrivance either for reefing or furling, so that in case of bad weather it must be entirely cut away. But I fancy in these moderate climates they are seldom brought to this necessity. The material of which it is made is universally matting. With these sails, their canoes go at a very good rate, and lay very near the wind, probably on account of their sail being bordered with wood, which makes them stand better than any bowlines could possibly do. On the top of this sail they carry an ornament, which in taste resembles much our pennants. It is made of feathers and reaches down to the very water, so that when blown out by the wind it makes no inconsiderable show. They are indeed fond of ornaments in all parts of their boats. They commonly, in the good ones, have a figure at the stern, and the pahes, which rise rounding both at the head and stern, they have a figure at both, and the smaller Ivahas have commonly a small carved pillar standing upon their stern. Considering these people are entirely destitute of iron, they build these canoes very well. Of the Ivahas, the foundation is always the trunks of 1 or more trees, hollowed out. The ends of these are sloped off and sewed together with the fibres of the husk of the coconut. The sides of them are then raised with plank, sewed together in the same manner. The pajes, as they are much better embarcations, so they are built in a much more ingenious manner. Like the others, they are laid upon a long keel, which, however, is not above 4 or 5 inches deep. Upon this they raise with 2 ranges of plank, each of which is about 18 inches high and about 4 feet in length. Such a number of pieces must necessarily be framed and fitted together before they are sewed, and this they do very dexterously, supporting the keel by ropes made fast to the top of the house, under which they work, and then each plank by a stanchion, so that the canoe is completely put together before any one part of her is fastened to that which is next to it, and in this manner supported till the sewing is completed. This, however, soon rots in the salt water. It must be renewed once a year at least, in doing which the canoe is entirely taken to pieces and every plank examined, by which means they are always in good repair. The best of them are, however, very leaky, for as they use no caulking, the water must run in at every hole through which the sewing is passed. This, however, is no great inconvenience to them who live in a climate where the water is always warm and go barefoot. For the convenience of keeping these pajes dry, we saw in the islands where they are used peculiar sort of houses, which were built on purpose for their reception, and put to no use but that. They are built of poles stuck upright in the ground and tied together at the top, so that they make a kind of Gothic arch. The sides of these are completely covered with thatch down to the ground, but the ends are left open. One of these I measured 50 paces in length, 10 in breadth, and 24 feet high, and this was of the middling size. End of section 21. Section 22 of the Endeavour Journal of Sir Joseph Banks. Journal from 25 August, 1768 to 12 July, 1771, by Joseph Banks. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail, Timmerman, Vaughan. Section 22. Manners and Customs of South Sea Islanders, Part 4. The people excel much in predicting the weather, a circumstance of great use to them in their short voyages from island to island. They have many various ways of doing this, but one only that I know of, which I never heard of being practiced by Europeans. That is, foretelling the quarter of the heavens from whence the wind shall blow, by observing the Milky Way, which is generally bent in an arch, either one way or the other. This arch they conceive as already acted upon by the wind, which is the cause of its curving, and say that if the same curve continues a whole night, the wind predicted by it seldom fails to come some time in the next day. And in this, as well as their other predictions, we found them indeed not infallible, but far more clever than Europeans. In their longer voyages they steer in the day by the sun, and in the night by the stars. Of these they know a very large part of their names, and the clever ones among them will tell in what part of the heavens they are to be seen in any month, when they are above their horizon. They know also the time of their annual appearing and disappearing, to a great nicety, far greater than would be easily believed by a European astronomer. For their method of dividing time I was not able to get a complete idea of it. I shall, however, set down what little I know. In speaking of time either past or to come, they never use any term but moons, of which they count 13, and then begin again. This of itself shows that they have an idea of the solar year, but how they manage to make their 13 months agree with it, I never could find out. That they do, however, I believe, because in mentioning the names of months, they very frequently told us the fruits that would be in season in each of them, the sort of weather that was usual in them, etc. They have also a name for the 13 months collectively, but they never use it in speaking of time. They use it only in explaining the mysteries of their religion. In their metaphorical way, they say that the year Tatau Mata Tayo was the daughter of their chief divinity, Taro Atai Hitumu, and that she, in process of time, brought forth the months, who in their turn produced the days, of which they count 29 in every month, including one on which the moon is invisible. Every one of these has its respective name and is again subdivided into 12 parts, containing about 2 hours each, 6 for the day and 6 for the night, each of which has likewise its respective name. In the daytime they guess the divisions of these parts very well, but in the night, though they have the same number of divisions as in the day, they seem very little able to tell at any time which of them it then is, except the cleverer among them, who know the stars. In counting they proceed from 1 to 10, having a different name for each number. From thence they say 1 more, 2 more, etc., till the number 20, which after being called in general count 10 more acquires a new name, as we say a score. By these scores they count so they have got 10 of them, which again acquires a new name, 200. These again are counted till they get 10 of them, 2,000, which is the largest denomination I have ever heard them make use of, and I suppose is as large as they can ever have occasion for, as they can count 10 of these, 20,000, without any new term. In measures of space they are very poor. Indeed, 1 fathom and 10 fathoms are the only terms I have heard among them. By these they convey the size of anything as a house, a boat, depth of the sea, etc. But when they speak of distances from one place to another, they have no way but time of making themselves understood, but by the number of days it takes them in their canoes to go the distance. Their language appeared to me to be very soft and tunable. It abounds much with vowels, and was very easily pronounced by us, when ours was to them absolutely impracticable. I shall instance particularly my own name, which I took much pains to teach them, and they to learn. After 3 days' fruitless trials, I was forced to select from their many attempts the word tabane, the only one I had been able to get from them that had the least similitude to it. Again, Spanish or Italian words they pronounced with ease, provided they ended with a vowel, for few or none of theirs end with a consonant. I cannot say that I am enough acquainted with it to pronounce whether or not it is copious. In one respect, however, it is beyond measure inferior to all European language, which is its almost total want of inflection, both of nouns and verbs, few or none of the former having more than one case, or the latter one tense. Notwithstanding this want, however, we found it very easy to make ourselves understood in matters of common necessaries, howsoever paradoxical that may appear to an European. They have certain suffixa, and make very frequent use of them, which puzzled us at first very much, though they are but a few in number. An instance or two may be necessary to make myself understood, as they do not exist in any modern European languages. One asks another, "Hare hai," where are you going? The other answers, "Iva henera," to my wives, on which the first questioning him still farther, "Iva henera, to your wives do you say?" is answered, "Iva heneria," yes, I am going to my wives. Here the suffix era and ea save several words to both parties. From the vocabularies given in Lemaire's Voyage, see Histoire des Navigations au Terre Australe, Tome 1, page 410. It appears clearly that the languages given there, as those of the Isles of Solomon and the Isle of Cocos, are radically the identical same languages as those we met with, the greatest number of words differing in little, but the greater number of consonants. The languages of New Guinea and Moy's Island have also many words radically the same, particularly their numbers, though they are so obscured by a multitude of consonants that it is scarce possible that they should be found out by any but one in some measure acquainted with one of the languages. For instance, New Guinea Hisu fish is found to be the same as the Otahite Aya by the medium of Ica of the Isles of Solomon. Talagan ears in Otahite Terra, Lemang a hand, Lima or Rima, Paring cheeks, Paparia, Isle of Moy's Susu breasts, U, Matanga eyes, Mata. They called us, says the author, Tata, which in Otahite signifies men in general, besides several more. That the people who inhabit this numerous range of isles should have originally come from one and the same place, and brought with them the same numbers and language, which latter especially have remained to this time not materially altered, is in my opinion not at all past belief. But that the numbers of the island of Madagascar should be the same as all these is almost, if not quite, incredible. I shall give them from a book called A Collection of Voyages by the Dutch East India Company, London, 1703, page 116, where, supposing the author, who speaks of 10 numbers, has only 9 to have lost the 5th, their similarity is beyond dispute. Madagascar, Issa, Otahite, Tahi, Cocos Island, Taki, New Guinea, Tika, Madagascar, Rove, Otahite, Rua, Cocos Isle, Lua, New Guinea, Roa, Madagascar, Tello, Otahite, Toro, Cocos Isle, Tolo, New Guinea, Tola, Madagascar, Efat, Otahite, Hia, Cocos Isle, Fa, New Guinea, Fata, Madagascar, Ening, Otahite, Huini, Cocos Isle, Hono, New Guinea, Huama, Madagascar, Fruto, Otahite, Hita, Cocos Isle, Fitu, New Guinea, Fita, Madagascar, Widow, Otahite, Wearu, Cocos Isle Walu, New Guinea Walla, Madagascar Sidai, Otahite Hiva, Cocos Isle Yowo, New Guinea Siwa, Madagascar Skula, Otahite Ahoru, Cocos Isle Ongafula, New Guinea Sangafula. It must be remembered, however, that the author of this voyage during the course of it touched at Java and several more of the East Indian Isles as well as Madagascar, so that supposing by any misarrangement of his papers that he has given the numerals of some of those isles for those of Madagascar, our wonder will be much diminished. For after having traced them from Otahite to New Guinea, it should seem not very wonderful to carry them a little farther to the East Indian Isles, which from their situation seem not unlikely to be the place from whence our islanders originally have come. But I shall waive saying any more on this subject till I have an opportunity of myself seeing the customs, etc., of the Javans, which this voyage will in all probability give me an opportunity of doing. All the isles I was upon agreed perfectly as far as I could understand them. The people of Uliatia only changed the T of the Otahitians to a K, calling Tata, which signifies a man or woman, Kaka, a circumstance which made their language much less soft. The people of Ohitaroa, as far as I could understand their words, which were only shouted out to us, seemed to do the same thing, and add many more consonants and harshnesses, which made their language still more untunable. I shall give a few of their words, from whence an idea may be got of their language. Upo, the head. Ahu, the nose. Roru, the hair. Otu, the mouth. Nihio, the teeth. Arero, the tongue. Muumi, the beard. Tiaraboa, the throat. Tuamo, the shoulders. Tua, the back po. Oima, the breast. U, the nipples. Obu, the belly. Rima, the arms. Apurima, the hand. Maniau, the fingers. Miu, the nails. Towe, the buttocks. Huaha, the thighs. Avai, the legs. Tapoa, the feet. Urao, a tree. Ama, a branch. Te ala, a flower. Huero, fruit. Etumao, the stem. Aa, the root. Ehere, herbaceous plants. Oupa, a pigeon. Avinya, a parakeet. Aa, another species. Manu, a bird. Mora, a duck. Matu, a fishhook. Tura, a rope. Mo, a shark. Mahi-mahi, a dolphin. Matera, a fishing rod. Upia, a net. Mahana, the sun. Malama, the moon. Huetu, a star. Hueto Ufe, a comet. Erai, the sky. Eata, a cloud. Teparahi, to beat. Bo'oa, a hog. Moa, fowl. Ure, a dog. Ure, iron. Ooru, breadfruit. Hiari, coconuts. Mia, bananas. Va'ai, wild plantains. Po, beads. Matawiwi, pearl. Aho, a garment. Avi, a fruit like apples. Ahi, another like chestnuts. Ahwari, a house. Whenua, a high island. Motu, a low one. Toto, blood. Aviv, bone. Aio, flesh. Mai, fat. Huru, hair. Miti, good. Ino, bad. Ah, yes. Ima, no. Pari, ugly. Purori, hungry. Pia, full. Tuhia, lean. Timaha, heavy. Mama, light. Poto, short. Roa, tall. Ninini, sweet. Malamala, bitter. Huano, to go far. Hari, to go. Aria, to stay. Inoho, to remain or tarry. Rohi, to be tired. Ma, to eat. Inu, to drink. Ete, to understand. Waridu, to steal. Warida, to be angry. Among people whose diet is so simple, and plain distempers cannot be supposed to be so frequent, as among us Europeans, we observed but few, and those chiefly cutaneous, as erysipelas and scaly eruptions upon the skin. This last was almost, if not quite, advanced to leprosy. The people who were in that state were secluded from society, living by themselves each in a small house built in some unfrequented place, where they were daily supplied with provisions. Whether these had any hope of relief, or were doomed in this manner to languish out a life of solitude, we did not learn. Some but very few had ulcers upon different parts of their bodies. Most of them looked very virulent. The people who were afflicted with them did not, however, seem much to regard them, leaving them entirely without any application, even to keep off the flies. Acute distempers, no doubt, they have, but while we stayed upon the island they were very uncommon. Possibly in the rainy season they are more frequent. Among the numerous acquaintance I had upon the island, only one was taken ill during our stay. Her I visited, and found her, as is their custom, left by everyone but her 3 children, who sat by her. Her complaint was colic, which did not appear to me at all violent. I asked her what medicines she took. She told me none, and that she depended entirely upon the priest, who had been trying to free her from her distemper by his prayers and ceremonies, which she said he would repeat till she was well, showing me at the same time branches of the Thespia populnea, which he had left with her. After this I left her, and, whether by the ceremonies of the priest, or the goodness of her constitution, I know not, in 3 days' time she came down to our tents, completely recovered. I never happened to be present when their priests performed their ceremonies for the cure of sick people, but one of our gentlemen who was, informed me that it consisted in nothing but the priest repeating certain fixed sentences, during which time he plaited the leaves of the coconut tree into different figures, neat enough, some of which he fastened to the fingers and toes of the sick man, who was, during the time, uncovered, as in respect to the prayers, the whole ceremony almost exactly resembling their method of praying at the Marais, which I shall by and by describe. That they have, however, besides these operations of priestcraft, a knowledge of medicine not to be despised, we were abundantly convinced of by the following fact. The Spanish ship, which visited this island about 17 months before we came, brought with it the venereal disease, and that in a most virulent degree. These people have often described to me, in most pathetic terms, the shocking symptoms with which the poor wretches were afflicted, who were first seized by this filthy distemper, which in their language they call by a name of nearly the same, but a more extensive signification than rottenness in English. Their hair and nails dropped off, and their very flesh rotted from their bones, so that they died miserable objects, shunned by their nearest relations, fearful lest they themselves might be tainted with the dreadful contagion. Yet shocking as these symptoms were, they had, even at the time when we came there, found a method of cure, and that I should suppose not of a despicable nature, as we saw no one during the whole of our stay in whom the distemper arrived to any height, and some who went from us for their cure returned in a short time perfectly recovered. When first we discovered this distemper among these people, we were much alarmed, fearing that we ourselves had, notwithstanding our many precautions, brought it among them. But upon strict inquiry we found that one of our people had been infected within 5 days after our arrival, and when we a little better understood the language, the natives explained the matter fully to us. That they have skilful surgeons among them we easily gathered from the dreadful scars of wounds, which we frequently saw that had been cured, some of which were far greater than any I have seen anywhere else. And these were made by stones, which these people know how to throw with slings, with great dexterity and force. One man I particularly recollect, whose face was almost entirely destroyed, his nose, one cheek, and one eye being beat in, and all the bones there flattened down, so that the hollow would receive a man's fist. Yet this dreadful wound was healed clean, without any ulcer remaining. Tupaya, who has had several wounds, has had one made by a spear of his country, headed with the bone of a stingray's tail, which is pierced quite through his body, entering at his back and coming out just under his breast. Yet this has been so well cured that the remaining scar is as smooth and as small as any I have seen from the cures of our best European surgeons. Vulnerary herbs they have many, nor do they seem at all nice in the choice of them, so they have plenty of such herbaceous plants as yield mild juices, devoid of all acridity, such as chickweed, groundsel, etc. in England. With these they make fomentations, which they frequently apply to the wound, taking care to cleanse it as often as possible, the patient at all time observing great abstinence. By this method, if they have told us true, their wounds are cured in a very short time. As for their medicines, we learnt but little concerning them. They told us indeed freely that such and such plants were good for such and such distempers, but it required a much better knowledge of their language than we were able to obtain during our short stay to understand the method of application even of those they attempted to explain to us. Their manner of disposing of their dead, as well as the ceremonies relating to their mourning for them, are so remarkable that they deserve a very particular description. As soon as anyone is dead, the house is immediately filled with their relations, who bewail their loss with loud lamentations, especially those who are the farthest removed in blood from, or who profess the least grief for the deceased. The nearer relations and those who are really affected spend their time in more silent sorrow, while the rest join in choruses of grief at certain intervals, between which they laugh, talk, and gossip, as if totally unconcerned. This lasts till daylight on the morn after their meeting, when the body being shrouded in their cloth is laid upon a kind of bier on which it can conveniently be carried upon men's shoulders. The priest's office now begins. He prays over the body, repeating his sentences, and orders it to be carried down to the seaside, where his prayers are renewed. The corpse is brought down near the water's edge, and he sprinkles water towards, but not upon it. It is then removed 40 or 50 yards from the sea, and soon after brought back, and this ceremony repeated, which is done several times. In the meantime a house has been built, and a small space of ground round it railed in. In the centre of this house are posts, set up for the supporting of the bier, which as soon as the ceremonies are finished is brought here and set upon them, where the corpse is to remain and petrify in state, to the no small disgust of everyone whose business requires them to pass near it. These houses of corruption, tu papau, as they are called here, are of a size proportionate to the rank of the person contained in them. If he is poor, they merely cover the bier, and these generally have no railing round them. The largest I ever saw was 11 yards in length. They are ornamented according to the abilities and inclinations of the surviving relations, who never fail to lay a profusion of good cloth about the body, and often almost cover the outside of the house. The two ends which are open are also hung with kind of garlands of the fruits of the palm nut, pandanus, coconut leaves, knotted by the priests in a kind of mystic knots, and a plant called by them ethinotomerai, terminalia, which is particularly consecrated to funerals. Near the house is also laid fish, fruits, and coconut, or common water, or such provisions as can be well spared. Not that they suppose the dead any way capable of eating this provision, but think that if any of their gods should descend upon that place, and being hungry, find that these preparations have been neglected, he would infallibly satisfy his appetite with the flesh of the dead corpse. No sooner is the corpse fixed up within the house, or iwata, as they call it, than the ceremony of mourning begins again. The women, for the men seem to think lamentations below their dignity, assemble, led on by the nearest relation, who, walking up to the door of the house, swimming almost in tears, strikes a shark's tooth several times into the crown of her head, on which a large effusion of blood flows, which is carefully caught in their linen and thrown under the bier. Her example is imitated by the rest of the women, and this ceremony is repeated at the interval of 2 or 3 days, as long as the women choose or can keep it up, the nearest relation thinking it her duty to continue longer than anyone else. Besides the blood, which they believe to be an acceptable present to the deceased, whose soul they believe to exist and hover about the place where the body lays, observing the actions of the survivors, they throw in cloths wet with tears, of which all that are shed are carefully preserved for that purpose, and the young people cut off their hair, either all or in part, and throw that also under the bier. When these ceremonies have been performed for 2 or 3 days, the men, who till now seemed entirely insensible of their loss, begin their part, which the nearest relations take in turns. They dress themselves in a dress so extraordinary that I question whether words can give a tolerable idea of it. I therefore refer entirely to the annexed figure. In this dress they patrol the woods early in the morn and late at night, preceded by 2 or 3 boys, who have nothing upon them but a small piece of cloth round their wrists, and are smutted all over with charcoal. These sable emissaries run about their principal in all directions, as if in pursuit of people on whom he may vent the rage inspired by his sorrow, which he does most unmercifully if he catches anybody, cutting them with his stick, the edge of which is set with shark's teeth. But this rarely or never happens, for no sooner does this figure appear than everyone who either see him or his emissaries fly inspired with a sort of religious awe, fly with the utmost speed, hiding wherever they think themselves the most safe, but by all means quitting their houses if they lie even near the path of this dreadful apparition. These ceremonies continue for 5 moons, decreasing, however, in frequency, very much toward the latter part of that time. The body is then taken down from the iwata, the bones washed and scraped very clean and buried according to the rank of the person, either within or without some one of their marais, or places of public worship. And if it is one of the iares, or chiefs, his skull is preserved, and being wrapped up in fine cloth, is placed in a kind of case made for that purpose, which stands in the marae. The mourning then ceases, unless some of the women who find themselves more than commonly afflicted by the loss repeat the ceremony of poo-pooing or bleeding themselves in the head, which they do at any time or in any place where they happen to be when the whim takes them. The ceremonies, however, are far from ceasing at this time. Frequent prayers are to be said by the priest, and frequent offerings made for the benefit of the deceased, or more properly for that of the priests, who are well paid for their prayers by the surviving relations. During this ceremony, emblematical devices are made use of. A young plantain tree signifies the deceased, and a bunch of feathers the deity invoked. Opposite to this, the priest places himself, often attended by relations of the deceased, and always furnished with a small offering of some kind of eatables intended for the god. He begins by addressing the god by a set form of sentences, and during the time he repeats them employs himself in weaving coconut leaves into different forms, all which he disposes upon the grave where the bones have been deposited. The deity is then addressed by a shrill scritch, used only on that occasion, and the offering presented to his representative, a little tuft of feathers, which after this is removed, and everything else left in status quo, to the no small emolument of the rats, who quickly devour the offering. Religion has been in ages, is still in all countries cloaked in mysteries, unexplicable to human understanding. In the South Sea Islands, it has still another disadvantage to present to anyone who has a desire to investigate it. The language in which it is conveyed, at least many words of it, are different from those used in common conversation, so that though Tupaia often showed the greatest desire to instruct us in it, he found it almost impossible. In short, it is only needful to remember how difficult it would be to reconcile the apparent inconsistencies of our own religion to the faith of an infidel, and to recollect how many excellent discourses are daily read to instruct even us in the faith which we profess, as articles of excuse in my favor, when I declare that I know less of the religion of these people than of any other part of their policy. What I do know, however, I shall here write down, wishing that inconsistencies may not appear to the eye of the candid reader as absurdities. This universe and its marvelous parts must strike the most stupid with a desire of knowing from whence themselves and it were produced. Their priests, however, have not ideas sufficiently enlarged to adopt that of creation. That this world should have been originally created from nothing far surpasses their comprehension. They observed, however, that every animal and every plant produced new ones by procreation, and adopted the idea. Hence it is necessary to suppose two original beings, one of whom they call Itumu, and the other, which they say was a rock, Tupapa. These, at some very remote period of time, and by the common means allowed to us males and females their children, begat all that is seen or known of by us. Some things, however, they imagine have increased among themselves, as stars, the different species of plants, and even the different divisions of time. The years, say they, produced the months, who intermingled with each other, produced the days. The first man, they say, was the issue of a connection between two of their inferior deities, or Iatuas, who at that time inhabited the earth. He was, when first born, round like a ball, but his mother, with great care, drew out each limb and formed him, as we now are, after which he was called Iothe, which signifies finished. When he arrived at maturity, the stings of nature made him very desirous of exercising those faculties with which the males of all animals are endued. His mother was the only female he could find, and consequently the object of his attempts. Ignorant, however, what part of her he was in search of, he made several unsuccessful efforts. At last, however, chance leading him right, he begat a daughter, whom he also compressed, and begat another, nor could for several generations have one son. At last, however, he had one, who by the assistance of his many sisters peopled this world, and is the ancestor of us all. Their gods are numerous. They are divided into two classes, the greater and the lesser gods, and of each class are some of both sexes. The chief of all is Taroati Etumu, the procreator of all things, whom they emphatically style the causer of earthquakes. His son Tane was, however, much more generally called upon as supposed to be the more active deity. The men worship the male gods and the women the females. The men, however, supply the office of priest for both sexes. They believe in a heaven and a hell. The first they call Tairua Lorai, the other Tiahobu. Heaven they describe as a place of great happiness, and hell is only a place enjoying less of the luxuries of life. To this they say that the souls of the inferior people go after death, and those of the chiefs and rich men to the other. This is one of the strongest instances to show that their religion is totally independent of morality. No actions regarding their neighbors are supposed to come at all under the cognizance of the deity. A humble regard only is to be shown him, and his assistance asked on all occasions with much ceremony and some sacrifice, from whence are derived the perquisites of the priests. The tahoa, or priest, is here a hereditary character. They are numerous, and all ranks of people have priests among them. The chief is generally, however, the younger brother of some very good family, and is respected in a degree next to their kings. All ranks of priests are commonly more learned than the laity. Their learning consists chiefly in knowing well the names and ranks of the different iatuas, or divinities, the origin of the universe, and all its parts, etc. These things have been handed down to them in set sentences, of which those who are clever can repeat an almost infinite number, in doing which few words occur the same as those used in common conversation, which greatly increased the difficulty we found in gaining a knowledge of their theology. Besides religion, the practice of physic, and the knowledge of navigation and astronomy is in the possession of the priests. The name indeed of priest, tahoa, signifies a man of knowledge, so that even here the priests monopolize the greatest part of the learning of the country, in much the same manner as they formerly did in Europe, the practice of which gains them profit as well as respect, each in his particular order, for each order has priests of its own, nor will the priests of the Manahunis do anything for the tutu, who is below them in rank. Marriage is in these islands no more than an agreement between a man and a woman, totally independent of the priest. It is in general, I believe, pretty well kept, unless they agree to separate, which is done with as little trouble as they came together. Few people, however, enter this state, but rather choose freedom in their amours, though bought at the inhuman expense of murdering their children, whose fate is in that case entirely dependent on the father, who, if he does not choose to acknowledge both them and the woman, and engage to contribute his part toward their support, orders them to be strangled, which is instantly put in execution. If our priests have excelled theirs in persuading us that the sexes cannot come lawfully together without having bought their benediction, they have done it by intermingling it so far with religion that the fear of punishment from above secures their power over us. But these untaught parsons have secured to themselves the profit of two operations, without being driven to the necessity of so severe a penalty on the refusal, viz., tattooing, or painting their bodies, and circumcising. Neither of these can be done by any but priests, and as the highest degree of shame follows the wanting, either the people are as much necessitated to make use of them as if bound by the highest ties of religion, of which both customs are totally independent. For the first, they give no reason but that their ancestors did the same. For the other, cleanliness in hot climates always will be a sufficient reason. For both these operations, they are paid by everyone according to his abilities, in the same manner as weddings, christenings, etc., etc., are paid for in Europe. Their places of public worship, which they call marae, are square enclosures of very different sizes, from 10 to 100 yards in diameter. At one end of these is a heap or built-up pile of stones, near which the bones of the principal people are interred, those of their dependents laying all round on the outside of the wall. Near or in these enclosures are often placed planks carved into different figures, and very frequently images of many men standing on each other's heads. These, however, are in no degree the objects of adoration, every prayer and sacrifice being offered to the invisible deities. Near, or even within the marae, are one or more large altars, raised upon high posts, 10 or 12 feet above the ground, which are called huaturau. On these are laid the offerings, hogs, dogs, fowls, fruits, or whatever else the piety or superfluity of the owner thinks proper to dedicate to the gods. Both these places are reverenced in the highest degree. No man approaches them without taking his cloths off from his shoulders, and no woman is on any account permitted to enter them. The women, however, have maraes of their own where they worship and sacrifice to their goddesses. Of these maraes, each family of consequence has one, which serves him and his dependents. As each family values itself upon its antiquity, so are these esteemed. In the Society Isles, especially Ulhiatia, were some of great antiquity, particularly that of Tapo de Boatia. The building of these is rough and coarse, but the stones of which they are composed immensely large. At Otaheite, again, where either from frequent wars or other accidents, many of the most ancient families are extinct, they have tried to make them as elegant and expensive as possible, of which sort is that of Oamo, described in the journal of Going Round the Island. Besides their gods, each island has a bird to which the title of Iatua or god is given. For instance, Uliatia has the heron, and bolobola a kind of kingfisher. These birds are held in high respect, and by no means killed or molested. They are thought to be givers of good or bad fortune, but no kind of worship is offered to them. Though I dare not assert that these people, to whom the art of writing, and consequently of recording laws, etc., is totally unknown, live under a regular form of government, yet the subordination which takes place among them very much resembles the early state of the feudal laws by which our ancestors were so long governed, a system evidently formed to secure the licentious liberty of a few, while the greater part of the society are unalterably immersed in the most abject slavery. Their orders are Iari Rahi, which answers to king, Iari, baron, Manahuni, vassal, and Tutu, villain. The Iari Rahi is always the head of the best family in the country. To him great respect is paid by all ranks, but in power he seemed to us inferior to several of the principal Iaris, nor indeed did he once appear in the transacting of any part of our business. Next to him in rank are the Iaris, each of whom hold one or more of the districts into which the island is divided. In Otaheite there may be about 100 such districts, which are by the Iaris parcelled out to the Menahunis, who cultivate each his part, and for the use of it owe their chief service when called upon, and provisions, especially when he travels, which he often does, accompanied by many of his friends and their families, often amounting to near 100 principals, beside their attendants. Inferior to the Manahunis are the Tutus, who are upon almost the same footing as the slaves in the East Indian islands, only that they never appeared to us transferable from one to the other. These do all kinds of laborious work, till the land, fetch wood and water, dress the victuals, under the direction, however, of the mistresses of the family, catch fish, etc. Besides these are the 2 states of Irate and Towa, which seem to answer to yeomen and gentlemen, as they came between Iari and Manahuni. But as I was not acquainted with the existence of these classes during our stay on the island, I know little of their real situation. Each of the Iaris kept a kind of court, and had a large attendance, chiefly of the younger brothers of their own family, and of other Iaris. Among these were different officers of the court, as Hiwa no Iari, Huano no Iari, who were sometimes sent to us upon business. Of all these courts, Dutahaz was the most splendid. Indeed, we were almost inclined to believe that he acted as locum tenens for Otu, the Iari Rahi, his nephew, as he lived upon an estate belonging to him, and we could never hear that he had any other public place of residence. The Iaris, or rather the districts which they possess, are obliged in time of general attack to furnish each their quota of soldiers for the service of the public. Those of the principal districts which Tupaia recollected, when added together, amounted to 6,680 men, to which army it is probable that the small quotas of the rest would not make a great addition. Besides these public wars, which are to be headed by the Iari Rahi, any private difference between 2 Iaris is decided by their own people, without at all disturbing the tranquillity of the public. Their weapons are slings, which they use with great dexterity, pikes headed with the stings of stingrays, and clubs of 6 or 7 feet long, made of a very heavy and hard wood. With these they fight by their own accord very obstinately, which appears the more probable as the conquerors give no quarter to man, woman, or child who is unfortunate enough to fall into their hands during, or for some hours after, the battle, which is till their passion is subsided. Otaheite, at the time of our being there, was divided into 2 kingdoms, Oporionu, the larger, and Chiaribo, the smaller. Each had its separate king, etc., etc., who were at peace. The king of Oporionu, however, called himself king of both, in just the same manner as most European monarchs usurp the title of king over kingdoms over which they have not the least influence. It is not to be expected that in a government of this kind justice can be strictly administered. We saw indeed no signs of punishments during our stay. Tupaia, however, always insisted upon it that theft was punished with death, and smaller crimes in proportion. In cases of adultery, the offenders were in the power of the offended party, who, if he takes them in the fact, frequently kills them both. All punishments, however, were the business of the injured party, who, if superior to him who commits the crime, easily executes them by means of his more numerous attendants. Equals seldom choose to molest each other, unless countenanced by their superior, who assists them to defend their unjust acquisitions. The chiefs, however, to whom, in reality, all kinds of property belong, punish their dependents for crime committed against each other, and the dependence of others if caught doing wrong within their districts. End of section 22, part 4 of Manners and Customs of South Sea Islanders. Section 23 of the Endeavour Journal of Sir Joseph Banks. Journal from 25 August 1768 to 12 July 1771 by Joseph Banks. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail, Timmerman, Vaughan. Section 23. September 1769. 1769, September 1. Blows very fresh with a heavy sea. The ship was very troublesome all last night, and is not less so today. Many birds are about, but not so many as yesterday. There are, however, all the sorts. 1769, September 2. Wind still fresher. Ship lays to. Birds of all the sorts before mentioned in great numbers round her. In the evening the weather moderates and the sea falls fast. At night the comet was seen brighter than when last observed, but the tail was somewhat shorter, which when last seen measured 42 degrees in length. Great sea from west-southwest at 4 lat. 40. 1769, September 3. Sea quite down, a pleasant breeze. Few birds today about the ship, chiefly pintado birds and black-beaked albatrosses. 1769, September 4. Almost calm. Few birds as yesterday. In the evening a light breeze springs up, and the sun sets among many dark clouds edged with fiery red, which is looked upon by some seamen as a sure sign of a gale of wind. 1769, September 5. In the morn a pleasant breeze, which increased gradually till about 4, when it blew fresh. About 6 hard rain came on, which made both sea and wind fall in a very short time. Many birds were seen today, all of the second, and 2 that had not been seen before, probably varieties of the common albatross. One at a distance appeared snow-white, but nearer was easily seen to be thickly powdered over with small grey spots. The other milk-white, except the tips of the wings, which were black as in gannets. Saw a piece of rockweed. 1769, September 6. Moderate all day. Few individuals of birds, but all the sorts of yesterday. 1769, September 7. Blows fresh. Many birds, all the sorts of yesterday, and one added to the number, a shearwater of the common size of a seagull, black above and white underneath, except his chin and neck, which were black. A seal seen. 1769, September 8. Little wind in the morn. At noon calm with rain. Few birds seen, all of the common sorts. Great swell from southwest. 1769, September 9. Fair wind, light breeze, and very pleasant weather. A small piece of seaweed was seen. Few birds, only the pintado and small shearwater. 1769, September 10. This morn a fog bank was seen upon our quarter, which much resembled land. We bore after it, but were soon convinced of our mistake. More birds than yesterday. Pintado birds, both the albatrosses. The small grey-backed bird like a dove, Mother Carey's dove, the grey-backed shearwater of the 31st, and a small kind of Mother Carey's chicken, black above and white underneath. 1769, September 11. Fine weather and few birds. 1769, September 12. Moderate. Saw another of the small bird of the 20th, which are the only 2 that have yet been observed. Swell from south-southwest. 1769, September 13. Almost calm all last night. Weather today very uncertain. Breezes succeeding calms. Few birds are about the ship. 2 were, however, seen swimming in the water, that were perfectly white and appeared larger than albatrosses. 1769, September 14. Weather much as yesterday. Swell from south-southwest. 1769, September 15. Fresh breeze of wind, but fair abundance of birds are again about the ship. Both the albatrosses, pintados, grey-backed shearwater, black-backed of the 7th, dove. In the even it blew hard, myself far from well, complaint much like seasickness. 1769, September 16. Weather rather more moderate, but still blows fresh. Myself rather better, but still very sick at the stomach, which continually supplies a thin acid liquor, which I discharge by vomit. Birds as yesterday. 1769, September 17. Moderate, few birds. Myself quite well. 1769, September 18. Moderate this morn, several pintados and albatrosses. In the evening, quite calm. 1769, September 19. Quite calm today. Go out in the boat and shoot Procelaria velox, the dove of the 31st, Vagabunda, the grey-backed shearwater of the same day, Passerina, the small Mother Carey's chicken of the 10th. Took with a dipping net Medusa vitrea, Villadose valella, to one specimen of which Styx lepus anatifera, Doris complanata, Helix violacea, Cancer. Very few birds were to be seen. There were, however, some albatrosses, and a kind of shearwater, quite black, which I was not fortunate enough to shoot. A large hollow swell from the south. 1769 September 20. Uncertain weather, calms and light breezes, often succeeding each other. Few birds about the ship. 1769 September 21. Pleasant breeze. Some birds about us, albatrosses, and black and grey shearwaters. 1769 September 22. Moderate. Few birds, chiefly albatrosses and pintados. Toward night, a large flock of black shearwaters are seen that do not change their place, but keep hovering as if some prey was under them. 2 whales were also seen. Southerly swell still continued. 1769 September 23. Moderate today. Several birds are about the ship, chiefly pintados and albatrosses. In the evening, another flock of black shearwaters passed the ship, and soon after 2 whales were seen. Dr. Solander has been unwell for some days, so today I opened Dr. Hume's essence of lemon juice, Mr. Monkhouse having prescribed it for him, which proved perfectly good, little if at all inferior in taste to fresh lemon juice. We also today made a pie of the North American apples, which Dr. Fothergill gave me, which proved very good, if not quite equal to the apple pies which our friends in England are now eating. Good enough to please us who have been so long deprived of the fruits of our native country. In the main, however, we are very well off for refreshments and provisions of most species. Our ship's beef and pork are excellent, as are the peas. The flour and oatmeal, which have at sometimes failed us, are at present, and have in general been very good. Our water is as sweet, and has rather more spirit than it had when drank out of the river at Otaheite. Our bread indeed is but indifferent, occasioned by the quantity of vermin that are in it. I have often seen hundreds, nay thousands, shaken out of a single biscuit. We in the cabin have, however, an easy remedy for this, by baking it in an oven, not too hot, which makes them all walk off. But this cannot be allowed to the private people, who must find the taste of these animals very disagreeable, as they every one taste as strong as mustard, or rather, spirits of hartshorn. They are of 5 kinds, 3 tenebrios, 1 tinus, and the phalangium cancroides. This last is, however, scarce in the common bread, but was vastly plentiful in white deal biscuit, as long as we had any left. Wheat was allowed to the ship's company, which had been boiled for their breakfast 2 or 3 times a week, in the same manner as furmity is made. This has, I believe, been a very useful refreshment to them, as well as an agreeable food, which myself and most of the officers in the ship have constantly breakfasted upon in the cold weather. The grain was originally of a good quality, and is kept without the least damage. This, however, cannot be said of the malt, of which we have plainly had 2 kinds. One very good, but this has been some time ago used. That is at present in use is good for nothing at all. It has been originally of a bad light grain, and so little care has been taken in the making of it, that the tails are left in with innumerable other kinds of dirt. Add to this that it has been damped on board the ship, so that with all care that can be used it will scarce give a tincture to water. Portable soup is very good. It has now and then required an airing, which has hindered it from moulding. Sauerkraut is as good as ever, and I have not the least doubt of its remaining so. So much for the ship's company. We ourselves are hardly as well off as them. Our livestock consists of 17 sheep, 4 or 5 fowls, as many South Sea hogs, 4 or 5 Muscovy ducks, an English boar and sow with a litter of pigs. In the use of these we are rather sparing, as the time of our getting a supply is rather precarious. Salt stock we have nothing worth mentioning, except a kind of salt beef, which was put up by one Mellish, a butcher, at New Crane Stairs, which is by much the best salt meat I have ever tasted, and our salted cabbage, see page 210, which is now as good as it was then. Our malt liquors have answered extremely well. We have now both small beer and porter upon tap, as good as any I ever drank them, especially the latter, which was bought of Sam and Junior Curtis at Wapping New Stairs. The small beer had some art used to make it keep. It was bought of Bruff and Taylor in Hog Lane, near St. Giles. Our wine I cannot say much for, though I believe it to be good in its nature. We have not a glass fine these many months. I believe chiefly owing to the carelessness or ignorance of the steward. 1769, September 24. Weather very moderate. Some birds seen, in the morning a flock. A piece of seaweed and a piece of wood, or something that looked like it, and was covered with barnacles, were seen from the ship. 1769, September 25. Fine weather and fair wind. Several birds seen of most of the usual sorts. 1769, September 26. Blows fresh today. Fewer birds in sight than usual in such weather. Several large leaves of seaweed have been seen to go by the ship today, but no heaps of it. 1769, September 27. Blows fresh still. A good deal of seaweed has been seen this morn, some in heaps, as much together as would fill a large wheelbarrow. After dinner a seal is seen asleep upon the water, which gives new lift to our hopes. In the evening a shoal of porpoises, black upon the back, white under the belly and upon the nose, with either no back fin or one placed very far behind. Few birds today, but some of almost all kinds we have usually seen. 1769, September 28. Blows fresh all day. Some, but not many, birds seen. Several heaps of seaweed pass by the ship. 1769, September 29. Pleasant weather. Birds more plentiful than usual in such weather. About noon we saw one like a snipe, but less, and with a short bill which I judged to be a land bird. Mr. Gore saw a bird which he calls a Port Egmont hen, which he describes to be brown on the back, like a gull in size and shape, but flies like a crow flapping its wings. Some large heaps of seaweed have been seen. Some of the gentlemen upon deck think that the colour of the water is changed. Consequently, we are in soundings. 1769, September 30. Pleasant weather. Several small pieces of weed go by the ship. One was taken with the hove or dipping net. It seemed not to have been long at sea, as it was not much rubbed or broken. End of section 23. September 1769. Section 24 of the Endeavour Journal of Sir Joseph Banks. Journal from 24 August 1768 to 12 July 1771 by Joseph Banks. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail, Timmerman, Vaughan. Section 24. October 1769, Part 1. 1769, October 1. Very little wind, and yet vast quantities of small birds, or about the ship, a very uncommon sight in such fine weather. A seal seen from the ship. Several pieces of seaweed are taken, and among them a piece of wood quite overgrown with sertularias. It must have been a long time at sea, yet more hopes are drawn from this than the seaweed, as we now have in our possession a part of the produce of our land of promise. Among the weed are many sea insects, which are put into spirits, weed, wood, and all, so we shall at least have this to show. Several whales have been seen today. 1769, October 2. Calm. I go in the boat and take up Digessa prostrata, Serena, Polyedra, Baroe incrustata, coarctata, Medusa vitrea, Phyllodosi velella, with several other things, which are all put in spirits. See a seal, but cannot come near him to shoot. Shoot Diomedea excellans, Procellaria velox, Polypes, Laterostris, Longipes, and Nectris fuliginosa. 1769, October 3. Calm almost this morn. About 5 a squall came on with such violence that the officer of the watch was obliged to settle the topsails. It did not, however, last above 5 minutes. This we look upon as a sure sign of land, as such squalls are rarely, if ever, met with at any considerable distance from it. I go in the boat and kill Procellaria capensis, Longipes, and Laterostris. In the course of the day several pieces of seaweed are taken up, of species very new, and one piece of wood covered with striated barnacles, Lepus anicerina, ? Now I do wish that our friends in England could, by the assistance of some magical spying glass, take a peep at our situation. Dr. Solander sits at the cabin table describing, myself at my bureau journalizing. Between us hangs a large bunch of seaweed. Upon the table lays the wood and barnacles. They would see that notwithstanding our different occupations, our lips move very often, and without being conjurers might guess that we are talking about what we should see upon the land, which there is now no doubt we shall see very soon. 1769, October 4. Several pieces of seaweed are taken today, but no heaps. Weather pleasant. Breeze rather of the gentlest. Toward evening, we were entertained by a large shoal of porpoises, like those of the 30th of last month. They came up to the ship in prodigious circling action, leaping out of the water, sometimes 2 or 3 feet high, as nimbly as bonitos. Immediately after them came a number of a larger sort, quite black, who moved very heavy in the water. Both these troops kept their course by the ship, without taking much notice of her, probably in pursuit of some prey. 1769, October 5th. Our old enemy, Cape Flyaway, entertained us for 3 hours this morn, all which time there were many opinions in the ship. Some said it was land and others clouds, which at last, however, plainly appeared. 2 seals passed the ship asleep, and 3 of the birds which Mr. Gore calls Port Egmont hens, Larus cataractes, and says are a sure sign of land being near. They are something larger than a crow, in flight much like one, flapping their wings often with a slow motion. Their bodies and wings of a dark chocolate or soot color, under each wing a small broadish bar of dirty white, which makes them so remarkable that it is hardly possible to mistake them. They are seen, as he says, all along the coast of America and in Falkland Isles. I myself remember to have seen them at Terra del Fuego, but by some accident did not note them down. Just before sunset, we were much entertained by a shoal of porpoises, like those seen yesterday. They kept in sight of the ship for near an hour, all that while as if in hot pursuit of some prey, leaping out of the water almost over each other. They might be very justly compared to a pack of hounds in full cry, only their numbers, which were some thousands, made them a much more considerable object. Sometimes they formed a line near 1/4 of a mile in length, sometimes contracted themselves into a much smaller compass, keeping the water wherever they were in a foam, so that when they were so far from the ship that their bodies could not be distinguished, any man would have taken them for breakers. 1769, October 6. This morn a Port Egmont hen and a seal were seen pretty early. At 1:30 a small boy, who was at the masthead, called out, "Land!" I was luckily upon deck, and well I was entertained. Within a few minutes the cry circulated, and up came all hands. This land could not then be seen, even from the tops, yet few were there who did not plainly see it from the deck, till it appeared that they had looked at least 5 points wrong. Weather most moderate. We came up with it very slowly. At sunset myself was at the masthead. Land appeared very much like an island or islands, but seemed to be very large. Just before a small shark was seen, who had a very piked nose, something like our dogfish in England. 1769, October 7. This morn the land, plainly seen from the deck, appears to be very large. About 11 a large smoke was seen, and soon after several more, sure sign of inhabitants. After dinner dropped calm. Myself in little boat shot Nectris munda and Procellaria velox. Took with a dipping net Dagus gemma and a good deal of Fucus, Sertulina, etc., the examination of which is postponed till we shall have more time than we are likely to have at present. In the evening a pleasant breeze. At sunset all hands at the masthead. Land still distant 7 or 8 leagues appears larger than ever. In many parts 3, 4, and 5 ranges of hills are seen, one over the other, and a chain of mountains over all, some of which appear enormously high. Much difference of opinion and many conjectures about islands, rivers, inlets, etc., but all hands seem to agree that this is certainly the continent we are in search of. 1769, October 8. Arrived New Zealand. This morn the land, very near us, makes in many white cliffs, like chalk. The hills are in general clothed with trees. In the valleys some appear to be very large. The whole of the appearance not so fruitful as we could wish. Stood in for a large bay in hopes of finding a harbour. Before we are well within the heads, saw several canoes standing across the bay, who after a little time returned to the place they had come from, not appearing to take the least notice of us. Some houses were also seen which appeared low but neat. Near one a good many people were collected, who sat down on the beach seemingly observing us. Possibly the same as we saw in the canoes as they landed somewhere near that place. On a small peninsula at the northeast head we could plainly see a regular paling, pretty high, enclosing the top of a hill, for which purpose many conjectures were made. Most are of opinion, or say at least, that it must be or shall be either a park of deer or a field of oxen and sheep. By 4 o'clock came to an anchor near 2 miles from the shore. The bay appears to be quite open, without the least shelter. The 2 sides of it make in high white cliffs. The middle is low land, with hills gradually rising behind one another to the chain of high mountains inland. Here we saw many great smokes, some near the beach, others between the hills, some very far within land, which we looked upon as great indications of a populous country. In the evening went ashore with the marines, etc. Marched from the boats in hopes of finding water, etc. Saw a few of the natives who ran away immediately on seeing us. While we were absent, 4 of them attacked our small boat, in which were only 4 boys. They got off from the shore in a river. The people followed them and threatened with long lances. The pinnace soon came to their assistance, fired upon them, and killed the chief. The other 3 dragged the body about 100 yards and left it. At the report of the muskets we drew together and went to the place where the body was left. He was shot through the heart. He was a middle-sized man tattooed in the face, on one cheek only, in spiral lines very regularly formed. He was covered with a fine cloth, of a manufacture totally new to us. It was tied on exactly as represented in Mr. Dalrymple's book, page 63. His hair was also tied in a knot on the top of his head, but no feathers stuck in it. His complexion brown, but not very dark. Soon after we came on board, we heard the people ashore very distinctly, talking very loud, no doubt, as they were not less than 2 miles distant from us, consulting probably what is to be done tomorrow. 1769, October 9. We could see with our glasses, but few people on the beach. They walked with a quick pace toward the river, where we landed yesterday, most of these without arms, 3 or 4 with long pikes in their hands. The captain ordered 3 boats to be manned with seamen and marines, intending to land and try to establish a communication with them. A high surf ran on the shore. The Indians, about 50, remained on the farther side of the river. We looked upon that as a sign of fear, so landing with a little boat, only the captain, Dr. Solander, Tupaya, and myself, went to the riverside to speak to them. As soon almost as we appeared, they rose up, and every man produced either a long pike or a small weapon of well-polished stone, about 1 foot long and thick enough to weigh 4 or 5 pounds. With these they threatened us, and signed us to depart. A musket was then fired wide of them, the ball of which struck the water. They saw the effect and immediately ceased their threats. We thought that it was prudent to retreat till the marines were landed, and drawn up to intimidate them and support us in case of necessity. They landed and marched with a jack carried before them to a little bank about 50 yards from the river, which might be about 40 broad. Here they were drawn up in order, and we again advanced to the riverside with Tupaya, who now found that the language of the people was so like his own that he could tolerably well understand them, and they him. He immediately began to tell them that we wanted provisions and water, for which we would give them iron in exchange. They agreed to the proposal, but would by no means lay down their arms, which he desired them to do. This he looked upon as a sign of treachery, and continually told us to be upon our guard, for they were not our friends. Many words passed, the chief purport of which was that each side desired the other to come over to them. At last, however, an Indian stripped himself and swam over without arms. He was followed by 2 more, and soon after by most of the rest who brought with them their arms. We gave them iron and beads, which they seemed to set little value upon, but especially upon the iron, the use of which they certainly were totally ignorant of. They caught at whatever was offered them, but would part with nothing but a few feathers. Their arms indeed they offered to exchange for ours, which they made several attempts to snatch from us. We were upon guard so much that their attempts failed, and they were made to understand that we must kill them if they snatched anything from us. After some time, Mr. Green, in turning himself about, exposed his hanger. One of them immediately snatched it, set up a cry of exultation, and waving it round his head, retreated gently. It now appeared necessary for our safeties that so daring an act should be instantly punished. This I pronounced aloud as my opinion. The captain and the rest joined me, on which I fired my musket, which was loaded with small shot, levelling it between his shoulders, who was not 15 yards from me. On the shot striking him, he ceased his cry, but instead of quitting his prize, continued to wave it over his head, retreating as gently as before. The surgeon who was nearer him, seeing this, fired a ball at him, at which he dropped. 2 more, who were near him, returned instantly. One seized his weapon of green talk, The other attempted to recover the hanger, which the surgeon had scarce time to prevent. The main body of them were now upon a rock, a little way in the river. They took the water returning toward us, on which the other 3, for we were only 5 in number, fired on them. They then retired and swam again across the river. On their landing, we saw that 3 were wounded. One seemed a good deal hurt. We may hope, however, that neither of them were killed, as one of the muskets only was loaded with ball, which I think I saw strike the water without taking effect, and Tupaya's gun, which was the last that was fired, I clearly saw strike 2 men low down upon the legs, who probably would be so lame as to walk with difficulty when they landed. The Indians retired gently, carrying with them their wounded, and we re-embarked in our boats, intending to row round the bay, see if there might be any shelter for the ship on the other side, and attempt to land there, where the country appeared to be more fruitful than where we were now. The bottom of the bay proved to be a low sandy beach on which the sea broke most prodigiously, so that we could not come near it. Within was flat. A long way inland over this water might be seen from the masthead, probably a lagoon, but in the boat we could see no entrance into it. We had almost arrived at the farthest part of the bay, when a fresh breeze came in from the seaward, and we saw a canoe sailing in standing right toward us, soon after another paddling. The captain now resolved to take one of these, which in all probability might be done without the least resistance, as we had 3 boats full of men, and the canoes seemed to be fishermen, who probably were without arms. The boats were drawn up in such a manner that they could not well escape us. The paddling canoe first saw us and made immediately for the nearest land. The other sailed on till she was in the midst of us, before she saw us. As soon as she did, she struck her sail and began to paddle so briskly that she outran our boat. On a musket being fired over her, she, however, immediately ceased paddling, and the people in her, 7 in all, made all possible haste to strip, as we thought to leap into the water. But no sooner did our boat come up with her than they began with stones, paddles, etc., to make so brisk a resistance that we were obliged to fire into her, by which 4 were killed. The other 3, who were boys, leapt overboard. One of them swam with great agility, and when taken, made every effort in his power to prevent being taken into the boat. The other 2 were more easily prevailed upon. As soon as they were in, they squatted down, expecting no doubt instant death. But on finding themselves well used, and that clothes were given them, they recovered their spirits in a very short time, and before we got to the ship appeared almost totally insensible of the loss of their fellows. As soon as they came on board, we offered them bread to eat, of which they almost devoured a large quantity. In the meantime, they had clothes given to them. This good usage had such an effect that they seemed to have entirely forgot everything that had happened, put on cheerful and lively countenances, and asked and answered questions with a great deal of curiosity. Our dinner came. They expressed a curiosity to taste whatever they saw us eat, and did. Salt pork seemed to please them better than anything else. Of this they eat a good deal. At sunset they eat again an enormous quantity of bread, and drank above a quart of water each. We then made them beds upon the lockers, and they laid down to sleep, with all seeming content imaginable. After dark, loud voices were heard ashore, as last night. Thus ended the most disagreeable day my life has ever seen. Black be the mark for it, and heaven send that such may never return to embitter future reflection. I forgot to mention in its proper place that we picked up a large pumice stone floating in the bay in returning to the ship today, a sure sign that there either is or has been a volcano in this neighborhood. 1769 October 10. In the middle of last night, one of our boys seemed to show more reflection than he had before done, sighing often and loud. Tupaya, who was always upon the watch to comfort them, got up and soon made them easy. They then sung a song of their own. It was not without some taste, like a psalm tune, and contained many notes and semitones. They sung it in parts, which gave us no indifferent idea of their taste, as well as skill in music. The oldest of them is about 18, the middlemost 15, and the youngest 10. The middlemost especially has a most open countenance and agreeable manner. Their names are Ta'ahorangi, Koikarangi, and Marako'ete, the first 2 brothers. In the morning they are all very cheerful, and eat an enormous quantity. After that they were dressed and ornamented with bracelets, anklets, and necklaces, after their own fashion. The boats were then hoisted out, and we all got into them. The boys expressed much joy at this, till they saw that we were going to land at our old landing place near the river. They begged very much that they might not be set ashore at that place, where they said were enemies of theirs who would kill and eat them. The captain resolved to go ashore at that place, and if the boys did not choose to go from us, in the evening to send a boat with them to the part of the bay to which they pointed and called their home. Accordingly, we went ashore and crossed the river. The boys at first would not leave us. No method was used to persuade them. It was even resolved to return and carry them home, when on a sudden they seemed to resolve to go, and with tears in their eyes took leave. We then went along a swamp intending to shoot some ducks, of which there was a great plenty. The country was quite flat. The sergeant and 4 Marines attended us, walking upon a bank abreast of us, which overlooked the country. We proceeded about a mile when they called out that a large body of Indians was marching toward us. They drew together and resolved to retreat. Before we had put this in execution, the 3 boys rose out of a bush in which they were hid and put themselves again under our protection. We went upon the beach as the clearest place and walked briskly towards the boats. The Indians were in 2 parties. One marched along the bank, before spoke of. The other came round by the morass, where we could not see them. On seeing us drawn together, they ceased to run, as they had done, and walked but gently on, a circumstance most fortunate for us, for when we came to our boats, the pinnace was a mile at least from her station, sent there by the officer ashore to pick up a bird he had shot. The small boat only remained, which was carried over the river, and without the midshipman who was left to attend her. The consequence of this was that we were obliged to make 3 trips before we were all over to the rest of the party. As soon as we were well drawn up on the other side, the Indians came down, not in a body as expected, but 2 and 3 at a time, all armed, and soon increased to a considerable number. We now despaired of making peace with men who were not to be frightened with our small arms. As the ship lay so far from the shore that she could not throw a shot there, we resolved to re-embark, as our stay would most likely be the cause of killing still more people. We were beginning to go towards the boats, when on a sudden one of the boys called out that the people were their friends, and desired us to stay and talk with them. We did, and much conversation passed, but neither would the boys swim over to them, nor they to the boys. The bodies both of the man who was killed yesterday and he who was killed the day before were left upon the beach. The first lay very near us. To it the boys went, and covered it with parts of the clothes we had given them. Soon after, a single man, unarmed, swam over to us, the uncle of Maracoite, the younger boy. He brought in his hand a green bough, probably emblem of peace. We made him many presents, after having received his bough, which he presented to Tobiah, our interpreter. We asked him to go on board of the ship, but he refused, so we left him. But all the 3 boys chose rather to return with us than stay with him. As soon as we had retired and left him to himself, he went and gathered a green bough. With this in his hand, he approached the body with great ceremony, walking sideways. He then threw the bough toward it, and returned to his companions, who immediately sat down round him, and remained above an hour, hearing probably what he said, without taking the least notice of us, who soon returned to the ship. From thence we could see with our glasses 3 men cross the river in a kind of catamaran, and take away the body, which was carried off upon a pole by 4 men. After dinner the captain desired Tobiah to ask the boys if they had now any objection to going ashore at the same place, as taking away the body was probably a ratification of our peace. They said they had not, and went most nimbly into the boat in which 2 midshipmen were sent. They went ashore willingly, but soon returned to the rocks, wading into the water and begging hard to be taken in again. The orders were positive to leave them, so they were left. We observed from the ship a man in a catamaran go over the river and fetch them to a place where 40 or 50 were assembled. They sat till near sunset without stirring. They rose then, and the 3 boys appeared, who had till now been concealed by being surrounded with people. They left the party, came down upon the beach, and 3 times waved their hands toward the ship, then nimbly ran and joined the party, who walked leisurely away toward the place where the boys live. We therefore hope that no harm will happen to them, especially as they still have the clothes which we gave them on. After sunset, loud voices were heard as usual in the bottom of the bay. 1769, October 11. This morn we took our leave of Poverty Bay, with not above 40 species of plants in our boxes. which is not to be wondered at, as we were so little ashore, and always upon the same spot. The only time we wandered about a mile from the boats was upon a swamp, where not more than 3 species of plants were found. Weather this day was most moderate. Several canoes put off from shore and came towards us, within less than a quarter of a mile, but could not be persuaded to come nearer, though Tupaia exerted himself very much, shouting out and promising that they should not be hurt. At last one was seen coming from Poverty Bay or near it. She had only 4 people in her, one who I well remember to have seen at our first interview on the rock. These never stopped to look at anything, but came at once alongside of the ship, and with very little persuasion came on board. Their example was quickly followed by the rest. 7 canoes in all, and 50 men. They had many presents given to them, notwithstanding which they very quickly sold almost everything that they had within them, even their clothes from their backs, and the paddles out of their boats. Arms they had none except 2 men, one of whom sold his patu, as he called it, a short weapon of green talk, of this shape intended doubtless for fighting hand to hand, and certainly well contrived for splitting skulls, as it weighs not less than 4 or 5 pounds, and has sharp edges, excellently polished. We were very anxious to know what was become of our poor boys. Therefore, as soon as the people began to lose their first impressions of fear, that we saw at first disturbed them a good deal, we asked after them. The man who first came on board immediately answered that they were at home and unhurt, and that the reason of his coming on board the ship with so little fear was the account they had given him of the usage they had met with among us. The people were in general of a middling size, though there was one who measured more than 6 feet. Their colour dark brown. Their lips were stained with something put under the skin, as in the Otahiti tattoo, and their faces marked with deeply engraved furrows, coloured also black, and formed in regular spirals. Of these the oldest people had much the greatest quantity, and deepest channelled, in some not less than 1/16th part of an inch. Their hair, always black, was tied on the tops of their heads in a little knot, in which was stuck feathers of various birds, in different tastes, according to the humour of the wearer, generally stuck into the knot, sometimes one on each side the temples, pointed forwards, which made a most disagreeable appearance. In their ears they generally wore a large bunch of the down of some bird, milk white. The faces of some were painted with a red colour in oil, some all over, others in parts only. In their hair was much oil that had very little smell, more lice than I ever saw before, and in most of them a small comb neatly enough made, sometimes of wood, sometimes of bone, which they seemed to prize much. Some few had on their faces or arms regular scars, as if made with a sharp instrument, such as I have seen on the faces of negroes. The inferior sort were clothed in something that very much resembled hemp. The loose strings of this were fastened together at the top, and hung down about 2 feet long like a petticoat. Of these garments they wore 2, one round their shoulders, the other about their waists. The richer had garments probably of a finer sort of the same stuff, most beautifully made, in exactly the same manner as the South American Indians at this day, as finer than one of them which I have by me, that I bought at Rio de Janeiro for 36 shillings, and was esteemed uncommonly cheap at that price. Their boats were not large but well made, something in the form of our whale boats but longer. Their bottom was the trunk of a tree hollowed and very thin. This was raised by a board on each side, sewed on, with a strip of wood sewed over the seam to make it tight. On the head of every one was carved the head of a man, with an enormous tongue reaching out of his mouth. These grotesque figures were some at least very well executed. Some had eyes inlaid of something that shone very much. The whole served to give us an idea of their taste, as well as ingenuity in execution, much superior to anything we have yet seen. Their behaviour while on board showed every sign of friendship. They invited us cordially to come back to our old bay, or to a small cove, which they showed us nearer to it. I could not help wishing that we had done so, but the captain chose rather to stand on in search of a better harbour than any we had yet seen. God send that we may not there have the same tragedy to act over again as we so lately perpetuated. The country is certainly divided into many small principalities, so we cannot hope that an account of our weapons and management of them can be conveyed as far as we in all probability must go, and this I am well convinced of. that till these warlike people have severely felt our superiority in the art of war, they will never behave to us in a friendly manner. About an hour before sunset the canoes left us, and with us 3 of their people, who were very desirous to have gone with them, but were not permitted to return to the canoes. What their reason for so doing is, we can only guess. Possibly they may think that their being on board will induce us to remain here till tomorrow, when they will return and renew the traffic by which they find themselves so great gainers. The people were tolerably cheerful, entertained us with dancing and singing after their custom, ate their suppers, and went to bed very quietly. 1769, October 12. During last night the ship sailed some leagues, which as soon as the 3 men saw, they began to lament and weep very much. Tupaia with difficulty could comfort them. About 7 2 canoes appeared. They left no sign unmade, which might induce them to come to the ship. One at last ventured. Out of her came an old man, who seemed to be a chief from the fineness of his garment and weapon, patu, which was made of bone, he said, of a whale. He stayed but a short time on board, but when he went he took with him our 3 guests, much to our as well as their satisfaction. In sailing along shore we could clearly see several spots of land cultivated, some fresh turned up, and laying in furrows like ploughed land, others with plants growing upon them, some younger and some older. We also saw in 2 places high rails upon the ridges of hills, but could only guess that they belonged to some superstition, as they were in lines, not enclosing anything. Before noon another canoe appeared carrying 4 people. She came within about 1/4 of a mile of us, and there, I believe, performed several ceremonies. The man in the bow of her sometimes seeming to ask and offer peace, at others seeming to threaten with a weapon he held in his hand, sometimes dancing, sometimes singing. Tupaia talked much to him, but could not persuade him to come to the ship. About this time very distant land was seen to the southward, forming a very large bay. About dinner time the ship was hauling round an island called by the inhabitants Tiahoa, by us Portland. The ship on a sudden came into very broken ground, which alarmed us all a good deal. The officers all behaved with great steadiness, and in a very short time we were clear of all dangers. We never had less than 7 fathom, but the soundings hardly ever were twice the same, jumping from 11 to 7, which made us very glad once more to get deep water under us. The island lay within a mile of us, making in white cliffs, a long low spit of low land running from it towards the main. On the sides of these cliffs sat a vast quantity of people looking at us. These probably observed some confusion in the manoeuvre of the ship, for 5 canoes almost immediately put off from the shore, full of armed people. They came so near us, shouting and threatening, that at last we were in some pain lest they should seize our small boat, which had been lowered down to sound, and now towed alongside. A musket was therefore fired over them. The effect of this was rather to encourage them than otherwise, so a grape gun was ordered to be prepared, and fired wide of them, loaded with grape. On this they all rose in their boats, and shouted, but instead of continuing the chase, drew all together, and after a short consultation, went away quietly. About half an hour after this we hauled in with the land again, and 2 more canoes came off, one armed, the other a small fishing boat, with only 4 men in her. They came tolerably near, and answered all the questions Tupaia asked them very civilly. We could not persuade them to come on board, but they came near enough to receive several presents, which we hove overboard to them. With these they seemed very much pleased and went away. At night the ship came to an anchor. Many fires were kept up on shore, possibly to show us that our friends there were too much upon their guard to be surprised. End of section 24, part 1 of October, 1769. Section 25 of the Endeavour Journal of Sir Joseph Banks. Journal from 25 August 1768 to 12 July 1771 by Joseph Banks. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail, Timmerman, Vaughan. Section 25. October 1769, Part 2. 1769, October 13. Brisk breeze of wind. 9 canoes came after the ship this morn. Whether with war or peace we cannot tell, for we soon left them behind. We found that the island within Tiahora, or Portland Isle, makes another island or peninsula. Both sides of this the natives have called Teracaco, so that it is, in all likelihood, the name of it. Before noon we were almost surrounded with land. That nearest us made in green hills, without the white cliffs, which we have generally seen. The appearance more fertile, though we cannot distinguish any cultivation as we did yesterday. On the tops of the hills were several palings, like those seen yesterday. Towards evening stood in for a place that had the appearance of an opening, which proved no harbour, so stood off again with a pleasant breeze. A very large canoe soon put off, carrying 18 or 20 men, armed, who, though they could not get within a mile of us, shouted and threatened most prodigiously. After this the white cliffs and more barren land began again to appear. At night, pleasant light breeze. Stood along shore. 1769, October 14. This morn high mountains inland were in sight, on the tops of which the snow was not yet melted. The country near the shore low and unfavourable. In one place was a patch of something yellow that bore much resemblance to a cornfield, probably some kind of flags decayed, as is common in swampy places. At a distance some detached groves of trees upon the flat that appeared very high and tapering. Several canoes had put off from shore in the morning and came towards us. About 10 o'clock 5 were together, seemingly holding a consultation, after which they pulled toward the ship in a body, as if resolved to attack her. 4 more were coming after them from the shore. This maneuver was not to be disregarded. The canoes were large. We judged that they could not contain less than 150 people, every one armed with a sharp pike of hardwood and their little hand instrument called patu-patu. Were they to attempt anything daring, there could not fail to be a dreadful slaughter among such a crowd of naked men, were we necessitated to fire among them. It was therefore thought proper to fire a gun over their heads, as the effect of that would probably prevent any designs they might have formed from being put into execution. They were by this time within 100 yards of the ship, singing their war song and threatening with their pikes. The gun was levelled a little before their first boat, and had the desired effect, for no sooner had they seen the grape, which scattered very far upon the water, than they paddled away in great haste. We all called out that we were friends, if they would only lay down their arms. They did so and returned to the ship. One boat came close under the quarter, and taking off his jacket, offered it for sale. But before anybody had time to bid for it, she dropped astern as did the rest, refusing to come to the ship again, because they were afraid that we should kill them. So easily were these warriors convinced of our superiority. Before noon we plainly saw that there was a small river ashore, but no signs of shelter near it. About this time 6 more armed canoes came off from the land. They got together about half a mile from the ship, and threatened most furiously with their lances, paddles, etc. After they had done this for some time, they came nearer, and Tupaya talked with them from the stern. They came into better temper and answered his questions, relating to the names of the countries, kings, etc., very civilly. He desired them to sing and dance, and they did so. He often told them that if they would come to the ship without their arms, we should be friends with them. At last one boat ventured, and soon after 3 or 4 more. They put all their arms into one boat, which stayed at a distance, while the others came to the ship and received presents, after which they went away. One of these men had hanging round his neck a piece of green stone, seemingly semi-transparent. Some of our people imagined it to be a jewel. Myself thought it no more than the green stone of which most of their tools and ornaments are made. In the evening the country flat. Upon it were 3 or 4 prodigiously pretty groves of tall trees. Near one of them was a square enclosure, made with close and very high rails. What was within it we could not guess. Some thunder and lightning this eve, weather otherwise vastly moderate. Many shoals of small fish about the ship. 1769, October 15. Snow was still to be seen upon the mountains inland. In the morn we were abreast of the southernmost cape of a large bay, the northernmost of which is Portland Isle. The bay itself was called Hawke's Bay. From this point several canoes came out with nets in them. They came alongside with a little invitation, and offered to trade. We gave them Otaheite cloth for their fish, which they were excessively fond of, often snatching it from one another. With this they dealt tolerably fairly, though they sometimes cheated us by bargaining for one thing and sending up another when they had got their prize. After they had sold all their fish, they began to put the stones with which they sink their nets into baskets, and sell them, but this was soon stopped, as we were not in want of such commodities. About this time an armed boat came alongside, and offered to trade for their jackets. One of them had on one made of fur. This the captain wanted to buy, and bargained for it, offering a piece of red baize. The bargain was struck and the baize sent down, but no sooner had the man got hold of it than he began with amazing coolness to pack up both it and his fur in a basket, entirely deaf to the captain's demands, and the canoe immediately dropped astern. A small consultation now ensued among the boats, after which they all returned alongside, and the fishermen again offered fish to sale, which was accepted and trade renewed. The little Taito, Tupaya's boy, was employed with several more to stand over the side and reach up what was bought. While he was doing this, one of the men in the canoe seized him and dragged him down. 2 then held him in the forepart of the canoe, and 3 more in her paddled off, as did all the other boats. The marines were in arms upon deck. They were ordered to fire into the canoe, which they did. At length one man dropped. The others, on seeing this, loosed the boy, who immediately leapt into the water and swam toward the ship. The large boat on this returned toward him, but on some muskets and a great gun being fired at them, left off the chase. Our boat was lowered down and took up the boy, frightened enough, but not at all hurt. What number were killed in the boats we cannot tell. Probably not many, as the people who fired at the boat in which the boy was were obliged to fire wide of her, lest they should strike him, and the other boats had only a few shots fired at them. When they attempted to return, some of the gentlemen who looked through glasses said, however, that they saw 3 carried up the beach when the boats landed, who were either dead or much wounded. From this daring attempt the point was called Cape Kidnappers. As soon as Taito was a little recovered from his fright, he brought a fish into Tupaya and told him that he intended it as an offering to his Iatua, or god, in gratitude for his escape. Tupaya approved it and ordered him to throw it into the sea, which he did. In the evening, pleasant breeze. The land to the southward of Cape Kidnappers, made in bare white cliffs, barren enough to appearance. 1769, October 16. Mountains covered with snow were in sight again this morn, so that there is probably a chain of them runs within the country. Land makes in smooth hills like downs, with little or no wood in sight. After breakfast, white cliffs again look as barren as ever. Vast shoals of fish were about the ship, pursued by as large flocks of brownish birds, a little bigger than a pigeon, Nectris munda. Their method of fishing was amusing enough. A whole flock of birds would follow the fish, who swam fast along. They continually plunged themselves under water, and soon after rose again in another place, so that the whole flock vanished sometimes, at others a large part of it, and rose again, often where you did not expect them. And in less than a minute's time they were down again, and so alternately as long as we saw them. Before dinner we were abreast of another cape, which made in a bluff rock, the upper part of a reddish-coloured stone or clay, the lower white. Beyond this the country appeared pleasant, with little smooth hills, like downs. The captain thought it not necessary to proceed any farther on this side of the coast, so the ship's head was again turned to the northward, and the cape from thence called Cape Turnagain. At night we were off Hawke's Bay, and saw 2 monstrous fires inland on the hills. We are now inclined to think that these, and most if not all the great smokes and fires that we have seen, are made for the convenience of clearing land for tillage. But for whatever purposes intended, they are a certain indication that where they are the country is inhabited. 1769, October 17. Foul wind. Ship turning to windward off Hawke's Bay. A seal was seen floating on the water asleep. At night calm. 1769, October 18. Fair wind. A whale was seen this morn. In the evening a small boat with 5 people came off from Terakako, the peninsula within Portland Isle. They with much difficulty overtook the ship. 2 of them, who seemed to be the chief people, came on board with very little invitation, and ordered the other 3, their servants, to stay in the boat. They soon expressed satisfaction at their treatment, and came down into the cabin, where they very soon informed us that they would sleep with us, and not think of going ashore that night. We remonstrated much against this, telling them that tomorrow morn the ship might be at a great distance from where she was now. They were, however, resolved, and we were obliged to let them sleep in the ship, into which they consented to have their canoe hoisted, which was accordingly done. The countenance of one of these men was the most open I have ever seen. I was prejudiced much in their favour, and surely such confidence could not be found in the breasts of designing people. They expressed great curiosity and surprise, attending to anything that was shown to them, and thankfully accepted the presents which were made them, but would not eat with us. Their servants, however, were not at all scrupulous on that head, for they eat most enormously almost everything they could get. 1769, October 19. Pleasant breeze all last night, so that in the morn we were off Table Cape. Our guests expressed some surprise at finding themselves so far from home, but we had their boat hoisted out and went ashore abreast of the ship. We sailed very briskly, soon passed Poverty Bay. The country beyond it seemed to be fertile, with few or no cliffs. About noon we passed by a remarkable white cliff, of a triangular shape, not unlike the gable end of a farmhouse. This same cliff we had seen from the sea when first we made the land, and from its triangular shape had compared it to a lateen sail. It was now called Gable End Foreland. Just here 3 canoes came off. One man from them ventured on board but soon went back, and the boats dropped astern. In the evening many shoals of very small brown shrimps passed by the ship that coloured the water as if dirt had been thrown into it. 1769, October 20. During last night it once blew very fresh. In the morn the weather was pleasant, though we felt ourselves rather cold. The thermometer 50. Several canoes followed us and seemed very peaceably inclined, inviting us to go into a bay they pointed to, where they said that there was plenty of fresh water. We followed them in, and by 11 came to an anchor. We then invited 2, who seemed by their dress, etc., to be chiefs, to come on board. They immediately accepted our invitation. In the meantime, those who remained in the canoes traded with our people for whatever they had in their boats, most fairly. The chiefs, who were 2 old men, the one dressed in a jacket ornamented after their manner with dogskin, the other in one covered almost entirely with small tufts of red feathers, received our presents and stayed with us till they had dined. When we went into the boat to go ashore, they accompanied us. The evening was rainy with heavy squalls of wind. We rowed almost round the bay, but found so much surf everywhere that we were forced to return. At last we told this resolution to our chiefs, who called to the people ashore, telling them to bring off a canoe for them, which was immediately done, and they went ashore in her, promising to return the next morn and bring of fish and sweet potatoes, etc. We returned on board, but in the course of the evening it became fair, and we went ashore. We were received with great friendship by the natives in general, who seemed careful of giving us umbrage by collecting in 2 great bodies. Each family, or the inhabitants of 2 or 3 houses, which generally stood together, were collected in a body, 15 or 20 men, women, and children. These sat on the ground, never walking towards us, but inviting us to them by beckoning with one hand, moved towards the breast. We made them small presents, walked round the bay, and found a place for watering, where the people are to land tomorrow and fill some at least of our empty cask. 1769, October 21. This morn at daybreak the waterers went ashore, and soon after Dr. Solander and myself. There was a good deal of surf upon the beach, but we landed without much difficulty. The natives sat by our people, but did not intermix with them. They traded, however, for cloth chiefly, giving whatever they had, though they seemed pleased with observing our people, as well as with the gain they got by trading with them. Yet they did not neglect their ordinary occupations. In the morn several boats went out fishing. At dinner time everyone went to their respective homes, and after a certain time returned. Such fair appearances made Dr. Solander and myself almost trust them. We ranged all about the bay, and were well repaid by finding many plants and shooting some most beautiful birds. In doing this we visited several houses, and saw a little of their customs, for they were not at all shy of showing us anything we desired to see, nor did they on our account interrupt their meals, the only employment we saw them engaged in. Their food at this time of the year consisted of fish, with which instead of bread they eat the roots of a kind of fern, Pteris crenulata, very much like that which grows upon our commons in England. These were a little roasted on the fire, and then beat with a stick, which took off the bark and dry outside. What remained had a sweetish clamminess in it not disagreeable to the taste. It might be esteemed a tolerable food, was it not for the quantity of strings and fibres in it, which in quantity 3 or 4 times exceeded the soft part. These were swallowed by some, but the greater number of people spit them out, for which purpose they had a basket standing under them to receive their chewed morsels, in shape and colour not unlike chaws of tobacco. Though at this time of year this most homely fare was their principal diet, yet in the proper seasons they certainly have plenty of excellent vegetables, though we have seen no sign of tame animals among them except dogs, very small and ugly. Their plantations were now hardly finished, but so well was the ground tilled that I have seldom seen, even in the gardens of curious people, land better broke down. In them were planted sweet potatoes, cocoas, and some one of the cucumber kind, as we judged from the seed leaves, which just appeared above ground. The first of these were planted in small hills, some ranged in rows, other in quincunx, all laid by a line most regularly. The cocoas were planted in flat land, and not yet appeared above ground. The cucumbers were set in small hollows or dishes, much as we do in England. These plantations were from 1 or 2 to 8 or 10 acres each. In the bay might be 150 or 200 acres in cultivation, though we did not see 100 people in all. Each distinct patch was fenced in generally with reeds, placed close by one another, so that scarce a mouse could creep through. When we went to their houses, men, women, and children received us. No one showed the least signs of fear. The women were plain, and made themselves more so by painting their faces with red ochre and oil, which generally was fresh and wet upon their cheeks and foreheads, easily transferable to the noses of anyone who should attempt to kiss them. Not that they seemed to have any objection to such familiarities, as the noses of several of our people evidently showed, but they were as great coquettes as any Europeans could be, and the young ones as skittish as unbroke fillies. One part of their dress I cannot omit to mention. Besides their cloth, which was very decently rolled round them, each wore round the lower part of her waist a string made of leaves of a highly perfumed grass. To this was fastened a small bunch of leaves of some fragrant plant, which served as the innermost veil of their modesty. Though the men did not so frequently use paint upon their faces, yet they often did. One especially I observed, whose whole body and garments were rubbed over with dry ochre. Of this he constantly kept a piece in his hand, and generally rubbed it on some part or other of him. One piece of cleanliness in these people I cannot omit, as I believe it is most unexampled among Indians. Every house or small knot of 3 or 4 has a regular necessary house, where everyone repairs, and consequently the neighbourhood is kept clean, which was by no means the case in Otaheite. They have also a regular dunghill upon which all their offals of food, etc., are heaped up, and which probably they use for manure. In the evening, all the boats being employed in carrying on board water, we were likely to be left ashore till after dark. The loss of so much time in sorting and putting in order our specimens was what we did not like, so we applied to our friends the Indians for a passage in one of their canoes. They readily launched one for us, but we, in number 8, not being used to so ticklish a convenience, overset her in the surf, and were very well soused. 4 then were obliged to remain, and Dr. Solander, Tupaya, Tayeto, and myself embarked again and came without accident to the ship, well pleased with the behaviour of our Indian friends, who would the second time undertake to carry off such clumsy fellows. 1769, October 22. The surf being so great on the shore that water was got with great difficulty, made the captain resolve to leave the bay this morn, which he did, though the wind was foul, so the whole day was spent in turning to windward. 1769, October 23. This morn found ourselves gone backwards. Tagadu Bay, which we left yesterday, was now to windward of us. Several canoes came alongside and told us that there was a small bay to leeward of us, where we might anchor in safety and land in the boats without a surf, where there was fresh water. We followed their directions, and they soon brought us to a bay called Tolaga, where at one we anchored. Many canoes came from the shore, and all traded for fish, curiosities, etc., very honestly. After dinner we went ashore and found, as they had told us, a small cove, where the boat might land without the least surf, and water near it. So the captain resolved to wood and water here. 1769, October 24. This morn Dr. Solander and myself went ashore botanizing, and found many new plants. The people behaved perfectly well, not mixing with, or at all interrupting our people in what they were about, but on the contrary, selling them whatever they had for Otaheite cloth and glass bottles, of which they were uncommonly fond. In our walks we met with many houses in the valleys that seemed to be quite deserted. The people lived on the ridges of hills in very slight-built houses, or rather sheds. For what reason they have left the valleys we can only guess, maybe for air. But if so, they purchase that convenience at a dear rate, as all their fishing tackle and lobster pots, of which they must have many, must be brought up with no small labour. We saw also an extraordinary natural curiosity. In pursuing a valley bounded on each side by steep hills, we on a sudden saw a most noble arch or cavern through the face of a rock leading directly to the sea, so that through it we had not only a view of the bay and hills on the other side, but an opportunity of imagining a ship or any other grand object opposite to it. It was certainly the most magnificent surprise I have ever met with. So much is pure nature superior to art in these cases. I have seen such places made by art, where, from an appearance totally inland, you was led through an arch 6 feet wide and 7 high, to a prospect of the sea. But here was an arch 25 yards in length, 9 in breadth, and at least 15 in height. In the evening we returned to the watering place, in order to go on board with our treasure of plants, birds, etc., but were prevented by an old man, who detained us some time in showing the exercise of this country, arms, lance, and pato, as they are called. The lance is made of hard wood, from 10 to 14 feet long, very sharp at the ends. The pato is made of stone or bone, about a foot long, shaped. A stick was given him for an enemy. To this he advanced with most furious aspect, brandishing his lance, which he held with vast firmness. After some time he ran at the stick, and supposing it a man run through the body, he immediately fell upon the upper end of it, laying on most unmerciful blows with his pato, any one of which would probably have split most skulls. From hence I should be led to conclude that they give no quarter. 1769, October 25. Went ashore this morn and renewed our searches for plants, etc., with great success. In the meantime, Tupaya, who stayed with the waterers, had much conversation with one of the priests. They seemed to agree very well in their notions of religion, only Tupaya was much more learned than the other, and all his discourse was heard with much attention. He asked them in the course of his conversation with them many questions, among the rest whether or no they really eat men, which he was very loath to believe. They answered in the affirmative, saying that they eat the bodies only of those of their enemies who were killed in war. 1769, October 26. All this day it rained without intermission, so hard that notwithstanding our wishing, neither Dr. Solander nor myself could go ashore. In the course of the day very few canoes came on board, and not more than 8 or 10 Indians came down to the waterers. 1769, October 27. Several canoes came on board at daybreak and traded, as usual. Dr. Solander went with the captain to examine the bottom of the bay. Myself went ashore at the watering place to collect plants. He saw many people who behaved very civilly to the boat's crew, showing them everything they wanted to see. Among other knickknacks, he bought a boy's top, shaped like what boys play with in England, which they made signs was to be whipped in the same manner. He found also several new plants. Myself found some plants and went to the top of the hill above the watering place to see a fence of poles, which we had observed from the ship. It was on a hill almost inaccessible by wood and steepness. We, however, climbed it, and found several deserted houses near the rails, which only consisted of poles of 14 or 16 feet high, set in 2 rows, each pole 10 feet from the next. The 2 rows were about 6 feet distant, joined on the tops by a few sticks, laid across sloping like the roof of a house. This railwork with a ditch, which was parallel to it, went about 100 yards down the hill in a kind of curve, but for what purpose it had been intended I could not at all guess. The people of the watering place at our desire sung their war song, in which both men and women joined. They distorted their faces most hideously, rolling their eyes and putting out their tongues, but kept very good time, often heaving most loud and deep sighs. 1769, October 28. This morn we went ashore in an island on the left hand, as you come into the bay called by the natives Tubolai. Here we saw the largest canoe we had met with. Her length was 68½ feet, her breadth 5, height 3 to 6. She was built with a sharp bottom, made in 3 pieces of trunks of trees hollowed, the middlemost of which was much larger than either of the other 2. Her gunwale planks were in 1 piece, 62 feet 2 in length. carved prettily enough in bas-relief. The head was also richly carved in their fashion. We saw also a house larger than any we had seen, though not more than 30 feet long. It seemed as if it had never been finished, being full of chips. The woodwork of it was squared, so even and smooth that we could not doubt of their having among them very sharp tools. All the side posts were carved in a masterly style of their whimsical taste, which seems confined to the making of spirals and distorted human faces. All these had clearly been removed from some other place, so probably such work bears a value among them. While Mr. Sporing was drawing on the island, he saw a most strange bird fly over his head. He described it about as large as a kite, and brown like one. His tail, however, was of so enormous a length that he at first took it for a flock of small birds flying after him. He, who is a grave thinking man, and is not at all given to telling wonderful stories, says he judged it to be at least yards in length. 1769, October 29. Our water having been complete the day before yesterday, and nothing done yesterday but getting on board a small quantity of wood, and a large supply of excellent celery with which this country abounds, we this morn sailed, though the wind was foul. We turned to windward all day, and at night, according to custom, found ourselves to leeward of the place we had left in the morning. 1769, October 30. Fine breeze. Some canoes followed the ship in the morn, but could not come up with her. Before noon we passed by a cape, which the captain judged to be the easternmost point of the country, and therefore called it East Cape, at least till another is found which better deserves that name. 1769, October 31. Breeze continued fair. Country very pleasant to appearance. Several canoes came off, and threatened us at a distance, which gave us much uneasiness, as we hoped that an account of us, and what we could and had done, had spread farther than this. We had now our work to begin over again, and heartily joined in wishing that it might be attended with less bloodshed than our late unfortunate encounters. After a little time one of the canoes came almost close to the ship, and soon after we saw an immense large canoe coming from the shore crowded full of people, all armed with long lances. They came near and received signals from the boat that was near us. We judged there could not be less than 60 people in her, 16 paddlers of a side, besides some who did not paddle, and a long row of people in the middle, from stem to stern, crowded as close as possible. On a signal from the small canoe, they pulled briskly up toward the ship as if to attack. It was adjudged right to let them see what we could do, lest, should they come to extremities, we might be obliged to fire at them, in which case numbers must be killed out of such a crowd. A gun loaded with grape was therefore fired ahead of them. They stopped paddling, but did not retreat. A round shot was then fired over them. They saw it fall, and immediately took their paddles, rowing ashore with more haste than I ever saw men, without so much as stopping to breathe, till they got out of sight. The country from whence they came, and indeed all around about, appeared to be well wooded and pleasant. Several small clusters of houses were seen interspersed with trees, appearing very pleasant. Some had offensive pales round them, others were to appearance quite open. Toward evening 3 or 4 canoes came off, unarmed, but would scarce venture within musket shot of us. End of section 25. Part 2 of October 1769. Section 26 of the Endeavour Journal of Sir Joseph Banks. Journal from 25 August 1768 to 12 July 1771 by Joseph Banks. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail, Timmerman, Vaughan. Section 26. November 1769, Part 1. 1769, November 1. Calm in the morn. At sunrise we counted 45 canoes, who were coming towards us from different parts of the shore. 7 soon came up with us, and after some conversation with Tupaya, began to sell mussels and lobsters, of which they had great plenty. In the beginning they dealt fair, but soon began to cheat, taking what we gave them without making any return. One who had done so on being threatened began to defy us and laugh, on which a musket was fired over the boat, which instantly brought him back, and made trade very regular for some time. At length, the cabin and gun-room having got as much as they wanted, the men were allowed to come to the gangway and trade for themselves, and I must say that there was not the same care taken to prevent their being cheated as had been before. by which neglect the Indians soon began to cheat with impunity, and to despise our threats, the consequence of which was that as soon as they had sold all they had got, one of the boats pulled forward, and seeing some linen which was hanging overboard, a man in her untied it without ceremony and put it into his bundle. He was called to, but instead of returning it, let his boat drop astern and laughed at us. A musket was fired over him, which did not at all spoil his mirth. Small shot was then fired at him, which struck him upon the back. Heated, I suppose he was, for he regarded it less than most men would do a stripe, just shrinking his body without ceasing to bundle up the very linen he had stole, which he was at the moment employed about. The boats dropped astern about 100 yards, and several musket balls were fired near them, but they continued their song of defiance till the ship had left them 300 or 400 yards. A round shot was then fired, which went over them and struck the water 3 or 4 times at a large distance beyond them. This effectually showed them that they could not easily get out of our reach, for they immediately began to paddle and proceed quite ashore without stopping to look behind them. Just at nightfall we were under a small island, from whence came off a large double canoe, or rather 2 canoes, lashed together at the distance of about a foot, which was covered with boards, so as to make a kind of deck. She came pretty near the ship, and the people in her talked with Tupaya, with much seeming friendship. But when it was just dark, they ran their canoe close to the ship, and threw in 3 or 4 stones, after which they paddled ashore. 1769, November 2. Passed this morn between an island and the main, which appeared low and sandy, with a remarkable hill inland, flat and smooth as a molehill, though very high and large. Many canoes and people were seen along shore. Some followed us, but could not overtake us. A sailing canoe that had chased us ever since daybreak came up with us, and proved the same double canoe as pelted us last night, which made us prepare for another volley of their ammunition, dangerous to nothing on board but our windows. The event proved as we expected, for after having sailed with us an hour, they threw their stones again. A musket was fired over them, and they dropped astern, not, I believe, at all frightened by the musket, but content with having showed their courage by twice insulting us. We now begin to know these people, and are much less afraid of any daring attempt from them than we were. At 12 the country appeared low, with small cliffs near the shore, but seemingly very fertile inland. We saw plainly with our glasses villages larger than any we had before seen, situated on the tops of cliffs, in places almost inaccessible, besides which they were guarded by a deep fosse and a high paling within it, so that probably these people are much given to war. In the evening the country low as before. Many towns were in sight, larger than those at noon, always situated like them on the tops of cliffs, and fenced in the same manner. Under them upon the beach were very many large canoes, some hundreds I may safely say, some of which either had or appeared to have awnings, but not one of them were put off. From all these circumstances we judged the country to be much better peopled hereabouts, and inhabited by richer people than we had seen before. May be it was the residence of some of their princes. As far as we have yet gone along the coast from Cape Turnagain to this place, the people have acknowledged only one chief, Tiratu. If his dominion is really so large, he may have princes or governors under him capable of drawing together a vast many people. For himself, he is always said to live far inland. 1769, November 3. Continent appeared this morn barren and rocky, but many islands were in sight, chiefly inhabited with such towns upon them as we saw yesterday. 2 canoes put off from one, but could not overtake us. At breakfast, a cluster of islands and rocks were in sight, which made an uncommon appearance from the number of perpendicular rocks, or needles, as the seamen call them, which were in sight at once. These we called the Court of Aldermen in respect to that worthy body, and entertained ourselves some time with giving names to each of them from their resemblance, thick and squat or lank and tall, to some one or other of those respectable citizens. Soon after this we passed an island on which were houses built on the steep sides of cliffs, inaccessible, I had almost said, to birds. How their inhabitants could ever have got to them much surpassed my comprehension. At present, however, we saw none, so that these situations are probably no more than places to retire to in case of danger, which are totally evacuated in peaceable times. At 12 the continent appeared still rocky and barren. Few houses were seen. They were not built in towns, but stood separate. About dinner time, 3 canoes came alongside, of much the most simple construction of any we have seen, being no more than the trunks of trees hollowed out by fire, without the least carving or even the addition of a washboard on their gunwales. The people in them were almost naked and blacker than any we have seen, only 21 in all. Yet these few despicable gentry sang their song of defiance, and promised us as heartily as the most respectable of their countrymen that they would kill us all. They remained some time out of stone's throw, but at last ventured close to the ship. One of our people gave them a rope from the side to save them the trouble of paddling. This they accepted, and rewarded the man who gave it by thrusting at him with a pike, which however took no effect. They then went a few yards from the ship, and threw a lance into her which struck nobody. A musket was fired over them, on which they all went off. Late in the evening the ship came into a bay, which appeared well sheltered by islands, and gave hopes for the morn. Several canoes with people like the last came about the ship, and talked very civilly to us. A bird was shot from the ship in their sight as it swam on the water. This they took up, and tied to a fishing line that was towing astern, for which they were rewarded with a piece of cloth. Notwithstanding all this, they became very saucy, just at night singing their song of defiance and attempting to tow away the buoy of the anchor. 2 or 3 muskets were fired over them, which had not the least effect. They threatened hard, and promised that tomorrow they would return with more force and kill us all, and dispatched a boat who told us he was going to another part of the bay for assistance. 1769, November 4. Our friends meant to be still better than their word, for they visited us twice in the night, intending, I suppose, to wake us if we should be asleep. But as they found us not so, they went away as they came, without saying a single word. In the morn they returned with the earliest daybreak, about 150 men in 10 or 12 canoes, all armed with pikes, lances, and stones. We all got up to see the event. An hour and a half was spent in conversation, sometimes civil, sometimes otherwise. Our resolution was, that as we had in vain showed them the power of muskets by firing near them, and killing the bird yesterday, we would, on the first provocation they gave us, fire at them with small shot. The last resource we had to show them our superiority, without taking away their lives. They at length offered to trade for their arms, and sold 2 weapons very fairly, but took a price for the third and refused to send it up, but offered it for a second. The second was sent down, but a third was required, instead of the weapon being parted with. This was a convenient time for the execution of our project, as the man who had thus cheated us swaggered prodigiously, having paddled the boat a few yards from the ship. Accordingly, a musket ball was fired through the bottom of the boat, and a small shot at the offender, which struck him and another who sat next him, on which the canoe was immediately paddled off, and remained about 100 yards from the ship. But what was truly surprising was that though the men who were shot bled a good deal, not one of the other boats went near them, or inquired at all how much or in what manner they were hurt. They returned to the ship and renewed trade for their arms, a large quantity of which they sold, without attempting to play any tricks. At last, however, one gentleman paddled off, with 2 different types of cloth, which had been given for one weapon. He got about 100 yards from the ship, and thought himself safe. A musket was fired after him, which fortunately struck the boat, just at the water's edge, and consequently made 2 holes in her. The people in her and the rest of the canoes paddled hard. As a finishing stroke to convince them of our superiority, a round shot was fired over them, and not a boat stopped till they got ashore. Soon after this the captain went in boats to seek a place for the ship to stay, that she might observe the transit of Mercury. It rained, and as we were sure of staying 5 days, Dr. Solander and myself stayed on board. The Indians ashore were neither friends nor foes. They showed, however, much fear whenever our boats approached them. After dinner, the ship removed to a place he had found, where were great many of birds, much celery, and good hopes of fish. 1769, November 5. This morn some canoes came off, but brought nothing to sell. One old man, whose name was Torava, came on board. He seemed to be the chief both today and yesterday, but in all the transactions of yesterday he was observed to behave sensibly and well, laying in a small canoe always near the ship, and at all times speaking civilly to those on board. With some persuasion he ventured down into the cabin and had presents, cloth, iron, etc., given him. He told us that the Indians were now very much afraid of us. We promised friendship if they would supply us with provisions at their own price. After breakfast we went ashore on the banks of a river. The Indians who were on one side made all the signs of friendship imaginable, beckoning to us to land among them. It suited our convenience for hauling the seine and shooting birds, of which there were great numbers, to land on the other side, and it was not without much persuasion that they, about noon, ventured over to us. The seine was hauled with no success, but several birds were shot, like sea pies but black, with red bills and feet. The trawl and drudge were also today employed, and caught nothing but a few shells. The people who stayed by the boats saw 2 Indians fight on some quarrel of their own. They began with lances, which were soon taken from them by the old men, but they were allowed to continue their battle, which they did like Englishmen, with their fists, for some time, after which all of them retired behind a little hill, so that our people did not see the event of the combat. 1769, November 6. Went ashore, Indians as yesterday very tame. Their habitations certainly were at a distance, as they had no houses, but slept under the bushes. The bay may be a place to which parties of them often resort for the sake of shellfish, which are here very plentiful. Indeed, wherever we went, on hills or in valleys, in woods or plains, we continually met with vast heaps of shells, often many wagon loads together, some appearing to be very old. Wherever these were, it is more than probable that parties of Indians had at some time or other taken up their residence, as our Indians had made much such a pile about them. The country in general was very barren, but the tops of the hills were covered with a very large fern, the roots of which they had got together in large quantities, as they said, to carry away with them. We did not see any kind of cultivation. In the evening I walked up the river, which at the mouth looks very fine and broad. It, in 2 miles or less, shoaled to nothing. The country inland was still more barren than that near the seaside. 1769, November 7. Rain and most disagreeable weather all day kept us on board, as well as the Indians from coming off to us. 1769, November 8. Fine weather, and many canoes came off. In them our friend Torava. While he was alongside, he saw 2 canoes coming from the opposite side of the bay, on which he immediately went ashore with all canoes, telling us that he was afraid. He, however, soon returned, finding, I suppose, that the canoes had not in them the people he expected. In the 2 boats came an amazing number of fish of the mackerel kind, which the people sold for little or nothing, so that all hands had today fish enough. We went ashore and botanized with our usual good success, which could not be doubted in a country so totally new. In the evening we went to our friends the Indians, that we might see the method in which they slept. It was as they had told us, on the bare ground, without more shelter than a few shrubs over their heads. The women and children were placed innermost, or farthest from the sea. The men lay in a kind of half circle around them, and on the trees close by them were ranged their arms, in order. So no doubt they were afraid of an attack from some enemy not far off. They do not acknowledge any superior king, which all we have before seen have done. So possibly these were a set of outlaws from Tiratu's kingdom. Their having no cultivation or houses makes it clear, at least, that it is either so, or this is not their real habitation. They say, however, that they have houses and a fort, somewhere at a distance, but do not say that even there is any cultivation. 1769, November 9. At daybreak this morn a vast number of boats were on board, almost loaded with mackerel of 2 sorts, one exactly the same as is caught in England. We concluded that they had caught a large shoal and sold us the over, plus what they could not consume, as they set very little value upon them. It was, however, a fortunate circumstance for us, as by 8 o'clock the ship had more fish on board than all hands could eat in 2 or 3 days, and before night so many that every mess who could raise salt corned as many as will last them this month or more. After an early breakfast the astronomer went on shore to observe the transit of Mercury, which he did without the smallest cloud intervening to obstruct him. A fortunate circumstance, as except yesterday and today we have not had a clear day for some time. About noon we were alarmed by the report of a great gun fired from the ship, the occasion of which was thus. 2 canoes came to the ship, very large and full of people. They showed by their behavior that they were quite strangers, or at least so much so as not to be at all afraid. They soon entered into trade and almost immediately cheated by taking the cloth which was given to them, without returning that which was bargained for. On this they immediately began to sing their war song, as if to defy any revenge those on board might choose to take. This enraged the second lieutenant so much that he levelled a musket at the man who had still got the cloth in his hand, and shot him dead. The canoes went off to some distance, but did not quite go away. It was necessary to send a boat ashore, so lest they might attempt to revenge his death upon the boat, a round shot was fired over them, which had the desired effect of putting them to flight immediately. The news of this event was immediately brought on shore to our Indians, who were at first a little alarmed, and retreated from us in a body. In a little time, however, they returned on their own accords and acknowledged that the dead man deserved his punishment. Unasked by us, who thought his fate severe, knowing as we did that small shot would have had almost or quite as good an effect, with little danger to his life, which though forfeited to the laws of England, we could not but wish to spare, if it could be done, without subjecting ourselves to the derision and consequently to the attacks of these people, which we have now learned to fear, not lest they should kill us, but lest we should be reduced to the necessity of killing a number of them, which must be the case should they ever in reality attack us. A little before sunset we went home with the Indians to see them eat their supper. It consisted of fish, shellfish, lobsters, and birds. These were dressed either by broiling them upon a skewer, which was stuck into the ground leaning over the fire, or in ovens, which we called them at Otahite, which were holes in the ground filled with provision and hot stones, and covered over with leaves and earth. Here we saw a woman who mourned after their fashion for a dead relation. She sat on the ground near the rest who, except one, seemed not at all to regard her. The tears constantly trickled down her cheeks. She repeated in a low but very mournful voice words which we did not at all understand, still at every sentence cutting her arms, face, or breast with a shell she held in her hand, so that she was almost covered with blood, a most affecting spectacle. The cuts she made, however, were so managed as seldom to draw blood, and when they did, to pierce a very small way into the flesh. But this is not always the case with them, for many we have seen, and some were among these very people, who had shocking large scars on their arms, thighs, breasts, cheeks, etc., which they told us had been done in this manner and upon this occasion. Maybe they proportion the depth of their cuts to the regard they have for the deceased. 1769, November 10. This day was employed in an excursion to view the large river at the bottom of the bay, which lay at some distance from it. The mouth of it proved to be a good harbour with water sufficient for our ship, but scarce for a larger. The stream in many places very wide, with large flats of mangroves, which at low water are covered. We went up about a league, where it was still wider than at the mouth, and divided itself into innumerable channels, separated by mangrove flats, the whole several miles in breadth, the water shoal, so we agreed to stop our disquisition here, and go ashore to dine. A tree in the neighbourhood, on which were many shags' nests and old shags, setting by them, confirmed our resolution. An attack was consequently made on the shags, and about 20 soon killed, and as soon broiled and eat, every one declaring that they were excellent food, as indeed I think they were. Hunger is certainly the most excellent sauce, but since our fowls and ducks have been gone, we find ourselves able to eat any kind of birds, for indeed we throw away none, without even that kind of seasoning. Fresh provision to a seaman must always be most acceptable, if he can get over the small prejudices which once affected several in this ship, most or all of whom are now by virtue of good example completely cured. Our repast ended, we proceeded down the river again. At the mouth of it was a small Indian village where we landed, and were most civilly received by the inhabitants, who treated us with hot cockles, at least a small flat shellfish, most delicious food, talina. Near the village was the ruins of an old Indian ipa, or fort, which we went to see. It was situate on the point of a peninsula, inaccessible on 3 sides from the steepness of the cliffs. The fourth was guarded by a ditch, the bank of which, nearest the fort, could not be less than 20 feet high. There has also been palisades both on the inside and outside of the ditch, but of these nothing was left but thick posts, almost rotten. Was any ship to winter or stay any time here, this would be a most excellent place to set up tents, as it is sufficiently spacious. 1769, November 11. Rain and blowing weather all this day, so that no canoes came off, nor did we go ashore. An oyster bank had been found at the river by the wooding place, about half a mile up on the starboard hand, just above a small island, which is covered at high water. Here the longboat was sent and soon returned, deep loaded with, I sincerely believe, as good oysters as ever came from Colchester, and about the same size. They were laid down under the booms and employed the ship's company very well, who I verily think did nothing but eat, from the time they came on board till night, by which time a large part were expended. But that gave us no kind of uneasiness, as we knew well that not the boat only but the ship might be easily loaded in one tide almost, as they are dry at half ebb. 1769, November 12. 2 canoes came early this morn, who appeared to be strangers, who had heard of us by the caution and fear they showed in approaching the ship. 2 of them were, however, persuaded to come on board, and the rest traded for what they had very fairly. A small canoe also came from the other side of the bay, and sold some large fish, which had been taken the day before yesterday, as yesterday it blew too hard for any canoes to go to sea. After breakfast we all went ashore to see an Indian fort or ipa in the neighbourhood, uncertain however what kind of reception we should meet with, as they might be jealous of letting us into it, where probably all their valuable effects were lodged. We went to a bay where were 2. We landed first near the small one, the most beautifully romantic thing I ever saw. It was built on a small rock, detached from the main, and surrounded at high water. The top of this was fenced around with rails, after their manner, but was not large enough to contain above 5 or 6 houses. The whole appeared totally inaccessible to any animal who was not furnished with wings. Indeed, it was only approachable by one very narrow and steep path, but what made it the most truly romantic was that much of the largest part of it was hollowed out into an arch, which penetrated quite through it, and was in height not less than 20 yards perpendicular above the water which ran through it. The inhabitants on our approach came down and invited us to go in, but we refused, intending to visit a much larger and more perfect one about a mile off. We spent, however, some little time in making presents to their women. In the meantime we saw the inhabitants of the other one come down from it, men, women, and children, about 100 in number, and march towards us. As soon as they came near enough, they waved and called Hairemai, and sat down in the bushes near the beach, a sure mark of their good intentions. We went to them and made a few presents, and asked leave to go to their ipa, which they with joy invited us to do, and immediately accompanied us to it. It was called Wharetoa, and was situate on the end of a hill where it jutted out into the sea, which washed 2 sides of it. These were sufficiently steep, but not absolutely inaccessible. Up one of the land sides, which was also steep, went the road. The other was flat and open to the side of the hill. The whole was enclosed by a palisade about 10 feet high, made of strong pales, bound together with withes. The weak side next the hill had also a ditch, the face of which, next the palisade, we measured to be 20 1/2 feet in depth. Besides this, over the palisade was built a fighting stage, of which they called Porava, which is a flat stage covered with boughs of trees, upon which they stand to throw darts or stones at their assailants, out of danger of their weapons. The dimension of it were thus: the height from the ground 20 1/2 feet, breadth 6 feet 6, the length 43 feet. Upon it were laid bundles of darts and heaps of stones, ready in case of an attack. One of the young men, at our desire, went up to show their method of fighting. Another went to the outside of the ditch to act assailant. They both sung their war song and danced the same frightful gesticulations as we have often seen them, threatening each other with their weapons. This I suppose they do in their attacks to work themselves to a sufficient fury of courage, for what we call calm resolution is, I believe, found in few uncivilized people. The side next the road was also defended by a stage like this, but much lower. The other 2 were by their steepness and the palisade thought sufficiently secure. The inside was divided into, I believe, 20 larger and smaller divisions, some of which contained not more than 1 or 2 houses, others 12 or 14. Every one of these were enclosed by its own palisade, though not so high and strong as the general one. In these were vast heaps of dried fish and fern roots, piled up in heaps, so much that had they had water, I should have thought them well prepared for a siege, but that must be fetched from a brook below, so probably they do not use to besiege a town as we do in Europe. Without the fence were many houses and large nets, which I suppose were brought in upon any alarm. There was also about 1/2 an acre of gourds and sweet potatoes planted, the only cultivation we have seen in the bay. End of section 26. Part 1 of November, 1769. Section 27 of the Endeavour Journal of Sir Joseph Banks. Journal from 25 August, 1768 to 12 July, 1771, by Joseph Banks. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail, Timmerman, Vaughan. Section 27. November, 1769, Part 2. 1769, November 13. Rainy and blowing weather today, so we did not go ashore. Indeed, there was little temptation, for we had got by much the greatest number, or perhaps all the plants, that the season afforded. 1769, November 14. But middling weather. As we were resolved to stay no longer here, we all went ashore, the boats to get as much celery and oysters as possible, Dr. Solander and myself to get as many green plants as possible, of sea stock for finishing sketches, etc. So an enormous number of all these articles came on board. Dr. Solander, who was today in a cove different from that I was in, saw the natives catch many lobsters, in a most simple manner. They walked among the rocks at low water, about middle deep in water, and still felt about with their feet till they felt one, on which they dived down and constantly brought him up. I do not know whether I have before mentioned these lobsters, but we have had them in tolerable plenty in almost every place we have been in, and they are certainly the largest and best I have ever eat. 1769, November 15. Little wind, and that foul. Sail, however. Several canoes were on board, and in one of them Torava, who said that as soon as ever we are gone, he must go to his ipa or fort, for the friends of the man who was killed on the 9th threatened to revenge themselves upon him, as being a friend to us. 1769, November 16. Foul wind yesterday. Many islands were seen, but neither the main or them appeared at all fertile or well inhabited. Only one town was seen all day and no people. Indeed, we were rather too far off. 1769, November 17. Foul wind and blowing fresh, so that we did not come near enough to the land to make any observations. 1769, November 18. Fine weather and fair wind today repaid us for yesterday's tossing. The country appeared pleasant and well wooded. At 7 we were abreast of a remarkable bare point, jutting far into the sea. On it stood many people who seemed to take but little notice of us, but talked together with much earnestness. In about 1/2 an hour we saw canoes put off almost at the same time from several different places, and come towards us, on which these people also put off a small canoe they had with them, and came likewise towards us. She soon came up with us, and had in her 20 people, and soon after another with 35. They sung the song of defiance as usual, which we took very little notice of. In about 1/2 an hour they threw 3 or 4 stones on board, and then departed toward the shore. We thought we were quite clear of them, but they soon returned as if inclined, which I believe is the common policy of these people, to provoke us to show them whether we had arms or not superior to theirs. Tupaya, who I believe guessed that they were coming to attack us, immediately went upon the poop and talked to them a good deal, telling them what if they provoked us, we should do, and how easily we could in a moment destroy them all. They answered him in their usual cant, "Come ashore only, and we will kill you all." "Well," said Tupaya, "but while we are at sea you have no business with us. The sea is our property as much as yours." Such reasoning from an Indian, who had not the smallest hint from any of us, surprised me much, and the more as these were sentiments I never had before heard him give a hint about in his own case. All his preaching, however, had little effect on them, for they soon renewed their stone attack, on which a musket ball was fired through one of their boats, on which they dropped astern and left us. At night the ship was in a place which some people conjectured to be a channel betwixt an island and the main, others a deep bay, where she came to an anchor. 1769, November 19. This morn 2 canoes came from the land, who said they knew Torava, and called Tupaya by his name. We took some of them on board, who behaved very well. Afterwards, canoes came from the other side of the bay, who likewise mentioned Torava's name, and sent a young man into the ship, who told us that he was the old man's grandson. We never suspected him to have had so much influence. In the evening it came on thick and misty, so we came to an anchor, not a little pleased to find ourselves, at least, in a peaceable country. 1769, November 20. Weather thick and hazy. We had yesterday resolved to employ this day in examining the bay, so at daybreak we set out in the boats. A fresh breeze of wind soon carried us to the bottom of the bay, where we found a very fine river, broad as the Thames, at Greenwich, though not quite so deep. There was, however, water enough for vessels of more than a middling size, and a bottom of mud so soft that nothing could possibly take damage by running ashore. About a mile up this was an Indian town built upon a small bank of dry sand, but totally surrounded by deep mud, so much so that I believe they meant it a defence. The people came out in flocks upon the banks, inviting us in. They had heard of us from our good friend Torava. We landed, and while we stayed, they were most perfectly civil, as indeed they have always been where we were known, but never where we were not. After this visit we proceeded and soon met with another town, with but few inhabitants. Above this the banks of the river were completely clothed, with the finest timber my eyes ever beheld. Of a tree we had seen before, but only at a distance in Poverty Bay and Hawke's Bay. Thick woods of it were everywhere upon the banks, every tree as straight as a pine, and of immense size. Still the higher we came, the more numerous they were. About 2 leagues from the mouth we stopped and went ashore. Our first business was to measure one of these trees. The woods were swampy, so we could not range far. We found one, however, by no means the largest we had seen, which was feet in circumference and in height without a branch. But what was most remarkable was that it, as well as many more that we saw, carried its thickness so truly up to the very top, that I dare venture to affirm that the top, where the lowest branch took its rise, was not a foot less in diameter than where we measured, which was about 8 feet from the ground. We cut down a young one of these trees. The wood proved heavy and solid, too much so for mast, but would make the finest plank in the world, and might possibly, by some art, be made light enough for mast as pitch pine in America, to which our carpenter likened this timber, is said to be lightened by tapping. As far as this, the river had kept its depth, and very little decreased even in breadth. The captain was so much pleased with it that he resolved to call it the Thames. It was now time for us to return. The tide turning downwards gave us warning, so away we went, and got out of it into the bay before it was dark. We rowed for the ship as fast as we could, but night overtook us before we could get within some miles of it. It blew fresh, with showers of rain. In this situation we rowed till near 12, and then gave over, and running under the land came to a grappling, and all went to sleep as well as we could. 1769, November 21. Before daybreak we set out again. It still blew fresh with mizzling rain and fog, so that it was an hour after day before we got a sight of the ship. However, we made shift to get on board by 7, tired enough, and lucky it was for us that we did, for before 9 it blew a fresh gale, so that our boat could not have rowed ahead, so that had we been out, we must have either gone ashore or sheltered ourselves under it. Before evening, however, it moderated, so that we got under way with the ebb tide, but did little or nothing. 1769, November 22. This morn we weighed with the ebb, but breeze was so light that the captain went into the boat and Dr. Solander with him. There were many canoes about the ship, with which I traded for their clothes, arms, etc., of which I had got few, so I stayed on board. They sold chiefly for paper. In the course of this commerce, one young man, who was upon deck, stole a half-minute glass, which was in the binnacle, and was catched attempting to go off with it. The first lieutenant took it into his head to flog him for his crime. He was accordingly seized, but when they attempted to tie him to the shrouds, the Indians on board made much resistance. I heard it and came upon deck. They then began to call for their arms, which were handed them out of the boats, and one canoe attempted to come up the ship's side. Just then Tupaya came upon deck. They ran to him immediately. He assured them that their friend would not be killed, he would only be whipped, on which they were well satisfied. He endured the discipline, and as soon as he was let go, an old man, who perhaps was his father, beat him very soundly, and sent him down into the canoes, into which they all went and dropped astern, saying that they were afraid to come any more near us. They ventured, however, at last, but stayed a very short time, promising, however, at their departure to return with fish, which they never performed. 1769, November 23. Very light breezes. We have got but little as yet by tiding. In the morn 2 small canoes came off, and promised to return at night with fish, but did not. 1769, November 24. Strong breeze off the land, so we soon got clear of the bay. Land in the morn appeared unfruitful, Few or no houses were seen. In the evening, large sands, which extended some way into the country in little hills, as have been seen in England. At night we came to an anchor in a small open bay. Our fishing lines were tried, and we soon caught a large number of fish, which were called by the seamen sea bream, as many as I believe the ship's company could eat in 2 days. 1769, November 25. The country had a tolerably good appearance. In the morn, some straggling houses and 3 or 4 fortified towns were in sight, near which was a large quantity of cultivation. In the evening, 7 large canoes came off, carrying about 200 Indians. 2 of them, who said they had heard of us, came on board and received our presents. This did not, however, hinder some of their companions from cheating as usual, by offering to trade and keeping what they had got without sending up what they had offered. Our usual punishment was inflicted, small shot, which made the offender immediately relinquish his prize, an old pair of black breeches, which he threw into the water on seeing a second musket presented. His companions, however, as soon as they thought themselves out of our reach, began as usual to defy us, which made us think it necessary to show them what we could do, a conduct surely most right when it can be done without hurting them. Muskets were fired near them, which made them draw a little farther off. A round shot was then fired over their heads, on which they all set off for the shore most stoutly. 1769, November 26. 2 small canoes came off early in the morn and told us that they had heard of yesterday's adventure. They came on board and traded quietly for whatever they had. Soon after, 2 larger ones came from a distance. They called the others to them, and then all came up together to the ship. The strangers were numerous and appeared rich. Their canoes were well carved and ornamented, and they had with them many weapons of patu-patus, of stone, and whalebones, which they value much. They had also ribs of whales, of which we had often seen imitations in wood, carved and ornamented with tufts of dog's hair. The people themselves were browner than to the southward, as indeed they have been ever since we came to Upuraj, and they had a much larger quantity of amoko, or black stains, upon their bodies and faces. Almost universally, they had a broad spiral on each buttock, and many had their thighs almost entirely black, small lines only being left untouched, so that they looked like striped breeches. In this particular, amoko, almost every different tribe seemed to vary their customs. We have some days seen canoes where every man has been almost covered with it, and at the same time others where scarce a man has had a spot except his lips blacked, which seems to be always essential. These people would not part with any of their arms, etc., for any price we could offer. At last, however, one produced an axe of talk, and offered it for cloth. It was given, and the canoe immediately put off with it. A musket ball was fired over their heads, on which they immediately came back and returned the cloth, but soon after put off and went ashore. In the afternoon other canoes came off, and from some inattention of the officers were suffered to cheat, unpunished and unfrightened. This put one of the midshipmen, who had suffered, upon a droll, though rather mischievous, revenge. He got a fishing line, and when the canoe was close to the ship, hove the lead at the man who had cheated, with so good success that he fastened the hook into his backside, on which he pulled with all his might, and the Indian kept back. So the hook soon broke in the shank, leaving its beard in his backside. No very agreeable legacy. 1769, November 27. Light breeze. Several canoes came off and traded for fish, but were most abominably saucy, continually threatening us. At last they began to heave stones with more courage than any boats we had seen. This made it necessary to punish them. The captain went upon the poop, where they immediately threw at him. He levelled a gun loaded with small shot at the man who held a stone in his hand, in the very action of throwing, and struck him. He sunk down so immediately into the canoe that we suspected he was materially hurt. This, however, did not prevent another canoe from coming up with stones in their hands, who met another load of small shot, at about 50 yards distant, which struck several of them, and at once stopped their speed. The 2 canoes which had been fired at went immediately for the shore. The others dropped astern, and we left them behind. The land appeared rocky and full of islands. The continent behind them rose in a gradual slope, and seemed fertile. Some cultivation was in sight. In the even, foul wind. 1769, November 28. Foul wind continued, and this morn the ship was 2 leagues at least to leeward of yesterday. The continent rose in gentle hills, but did not appear so fertile when near it as it did at a distance. Several large eepas were in sight, one the largest we have seen, to appearance, far inland. 1769, November 29. Wind as foul as ever, and the ship moved more to leeward, so we resolved to bear away for a bay which we had passed. We did so, and by 10 came to an anchor in a most spacious and well-sheltered harbour, or rather collection of harbours, almost innumerable, formed by islands. Canoes crowded upon us from all quarters, so that soon we had 37 large and small about us. The people in them traded very fairly for what they had, and showed much fear of us, especially if they saw anything like a gun, which they were well acquainted with. They became, however, soon a little more bold, and while we were at dinner, one of them went to the buoy, which they attempted to tow away. A musket was fired over them without effect, and small shot at them, but they were too far off for that to take effect. A ball was then fired at them, which was thought to strike one of them, as they immediately threw out the buoy, which by this time they had got into their canoe. A round shot was then fired over them, which struck the water, and then went ashore. 2 or 3 canoes landed immediately, and the men ran about on the beach as if in search of it. After this we called to them, and in a little time they returned to the ship. By this time she was properly moored, and the boats out, so we set out for the shore. At our parting from the ship not a canoe stirred, which we judged a good sign. But no sooner had we set foot on the shore, about 3/4 of a mile from the ship, but every canoe put off in a moment, and pulled towards us. We were in a sandy cove behind the 2 heads, of which the most of them landed, only 1 or 2 in sight. Out of these they came running with every man his arms, others appeared on the tops of the hills, and numbers from behind each head of the cove, so that we were in a moment surrounded by, the gentlemen in the ship say, 500 or 600 men, though we, I believe, never saw more than 200 of them. We now every man expected to be attacked, but did not choose to begin hostilities, so the captain and myself marched up to meet them. They crowded a good deal, but did not offer to meddle with us, though every man had his arms almost lifted to a strike. We brought them towards the party, and made a line signing to them that they were not to pass it. They did not at first, but by this time a party from the other side had come up, and mixed with our people. They now began to sing their war song, but committed no hostility till 3 stepped to each of our boats and attempted to draw them ashore. It was now time to fire. We whose guns were loaded with small shot did so, which drove them back. One man attempted to rally them. He who was not 20 yards from us came down towards us, waving his patu-patu, and calling to his companions. Dr. Solander, whose gun was not discharged, fired at him, on which he too ran. They now got upon rising ground about us, from whence we dislodged them by firing musket balls, none of which took effect rather than frightening them. In this way we were about 1/4 of an hour, resolving to maintain our ground, when the ship had brought her broadside to bear and fired at the Indians who were on the tops of the hills. The balls went quite over them, notwithstanding which they went off, and at last left us our cove quite to ourselves, so that the muskets were laid down upon the ground, and all hands employed in gathering celery, which was here very plentiful. An old Indian now appeared who had been on board in the morn, with 2 more. They came immediately to us and proved to be his wife and brother. He said that another brother of his was struck with a small shot, and asked whether he would die. We told him no, and gave him a musket ball with some small shot, telling him it was the latter with which he was struck, but if they again attacked us, we would shoot them with the former, which would infallibly kill them. After this we went into the boats and rowed to another cove in the same island, near which was a hill from whence we might have a good view of the bay. We climbed up it, and from thence saw that the bay we were in was indeed a most surprising place. It was full of an innumerable quantity of islands, forming as many harbours, which must be as smooth as mill-ponds, as they landlock one another numberless times. Everywhere round us we could see large Indian towns, houses, and cultivations. We had certainly seen no place near so populous as this one was very near us, from whence several Indians came to us, taking, however, great pains to show us that they were unarmed. They accompanied us down to the boat. Night coming on, we went on board, carrying much celery, the only plant of any use even to us, for of all the places I have landed in this was the only one which did not produce one new vegetable. 1769, November 30. Several canoes came off to the ship very early, but sold little or nothing. Indeed, no merchandise that we can show them seems to take with them. Our island cloth, which used to be so much esteemed, has now entirely lost its value. They have for some days told us that they have it ashore, and showed us small pieces in their ears, which they said was of their own manufacture. This at once accounts for their having been once so fond of it, and now setting so little value upon it. Towards noon, however, they sold a little dried fish, for paper chiefly, or very white island cloth. Among other things, they told us that the man who was shot with the small shot on the 27th was dead. 3 shot, they say, struck his eye, and I suppose found an easy passage to his brain. In the even we went ashore upon the continent. The people received us very civilly, and as tame as we could wish. One general observation I here set down, that they always, after one night's consideration, have acknowledged our superiority, but hardly before. I have often seen a man whose next neighbour was wounded or killed by our shot not give himself the trouble to inquire how or by what means he was hurt, so that at the time of their attacks they, I believe, work themselves up into a kind of artificial courage, which does not allow them time to think much. End of section 27, part 2 of November, 1769. Section 28 of the Endeavour Journal of Sir Joseph Banks. Journal from 25 August, 1768 to 12 July, 1771, by Joseph Banks. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail, Timmerman, Vaughan. Section 28. December 1769. 1769, December 1. Several canoes were on board by daybreak and sold some things chiefly for Indian cloth and quart bottles. The day misty and stewy. The boats were on shore on the island, which we searched on the 29th, with so little success that we did not think it worth while to go ashore. It is now a long time since I have mentioned their custom of eating human flesh, as I was loath, a long time, to believe that any human beings could have among them so brutal a custom. I am now, however, convinced, and shall here give a short account of what we have heard from the Indians concerning it. At Taoneroa, the first place we landed in on the continent, the boys who we had on board mentioned it of their own accords, asking whether the meat they eat was not human flesh, as they had no idea of any animal but man, so large, till they saw our sheep. They, however, seemed ashamed of the custom, saying that the tribe to which they belonged did not use it, but that another very near did. Since that, we have never failed, whenever we were ashore, and often when we conversed with canoes, to ask the question. We have, without one exception, been answered in the affirmative, and several times, as at Talaga, and today, the people have put themselves into a heat by defending the custom, which Tupaya, who had never before heard of such a thing, takes every occasion to speak ill of, exhorting them often to leave it off. They, however, as universally agree that they eat none but the bodies of those of their enemies who are killed in war. All others are buried. 1769, December 2. Boats went ashore on the island again. I do not know what tempted Dr. Solander and myself to go there, where we almost knew nothing was to be got but wet skins, which we had very sufficiently, for it rained all the time we were ashore, as hard as ever I saw it. 1769, December 3. Many canoes were on board in the morn, one very large, which carried 82 people. After breakfast, Dr. Solander and myself went ashore on the continent. We found few plants, and saw but few people, but they were most perfectly civil. We went by their invitation to their little town, which was situated in the bottom of a cove, without the least defence. One of the old men here showed us the instruments with which they stain their bodies, which was exactly like those used at Otaheite. Here we saw also the man who was shot on the 29th in attempting to steal the buoy. The ball had gone through the fleshy part of his arm and grazed his breast. The wound was open to the air without the smallest application upon it, yet it had as good an appearance, and seemed to give him as little pain as if he had had the best dressings to it. We gave him a musket ball, and with a little talking to, he seemed fully sensible of the escape he had had. In the even we went ashore to another island, where were many more people than we had seen in the morn, who lived in the same peaceable style, and had very large plantations of sweet potatoes, yams, etc., all about their village. They received us much as our friends in the morning had done, and like them, showed much satisfaction at the little presents of necklaces, etc., which were given to them. 1769, December 4. Our old man came on board, and brought with him his brother, who had been shot with small shot on the 29th. It had slanted along his thigh, which I suppose had not less than 100 shots in it. This wound was likewise without any application, and seemed to give him little or no pain, but was crusted over with a hard crust, nature's plaster, equal maybe, when she chooses to apply it, to any that art has contrived. After breakfast we went ashore at a large Indian fort, or ipa. A great number of people immediately crowded about us, and sold almost a boatload of fish in a very short time. They then went and showed us their plantations, which were very large, of yams, cocoas, and sweet potatoes, and after having a little laughed at our seine, which was a common king's seine, showed us one of theirs, which was 5 fathom deep, and its length we could only guess, as it was not stretched out, but it could not from its bulk be less than 400 or 500 fathom. Fishing seems to be the chief business of this part of the country. About all their towns are abundance of nets laid upon small heaps, like haycocks, and thatched over, and almost every house you go into has nets in the making. After this they showed us a great rarity, 6 plants of what they called auta, from whence they make cloth, like the Otaheite cloth. The plant proved exactly the same, as the name is the same, as is used in the islands, Morus papifera lin, the same plant as is used by the Chinese to make paper. Whether the climate does not well agree with it, I do not know, but they seem to value it very much, and that it was very scarce among them I am inclined to believe, as we have not yet seen among them pieces large enough for any use, but sticking into the holes of their ears. In the afternoon we went to a very distant part of the bay. The people here were very few. All but one old man ran away from us. He accompanied us wherever we went, and seemed much pleased with the little presents we made him. Near where we landed was a little fort built upon a small rock, surrounded by the sea at high water, and accessible only by a ladder. We expressed a desire to go there. He said there was his wife, but if we would promise to practice no indecencies toward her, he would accompany us. This we did most readily, and he was as good as his word. The ascent was so difficult that though there were steps and a pole, we found it dangerous enough. When we came up, there were in it 3 women, who on our first coming cried, but present soon put them into better humour. There were in all only 3 houses, but the situation, as I have before described, was so steep that the inhabitants of them might easily defend themselves against almost any force that could be brought against them. 1769 December 5. A small spurt of fair wind before daybreak made us heave up the anchor in a great hurry, but before we were well under way, it was as foul as ever, so we were obliged to attempt turning out. Many canoes came from all parts of the bay, which is by far the most populous place we have been in. In the middle of the day, we were becalmed and caught many fish with hooks. About 10 at night, as we were going through the outer heads, on a sudden we were becalmed, so that the ship would neither wear nor stay. In a moment an eddy tide took hold of us, and hustled us so fast toward the land that before the officers resolved what was best to be done, the ship was within a cable's length of the breakers. We had 13 fathom water, but the ground so foul that they dared not drop an anchor. The eddy now took another turn and set her along shore, opening another bay, but we were too near the rocks to trust to that. The pinnace was ordered to be hoisted out in an instant to take the ship in tow. Every man in her was, I believe, sensible of the danger we were in, so now no one spared to do his best to get her out fast. The event, however, showed how liable such situations must be to confusion. They lowered down too soon, and she stuck upon a gun. From this she must be thrust by main force, in doing which they had almost overset her, which would have tumbled out her oars. No man thought of running in the gun. At last that was done, and she was afloat. Her crew was soon in her, and she went to her duty. A faint breeze of wind now sprung up off the land, and with that and towing, she, to our great joy, got headway again, at a time when she was so near to the shore that Tupaya, who was not sensible of our danger, was conversing with the Indians ashore, who made themselves very distinctly heard, notwithstanding the roaring of the breakers. We were all happy in our breeze and fine clear moonlight. Myself went down to bed, and sat upon my cot undressing myself, when I felt the ship strike upon a rock. Before I could get upon my legs, she struck again. I ran upon deck, but before I could get there, the danger was over. Fortunately, the rock was to windward of us, so she went off without the least damage, and we got into the proper channel, where the officers who had examined the bay declared there to be no hidden dangers, much to our satisfaction, as the almost certainty of being eat as soon as you come ashore adds not a little to the terrors of shipwreck. 1769, December 6. In the morn we were clear of all our dangers, and at sea, to our no small satisfaction, notwithstanding the wind was as foul as possible. 1769, December 7. Wind not much better than yesterday. 1769, December 8. Very light breeze. We have ran off so far from the land that we can distinguish nothing upon it. In the evening, fair wind. 1769, December 9. Fair wind, though but little of it. Many canoes came off, who showed much fear of us, and after some time said they had heard of our guns. Tupaya at last persuaded them to come under the stern, and after having bought of them some of their cloths, which they sold very fairly, began to inquire about the country. They told him that at a distance of 3 days' rowing in their canoes, at a place called Morifenua, the land would take a short turn to the southward, and from thence extend no more to the west. This place we concluded must be Cape Maria van Diemen, and finding these people so intelligent, desired him to inquire if they knew of any countries besides this, or ever went to any. They said no, but that their ancestors had told them to the northwest by north, or north-northwest, was a large country, to which some people had sailed in a very large canoe, which passage took them up a month. From this expedition a part only returned, who told their countrymen that they had seen a country where the people eat hogs, for which animal they used the name boa, as is used in the islands. "And have you no hogs among you?" said Tupaya. "No." "And did your ancestors bring none back with them?" "No." "You must be a parcel of liars then," said he, "and your story a great lie, for your ancestors would never have been such fools as to come back without them." Thus much a specimen of Indian reasoning. After much conversation our friends left us, but promised to return at night, and bring with them fish, which they did, and sold it very reasonably. 1769, December 10. This morn we were near the land, which was as barren as it is possible to conceive. Hills within hills, and ridges, even far inland, were covered with white sand, on which no kind of vegetable was to be seen. It was conjectured by some that the wind blows the sand quite across it. Some Indian forts or ipas were seen, and from them some canoes put off, but did not overtake us. 1769, December 11. Wind as heard, hearted as ever. We turned all day without losing anything, much to the credit of our old collier, who we never failed to praise when she turns as well as this. 1769, December 12. Wind, etc., as yesterday. 1769, December 13. Wind as foul as ever, and rather overblows. We lost all that we had gained last week. 1769, December 14. Blows almost as fresh as it did yesterday, but rather more fair. A heavy swell from the west made us almost conclude that there was no land to the northward of us. 1769, December 15. More moderate, but not more fair. We begin to think this cape our ne plus ultra. 1769, December 16. We stood out to sea yesterday and last night, so that we could in the morn only just see the land from the masthead, stood in for it, and at night made it plain. 1769, December 17. This morn we were in with the land, which tends a little to the southward, so we hoped that our troubles are nearly at an end. During the day's turning, however, we contrived to lose near a league, no great comfort to us. 1769, December 18. Still more to leeward this morn, and in the even still more. On a rock pretty near us an Indian fort was seen through our glasses, which we all thought was encircled with a mud wall. If so, 'tis the only one of the kind we have seen. 1769, December 19. Stood out to sea last night. Tonight we're in with the land, and found we had gained something, as we did also the last time we stood far off, which made the seamen conclude that some small current along shore must be the reason why we could never get anything by our short trips. 1769, December 20. Some hopes of a fair wind in the morn, but they soon left us, and it began to blow hard, with violent claps of thunder, on which we again stood out to sea. 1769, December 21. Wind not quite so bad as yesterday, but a great swell from the west hindered the ship much. 1769, December 22. Swell as yesterday, but the wind has come more to the southward, so that we cannot come in with the land at all. 1769, December 23. Little wind more favourable than yesterday, so that at night the land was seen from the masthead. 1769, December 24. Land in sight. An island, or rather several small ones, most probably 3 kings, so that it was conjectured that we had passed the Cape, which had so long troubled us. Calm most of the day, myself in a boat shooting in which I had good success, killing chiefly several gannets, or solan geese, so like European ones that they are hardly distinguishable from them. As it was the humour of the ship to keep Christmas, in the old-fashioned way it was resolved of them to make a goose pie for tomorrow's dinner. 1769, December 25. Christmas Day. Our goose pie was eat with great approbation, and in the evening all hands were as drunk as our forefathers used to be upon the like occasion. 1769, December 26. This morn all heads ached with yesterday's debauch. Wind has been easterly these 3 or 4 days, so we have not got at all nearer the island than we were. 1769, December 27. Blows very hard at southeast, so that we again drove off the land. Not much displeased, as we all rejoiced much that it was not an onshore wind. 1769, December 28. Wind now southwest, right on shore, but thank God we have so good an offing that we are not in the least danger. All our sea people said that they never before were in so hard a summer's gale. 1769, December 29. Wind more moderate, but still blows prodigiously fresh, with a monstrous sea. No such summer gales as this to the northward, say our captain. 1769, December 30. Blew very fresh still, though the heart of the gale seemed to be broke. We have been driven much to the northward, so that today we once more passed in sight of Cape Maria and the 3 Kings. 1769, December 31. Wind as yesterday. Sea something abated. Stood in for the land, which we had now seen for some time. Dared not venture very near, as the wind was right on shore. It appeared very sandy and barren. End of section 28, December 1769. Section 29 of the Endeavour Journal of Sir Joseph Banks. Journal from 25 August 1768 to 12 July 1771 by Joseph Banks. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail, Timmerman, Vaughan. Section 29. January 1770. 1770, January 1. The new year began with more moderate weather than the old one ended with, but wind as foul as ever. We ventured to go a little nearer the land, which appeared on this side of the Cape, much as it had done on the other, almost entirely occupied by vast sands. Our surveyors suppose the Cape shaped like a shoulder of mutton, with a knuckle placed inwards, where they say the land cannot be above 2 or 3 miles over, and that here most probably in high winds the sea washes quite over the sands, which in that place are low. 1770, January 2. Weather not yet settled. In the morn we stood south, and soon lost sight of the land, which we saw no more all day. 1770, January 3. Stood in for the land, with weather more moderate than it had been for some days past. It appeared high, but the sides of the hills often interspersed with long tracts of sand, even high up. Their bottoms were everywhere covered with it. Many albatrosses were about the ship, today swimming upon the water in small companies, 10 or 20 together. 1770, January 4. Stood rather nearer the land than yesterday, but not near enough to see whether or not it was inhabited. Indeed, we were obliged to haul off rather in a hurry, for the wind freshening a little, we found ourselves in a bay, which it was a moot point whether or not we could have got out of. Indeed, I believe most people thought that we should not, till a lucky change of wind at once allowed us to weather everything, to our no small joy, who had so lately been in so severe and long a gale of wind, blowing right upon the shore, which we had now just weathered. 1770, January 5. Blew fresh, and we stood out all day, maybe rather too sensible of the danger we had escaped yesterday. 1770, January 6. Calm today. Myself in the boat shot Procellaria longipes, velox, and Diomedea exulans, the albatross. I had an opportunity to see this last setting upon the water, and as it is commonly said by seamen that they cannot in a calm rise upon the wing, I tried the experiment. There were 2 of them. One I shot dead. The other, who was near him, swam off near as fast as my boat could row. We gave chase and came up a little. He attempted to fly off by taking the moment of a wave's falling, but did not succeed. I, who was so far off that I knew I could not hurt him, fired at him to make his attempts more vigorous, which had the effect for the third effort he got upon the wing, though I believe had it not been for a little swell upon the water, he could not have done it. 1770, January 7. Calm again. Myself shooting, killed Procelaria longipes and melanopus, and saw a turtle just before sunset, who, being awake, dived immediately. What wind there was fair, though scarce a breath of it, yet even that made us hope for better times. 1770, January 8. Our fair wind continued, but still so little of it, that was there any plenty of birds, or hopes of new ones, I could outrow the ship in much. More land just in sight. 1770, January 9. Much as yesterday. Land in sight, but so faintly seen that a landsman would scarce distinguish it from clouds. 1770, January 10. In the morn, a breeze of fair wind put us all into high spirits. The country we passed by appeared fertile, more so, I think, than any part of this country I have seen, rising in gentle slopes, not overwooded, but what trees there were well grown. Few signs of inhabitants were seen, a fire and a few houses. About noon we passed between the main and a small island or rock, which seemed almost totally covered with birds, probably gannets. Towards evening a very high hill was in sight, but very distant. 1770, January 11. Calm this morn. Some fish were caught, in the even foul wind. Our high hill has been sometimes seen, and sometimes wrapped up in clouds. Some of our people think it is as high as the Pike of Teneriffe, though I cannot be of half that opinion, yet it is certainly in appearance very like it. 1770, January 12. This morn we were abreast of the great hill, but it was wrapped up in clouds, and remained so the whole day. It is probably very high, as a part of its side, which was for a moment seen, was covered with snow. The country beyond it appeared very pleasant and fertile, the sides of the hills sloping gradually. With our glasses we could distinguish many white lumps, in companies of 50 or 60 together, which probably were either stones or tufts of grass, but bore much the resemblance of flocks of sheep. At night a small fire, which burned about 1/2 an hour, made us sure that there were inhabitants, of whom we had seen no signs since the 10th. 1770, January 13. This morn, soon after daybreak, we had a momentary view of our great hill, the top of which was thick covered with snow, though this month answers to July in England. How high it may be I do not take upon me to judge, but it is certainly the noblest hill I have ever seen, and it appears to the utmost advantage, rising from the sea without another hill in its neighbourhood, 1/4 part of its height. At sunset the top appeared again for a few minutes, but the whole day it was covered with clouds. 1770, January 14th. In a large bay called in the draughts Murderer's Bay. We stood across it all day. At night had the appearance of a harbour just ahead of us, on the shore of which the natives made a fire. Resolved to stand off and on all night, and in the morn go in. 1770, January 15. In the course of the last night we were drove to the eastward more than we had any reason to expect, so much that we found ourselves in the morn past the harbour we intended to go into. Another, however, was in sight, into which we went. The land on both sides appeared most miserably barren, till we got pretty deep in, when it began to mend by gradual degrees. Here we saw some canoes, who, instead of coming towards us, went to an Indian town or fort, built upon an island, nearly in the middle of the passage, which appeared crowded with people as if they had flocked to it from all parts. As the ship approached it, they waved to us, as if to invite us to come to them, but the moment we had passed by, they set up a loud shout, and every man brandished his weapons, which none of them were without. The country about us was now very fertile to appearance, and well wooded, so we came to an anchor about long cannon shot from the fort, from whence 4 canoes were immediately dispatched to reconnoitre, I suppose, and in case they were able to take us, as they were all well armed. The men in these boats were dressed much as they are represented in Tasman's figure, that is, 2 corners of the cloth they wore were passed over their shoulder and fastened to the rest of it just below their breast, but few or none had feathers in their hair. They rowed round and round the ship, defying and threatening us as usual, and at last hove some stones aboard, which we all expected to be a prelude of some behaviour which would oblige us to fire upon them. But just at this time a very old man in one of the boats expressed a desire of coming on board, which we immediately encouraged, and threw a rope into his canoe, by which she was immediately hauled up alongside, and the old man, contrary to the opinion of all the other Indians, who went so far as to hold him fast for some time, came on board, where he was received in as friendly a manner as we possibly could, and had many presents given to him, with which he returned to the canoes, who immediately joined in a war dance. Whether to show their friendship or enmity, it is impossible to say. We have so often seen them do it upon both these occasions. After this they retired to their town, and we went ashore abreast of the ship, where we found good wood and water, and caught more fish in the Seine than all our people could possibly destroy, besides shooting a multitude of shags. The country, however, did not answer so well to Dr. Solander and myself as to the ship, we finding only 2 new plants in the whole even. 1770, January 16. At daybreak this morn 3 canoes and about 100 Indians came to the ship, bringing their women with them, a sign, though not a sure one, of peaceable inclinations. Soon after, our longboat put off from the ship with cask in her. They attempted to follow her, on which a musket loaded with small shot was fired at them, which made them immediately return, though as they were full 100 yards from the ship, it is improbable that blood was drawn from any of them. They had in their canoes some fish, which they offered to sell, and we to buy, so a man in a small boat was dispatched among them to trade. He bought several bundles, which they sold very fairly, when one Indian, seeing his opportunity, snatched at the trade which he had in his hand, but missing immediately put himself in a posture of defence, flourishing his patu-patu, as if he meant to strike. A musket-load of small shot was fired at him, a few of which struck his knee. The rest missed him, on which they all left off to trade, but paddled peaceably enough round the ship, and at last came under the stern to Tupaya, and discoursed with him about their antiquity and legends of their ancestors. The women in these canoes and some of the men had a piece of dress which we had not seen before, a bunch of black feathers made round and tied upon the top of their heads, which it entirely covered, making them look twice as large as they really were. On seeing this, my judgment paid an involuntary compliment to my fair English countrywomen, for led astray by this headdress, which in some measure resembles their high foretops, I was forward to declare it as my opinion that these were much the handsomest women we had seen upon the coast. But upon their nearer approach I was convinced that nothing but the headdress had misled me, as I saw not one who was even tolerably handsome. After dinner we went in the boat towards a cove about a mile from the ship. As we rowed along, something was seen floating upon the water, which we took to be a dead seal. We rowed up to it, and it proved to our great surprise to be the body of a woman who seemed to have been dead some time. We left it and proceeded to our cove, where we found a small family of Indians, who were a little afraid of us, as they all ran away but one. They soon, however, returned, except an old man and a child, who stayed in the woods, but not out of sight of us. Of these people we inquired about the body we had seen. They told Tupaya that the woman was a relation of theirs, and that instead of burying their dead, their custom was to tie a stone to them and throw them into the sea, which stone they supposed to have been unloosed by some accident. The family were employed when we came ashore in dressing their provisions, which were a dog, who was at that time buried in their oven, and near it were many provision baskets. Looking carelessly upon one of these, we by accident observed 2 bones, pretty clean picked, which, as appeared upon examination, were undoubtedly human bones. Though we had from the first of our arrival upon the coast constantly heard the Indians acknowledge the custom of eating their enemies, we had never before had a proof of it, but this amounted almost to demonstration. The bones were clearly human. Upon them were evident marks of their having been dressed on the fire. The meat was not entirely picked off from them, and on the gristly ends, which were gnawed, were evident marks of teeth, and these were evidently found in a provision basket. On asking the people what bones are these, they answered, "The bones of a man." "And have you eat the flesh?" "Yes." "Have you none of it left?" "No." Why did you not eat the woman who we saw today in the water? She was our relation. Who then is it that you do eat? Those who are killed in war. And who was the man whose bones these are? 5 days ago a boat of our enemies came into this bay, and of them we killed 7, of whom the owner of these bones was one. The horror that appeared in the countenances of the seamen on hearing this discourse, which was immediately translated for the good of the company, is better conceived than described. For ourselves, and myself in particular, we were before too well convinced of the existence of such a custom to be surprised, though we were pleased at having so strong a proof of custom, which human nature holds in too great abhorrence, to give easy credit to. 1770, January 17. This morn I was awaked by the singing of the birds ashore, from whence we are distant not 1/4 of a mile. The numbers of them were certainly very great, who seemed to strain their throats, with emulation, perhaps. Their voices were certainly the most melodious wild music I have ever heard, almost imitating small bells, but with the most tunable silver sound imaginable, to which maybe the distance was no small addition. On inquiring of our people, I was told that they had observed them ever since we have been here, and that they begin to sing at about 1 or 2 in the morn, and continue till sunrise, after which they are silent all day, like our nightingales. A small canoe came this morn from the Indian town. As soon as they came alongside, Tupaya began to inquire into the truth of what we had heard yesterday, and was told over again the same story. "But where are the skulls?" said Tupaya. "Do you eat them?" "Bring them, and we shall then be convinced that these are men whose bones we have seen." "We do not eat the heads," answered the old man, who had first come on board the ship, "but we do the brains, and tomorrow I will bring one and show you." Much of this kind of conversation passed, after which the old man went home. 1770, January 18. Among other things that the Indians told us yesterday, one was that they expected their enemies to come and revenge the death of the 7 men, and some of our people thought, they said that they had intelligence, that they were to come as today, which made us observe the Indian towns, where we thought the people more quiet than usual, and seemingly not attending to their usual occupations of fishing, etc., and no one canoe attempted to come near the ship. After breakfast, we went in the pinnace to explore some parts of the bay, which we had not seen, as it was immensely large, or rather consisted of numberless small harbours, coves, etc. We found the country on our side of the bay very well wooded everywhere, but on the opposite side very bare. In turning a point today, we saw a man in a small canoe fishing, who to our surprise showed not the least fear of us. We went to him, and quite alongside his canoe, he all the while following his occupation. On our desiring him, he took up his nets and showed us his machine, which was a circular net about 7 or 8 feet in diameter, extended by 2 hoops. The top of this was open, and to the bottom was tied sea ears, etc., as bait. This he let down upon the ground, and when he thought that fish enough were assembled over it, he lifted it up by very gentle and even motion, so that the fish were hardly sensible of being lifted, till they were almost out of the water. By this simple method he had caught abundance of fish, and I believe it is the general way of fishing all over the coast, as many such nets have been seen at almost every place we have been in. In this bay, indeed, fish were so plenty that it is hardly possible not to catch abundance, whatever way is made use of. In the course of this day's excursion we shot many shags from their nests in the trees and on the rocks. These birds we roast or stew, and think not bad provisions. So between shags and fish, this is the place of the greatest plenty of any we have seen. 1770, January 19. Indians came this morn from another part of the bay, where they said was a town which we had not seen. They brought plenty of fish, which they sold for nails, of which they had by this time learned the value. 1770, January 20. Our old man came this morn according to his promise, with the heads of 4 people, which were preserved with the flesh and hair on, and kept, I suppose, as trophies, as possibly scalps were by the North Americans, before the Europeans came among them. The brains were, however, taken out, as we had been told. Maybe they are a delicacy here. The flesh and skin upon these heads were soft, but they were somehow preserved, so as not to stink at all. We made another excursion today. The bay everywhere, where we have yet been, is very hilly. We have hardly seen a flat large enough for a potato garden. Our friends here do not seem to feel the want of such places, as we have not yet seen the least appearance of cultivation. I suppose they live entirely upon fish, dogs, and enemies. 1770, January 21. Dr. Solander and myself were fishing today with hook and line, and caught an immense number of fish everywhere upon the rocks in 4 or 5 fathom water. We have indeed immense plenty. The Seine is hauled every night, and seldom fails to furnish us with as much fish as we can possibly destroy. 1770, January 22. Made an excursion today in the pinnace in order to see more of the bay. While Dr. Solander and myself were botanizing, the captain went to the top of a hill, and in about an hour returned in high spirits, having seen the eastern sea and satisfied himself of the existence of a strait communicating with it, the idea of which had occurred to us all from Tasman's as well as our own observations. 1770, January 23. Disagreeable day, squally with rain, so we all stayed at home. Mr. Monkhouse told me today that the day before yesterday he was ashore in a place where were many Indian houses deserted. Here he saw several things tied to the branches of trees, particularly hair of a man, which he brought away with him, enough to have made a sizable wig. This induced him to think the place he had seen was a place consecrated to religious purposes. Possibly it was, as they certainly have such places among them, though I have not yet been lucky enough to meet with them. 1770, January 24. Went today to the Hipa, or town, to see our friends the Indians, who received us with much confidence and civility, and showed us every part of their habitations, which were neat enough. The town was situated upon a small island or rock, divided from the main by a breach in a rock, so small that a man might almost jump over it. The sides were everywhere so steep as to render fortifications, even in their way, almost totally useless. Accordingly, there was nothing but a slight palisade, and one small fighting stage, at one end, where the rock was most accessible. The people brought us several bones of men, the flesh of which they had eat, which are now become a kind of article of trade among our people, who constantly ask for and purchase them for whatever trifles they have. In one part we observed a kind of wooden cross, ornamented with feathers, made exactly in the form of a crucifix cross. This engaged our attention, and we were told that it was a monument for a dead man, maybe a cenotaph, as the body was not there. Thus much they told us, but would not let us know where it was. All the while we were among the Indians, they kept still talking something about guns and shooting people, which we could not at all understand. They did it, however, so much that it engaged us all, so much that we talked about it in our return. But the more we thought, the more dark was the subject, till we came on board, when on mentioning it, I was told that on the 21st, one of our officers, who went out on pretence of fishing, came to the Ipa, intending at a distance to look at the people. But 2 or 3 canoes coming off towards his boat, he imagined that they meant to attack him, and in consequence thereof fired 3 muskets, 1 with shot and 2 with ball, at them, on which they very precipitately retired, as well they might, who probably came out with friendly intentions. So at least their behaviour both before and since seems to show, and little expected so rough usage from people who had always acted in a friendly manner to them, and whom they were not at all conscious of having offended. 1770, January 25. Dr. Solander and myself, who have now nearly exhausted all the plants in our neighbourhood, went today to search for mosses and small things, in which we had great success, gathering several very remarkable ones. In the evening we went out in the pinnace, and fell in with a large family of Indians, who have now begun to disperse themselves, as I believe is their custom, into the different creeks and coves where fish is most plenty, a few only remaining in the Ipa, or town, to which they all fly in times of danger. These people came a good way to meet us, at a place where we were shooting shags, and invited us to the place where the rest of them were, 20 or 30 in number, men, women, children, dogs, etc. We went, and were received with all possible demonstrations of friendship, if the numberless hugs and kisses we got, from both sexes, old and young, in return for our ribbons and beads, may be accounted such. They also sold and gave us good many fish, with which we went home well pleased with our new acquaintance. 1770, January 26. Went today to take another view of our new straits, the westernmost end of which the captain was not quite sure of. We found, however, a hill in a tolerably convenient situation, upon which we got, and saw the strait quite open, and 4 or 5 leagues wide. We then erected a small monument of stone, such as 5 stout men could do in half an hour, and laid in it musket balls, beads, shot, etc., that if perchance any Europeans should find and pull it down, they will be sure it is not Indian workmanship. This done, we returned to our dinners of shag and fish, which we had shot and caught in coming, and were dressed by the boat's crew. In the place we had appointed to dine in was a family of Indians, who as usual behaved with much friendship and civility to us, showing us water, etc., from whence we went to the town, from whence Indians came on the 19th, which was in this arm of the bay. Here we were received as usual. Everybody seemed glad to see us, and conducted us through the whole works. The town was much like the other, situated upon an island or rock, so steep in all parts that it was almost in danger of our necks that we climbed up to it. Like the other, it also had only one fighting stage. It contained maybe from 80 to 100 houses, about as many as the other. Just as we were going away, our friends took so great a fancy to our merchandise that they filled our boat full of dried fish, for which they took nails, ribbons, paper, etc. 1770, January 27. Indians came aboard in the morn, and traded a little. Afterwards the doctor and myself went ashore, but could find no plants at all. We have, I believe, got all that are in our neighbourhood, though the immense thickness of the woods, which are almost rendered impassable by climbing plants, entangling every way, has not a little retarded us. 1770, January 28. This morn at daybreak it rained very hard, but not enough to disturb the concert of our little musical neighbours, which we every morning attend to with the greatest pleasure. They sing their tune till the sun disturbs them as usual. The rain, however, continued the whole day. 1770, January 29. This morn our old man, Topa'a by name, he that came first on board the ship, came with 3 more Indians in a canoe, and unfolded the story of the 19th, saying that 2 Indians were struck with the balls, one of whom was dead. This caused a good deal of conversation in the ship, and totally unfolded the whole affair, which until now had been kept a secret from most people. After breakfast the captain and Dr. Solander went out in the pinnace. Myself went ashore to air plants, etc., etc. In the evening, when all returned, Chupaya, who had been with some of our people and seen the Indians, told us that what we had heard in the morn was absolutely false, that so far from dead nobody was even hurt by the shot. Our friend Topa'a is, he says, given too much to lying. 1770, January 30. Bad weather today, rainy. Myself out gathering shells, in which I had some success. 1770, January 31. Day but indifferent, so of course, but little could be done. Dr. Solander and myself fished a little in the evening, and had good sport. End of section 29, January 1770. Section 30 of the Endeavour Journal of Sir Joseph Banks. Journal from 25 August 1768 to 12 July 1771 by Joseph Banks. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail, Timmerman, Vaughan. Section 30. February 1770. 1770, February 1. Rained this morn very hard, as hard, I think, as it possibly could. Our poor little wild musicians were totally disturbed by it. In the even it came on to blow very hard, so much so that the ship drove, and for the first time in the voyage we had 3 anchors down. 1770, February 2. Still rainy, so little could be done today. Indeed, little remained to be done. 1770, February 3. Fine weather. The ship began to prepare for sailing, so the doctor and myself employed ourselves in getting together our last specimens of seeds, shells, etc. I stayed at the watering place. He went with the captain to the further Ipa, who wanted to buy dry fish for sea stock, and did buy so much that at last the old men fairly told him that he must go away or he would leave them without provisions, which they enforced by some threats. Matters were, however, so well conducted that they parted peaceably. One of our gentlemen came home today, abusing the natives most heartily, whom he said he had found to be given to the detestable vice of sodomy. He said, had been with a family of Indians and paid a price for leave to make his addresses to any one young woman they should pitch upon him. One was chose as he thought, who willingly retired with him, but on examination proved to be a boy. That, on his returning and complaining of this, another was sent, who turned out to be a boy likewise. That on his second complaint he could get no redress, but was laughed at by the Indians. Far be it from me to attempt saying that vice is not practised here. This, however, I must say, that in my humble opinion, this story proves no more than that our gentleman was fairly tricked out of his cloth, which none of the young ladies chose to accept of on his terms, and the master of the family did not choose to part with. 1770 February 4. Prevented from sailing by our hay, which had been so thoroughly soaked by the late rains that it was too wet to put on board. Some conversation passed today concerning a report we had heard yesterday. 2 of our boats went out different ways, and returned at different times. The people of one said that they had met a double canoe, who told them that they had a few days ago lost a female child, who they suspected had been stolen and eaten by some of their neighbors. The others said that they had also met a double canoe, whose people told them that they had yesterday eat a child, some of whose bones they sold them. From hence many of our gentlemen were led to conclude that thefts of this kind are frequent among these Indians. This story, in my opinion, throws very little light upon the subject, as I am inclined to believe that our 2 boats, who went out at very different times in the morn, both in the same direction, one only farther than the other, saw one and the same canoe, and only differently interpreted the conversation of the people, as they know only a few words of the language, and eating people is now always the uppermost idea in their heads. This, however, I must say, that when such families have come off to the ship, even with an intention to fight with us, they have very often brought women and young children in arms, as if they were afraid to leave them behind. 1770 February 5. Ship employed in warping herself into a better berth for sailing. When after the anchor was carried out, a fortunate eddy wind blew her onto it. Our old man Topa'a was on board, of whom Tupaia asked many questions concerning the land, etc. His answers were nearly as follows: that the straits, which we had seen from the hills, were really a passage into the eastern sea, that the land to the south consisted of 2 islands, or several which might be sailed round in 3 or 4 days in their canoes, that he knew of no other great land than that we had been upon, Aihia no Maui, of which Terafite was the southern part, that he believed his ancestors were not born there, but came originally from Hawaii, the place from whence Tupaia and the islanders also derived their origin, which lay to the northward where there were many lands, that neither himself, his father, or his grandfather ever heard of ships as large as this being here before, but that they have a tradition of 2 large vessels, much larger than theirs, which some time or other came here, and were totally destroyed by the inhabitants, and all the people belonging to them killed. This Tupaia says is a very old tradition, much older than his great-grandfather, and relates to 2 large canoes, which came from Olimaroa, one of the islands he has mentioned to us. Whether he is right, or whether this is a tradition of Tasman's ships, whose size in comparison to their own they could not, from relation, conceive a sufficient idea of, and whom their warlike ancestors had told them they had destroyed, is difficult to say. Tupaia all along warned us not to believe too much anything these people told us, for he says they are given to lying. They told you that one of their people was killed by a musket and buried, which was absolutely false. Myself and the doctor went ashore today to wind up our bottoms, and fell in by accident with the most agreeable Indian family we have seen upon the coast. Indeed, the only one in which we have observed any order or subordination. It consisted of 17 people. The head of it was a pretty child of about 10 years old, who they told us was the owner of the land about where we wooded. The only instance of property we have met with among these people. He and his mother, who mourned for her husband tears of blood, according to their custom, sat upon mats. The rest sat round them. Houses they had none, nor did they attempt to make for themselves any shelter against the inclemencies of the weather, which I suppose they by custom very easily endure. Their whole behaviour was so affable, obliging, and unsuspicious, that I should certainly have accepted their invitation of staying the night with them, had not the ship been to sail in the morn. Most unlucky I shall always esteem it that we did not sooner get acquainted with these people, from whom we might have learnt more in a day of their manners and dispositions than from all that we have yet seen. 1770, February 6. Foul wind continued, but we contrived to turn out and get into the straits, which are to be called Cook's Straits. Here we were becalmed, and almost imperceptibly drawn by the tide near the land. The lead was dropped, and gave 70 fathom. Soon after saw an appearance like breakers, towards which we drove fast. It was now sunset, and night came on apace. The ship drove into this, which proved to be a strong tide, which set her directly upon a rock, to which she approached very near, when the anchor was dropped, which brought her up about a cable's length from it. Now we were sensible of the force of the tide, which roared like a mill-stream, and ran at 4 knots at least when it came in its strongest pushes, for it varied much. It ran in this manner till 12 o'clock, when, with the slack water, we got up the anchor with great difficulty, which lay in 70 fathom, and a light breeze from the northward cleared very soon from our dangers. 1770, February 7. Sensible again of the violence of the tides here, which passed us in great ripples, even in the middle of the straits, though they were judged to be 5 leagues over in the narrowest part. A large hill was seen, with much snow upon it on the southwest side. At noon we were almost abreast of it, and clear of the straits. It proved to be so far inland that we could hardly trace its outline, so probably it is very high indeed. The land between us and it was flat for a large extent, but seemed barren and swampy land. After this, barren and sandy, and rounded away fast to the southward. A small smoke upon it in the even was the only sign of inhabitants that we saw. 1770, February 8. As some of the officers declared last night that they thought it probable that the land we had been round might communicate by an isthmus, situate somewhere between where we are now and Cape Turnagain, though the whole distance is estimated at no more than 90 miles, the captain resolved to stand to the northward till he should see that cape, which was accordingly done in the morning, the wind being fair, though but a light breeze. As soon as we were in with the land, it appeared more fertile than any we had seen for some time, and the flats larger. But the weather was so hazy that we could not make use of our glasses. About this time 3 canoes put off from the shore, and followed us, and had patience to do so till 3 o'clock, when they overtook us, and immediately, with very little invitation, came on board. They appeared richer and more cleanly than any people we have seen since we were in the Bay of Islands, and their canoes were also ornamented in the same manner as those we had formerly seen on the north and this side of the island, but have not now seen since the river Thames, if even there. They were also more civil in their behaviour, and on having presents made them, immediately made presents to us in return, an instance we have not before met with in this island. All these things inclined me to believe that we were again come into the dominions of Tiratu, but on asking them they said no, he was not their king. 1770, February 9. Weather rather more clear than yesterday. On the land, white chalky cliffs appeared, such as we'd used to see. By 11 o'clock, Cape Turnagain was in sight, which convinced everybody that the land was really an island, on which we once more turned our heads to the southward. 1770, February 10. Stood along shore nearer the land than when we passed it before. It made in low hills, which seemed pretty well clothed with trees, but at the bottom of them was lowish land, making in tables, the tops of which were covered with white sand, that through the glass had much the appearance of ripe corn. Between these were a few valleys in which were wood, and in one of these we saw a few houses. In the evening the country rather mended upon us, I suppose, as many fires were seen, by which I suppose it to be better inhabited. 1770, February 11. Calm this morn. 2 canoes came off and sold us a few fish, and some of their fishing hooks, made upon a piece of wood, which I believe serves instead of bait, in towing as the mother of pearl does on the islanders' towing hooks. Light breeze. The land did not look to so much advantage as when we passed it in our passage to the northward. 1770, February 12. This morn the seamen all imagined that we had passed the mouth of the straits, when to our surprise the great snowy hill which we had seen on the 7th appeared right ahead. At night, however, we were abreast of the straits, which, was it not for the hill, might be difficult to find in cloudy weather. 1770, February 13. Calm, which gave me an opportunity of going out in the boat and shooting some albatrosses. The air today was so hazy that we could scarce see the least traces of land, and yet the snow on the top of the mountain was very visible. 1770, February 14. Shooting again. Killed Nectris munda and Procelaria saltatrix. While I was out, 4 canoes came off from the shore, which I had not the least suspicion of, as we were farther from the shore than ever canoes had come before. Signals were made, but as the ship was right in the wake of the sun, none of them were seen by us till we saw the canoes themselves, when we immediately pulled for the ship, and got aboard, I believe without the Indians ever seeing us, so much was their attention taken up with looking at the ship. Indeed, if they had, no bad consequence could have ensued, as they were so timorous that they hardly dared venture within call of the ship. They stayed out but a while, and then went away, not time enough to get ashore before it was dark, for at sunset we saw them not more than halfway between us and the shore. I had 2 opportunities this even of seeing albatrosses raised from the water, which they did with great ease. Maybe when they are not able to do so, which I have seen, is when they are gorged with food. 1770, February 15. Calm again. At noon I went out and shot in less than an hour 6 albatrosses. Had the calm continued, I believe I might have shot 60, but a fair breeze of wind came, which made me not much regret the loss of the rest. 1770, February 16. Land this morn looked fertile enough. We had now entered upon a new island on which few signs of inhabitants were seen. A fire, however, made us certain that howsoever thin they might be, it was not totally destitute of them. All day the weather was very clear. In the morn early, Mr. Gore imagined that he saw land to the southeastward. 1770, February 17. This morn we were close on board of the land, which made in ridges, not unlike the South Sea Islands between the tropics. The tops of these were bare, but in the valleys was plenty of wood. On the southeast part was an opening, which had all possible appearance of an excellent harbour. Near this, on the top of a hill, we saw 2 people setting. Mr. Gore, notwithstanding yesterday's run, was of opinion that what he saw yesterday morning might be land, so he declared on the quarter-deck, on which the captain, who resolved that nobody should say he had left land behind, unsought for, ordered the ship to be steered southeast. 1770, February 18. All yesterday, last night, and this morn, we stood for Mr. Gore's land, but not seeing any, and at noon, today, finding ourselves in latitude 45-17, everybody in the ship was convinced, except possibly Mr. Gore, that it was impossible to have on the 17th seen as far as where we were now, so we again stood to the westward. At night it was hazy, and a large shoal of bottle-nosed porpoises were about the ship, soon after which it began to flow brisk but fair. 1770, February 19. Last night, about 1, the officer of the watch came down to the captain with the disagreeable news of land right ahead and very near, which the wind, which blew strong, blew directly upon. We were soon, however, set at ease by the captain coming down and telling us that it was only a white cloud. In the morn it blew hard, and before noon, to our great surprise, land was indeed in sight, very high and far off. Many conjectures were made whether or not it was part of the land we had left, but that can only be determined by future observations. We had most of us put great confidence in the intelligence we had got of the Indians in the last anchoring place, notwithstanding Tupaya had even then warned us much not to depend upon the people, who, he said, he was sure were liars. We had been told, however, at different times by the inhabitants of both towns, that the straits really joined the 2 seas, and that the land to the southward might be sailed round in 3 or 4 days. The first we had found to be true, and from thence there appeared the highest probability that the other was so likewise. Nor could we devise any reason the Indians could have in wishing to deceive us, especially as we had asked the question of 2 different societies who we had reason to think had not had any intercourse in the intermediate time, which had made us rather stretch the bounds of probability in allowing the practicability of a canoe sailing round the first part of the land we had seen in the given time. There was, however, between the farthest part of both the lands a space which we had not seen of more than 20 leagues in length. Supposing that to be a strait, the Indians certainly could not see over it, and the country they inhabited being very thinly peopled, they might at this time be ignorant that there was land beyond it. This much for conjectures. But be it remembered that they are merely such, and upon a subject that further observations will most probably clear up. Though we saw the land at noon, and at that time we had a fresh breeze of wind, yet it dropping nearly calm soon after, we were at night very distant from it. We had, however, soundings a great way off, and the land appeared very high, so that we once more cherished strong hopes that we had at last completed our wishes, and that this was absolutely a part of the southern continent, especially as we had seen a hint thrown out in some books that the Dutch, not contented with Tasman's discoveries, had afterwards sent other ships who took the land upon the same latitude as he made it in, and followed it to the southward as high as latitude 64 south. 1770 February 20. This morn we were close in with the land, which appeared flat, sandy, and very barren near the shore, but rising into high hills inland. We stood in pretty near to it, but saw no signs of inhabitants. Wind southerly, all day blowing fresh. 1770 February 21. Weather rather more moderate, but still foul, so that we again saw today the same part of the coast as yesterday. 1770 February 22. Still more moderate, but will not let us proceed at all to the southward. 1770 February 23. At noon calm today, which gives us hopes that we may have a fair wind. As we have now been 4 days upon nearly the same part of the coast, without seeing any signs of inhabitants, I think there is no doubt that this part, at least, is without inhabitants. 1770 February 24. Fresh breeze of wind and fair, so we went along shore briskly, but kept so far off from it that no observations could be made. We can only say that we did not see any fires. Other signs of people we could not have seen by reason of our distance, had they been ever so numerous or conspicuous. In the evening the land ahead inclined a good deal to the west. We were now on board of 2 parties, one who wished that the land in sight might, the other that it might not, be a continent. Myself have always been most firm for the former, though sorry I am to say that in the ship my party is so small that I firmly believe that there are no more heartily of it than myself and one poor midshipman. The rest begin to sigh for roast beef. 1770 February 25. Wind whiffling all round the compass. At night settled at southwest and blew hard. 1770 February 26. Still blew hard, in some squalls, very much so. Thermometer today at noon was 48, which pinched us a little. 1770 February 27. Weather a little more moderate, but no standing upon legs, without the assistance of hands as yet. Hope, however, that the heart of this long-winded gale is broke, according to the sea phrase. 1770 February 28. Weather a little more moderate, so that we got a little respite, and our different occupations went on as usual. Opened today a cask of cabbage put up by the receipt of this journal, which proved most excellently good, scarce at all worse for keeping in my opinion. End of section 30, February 1770. Section 31 of the Endeavour Journal of Sir Joseph Banks, Journal from 25 August, 1768 to 12 July, 1771 by Joseph Banks. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail, Timmerman, Vaughan. Section 31. March 1770. 1770 March 1. Wind variable and weather sufficiently troublesome. 1770 March 2. More moderate, but a heavy swell from southwest made the ship very troublesome. 1770 March 3. More moderate, but southwest swell almost as high as ever, which gave great spirits to the No Continent party. 1770 March 4. Pleasant weather and fair wind, so that we ran in towards the land. In the morn 1 or 2 penguins were about us that swam as fast as the ship sailed, making a noise, something like the shrieking of a goose. They seemed to be like Diomedea demursa, but whether they were or not, I cannot be certain. In the evening ran along shore, but kept so far off that little could be seen. A large smoke was, however, which at night showed itself in an immense fire on the side of a hill, which we supposed to be set on fire by the natives. For though this is the only sign of people we have yet seen, I think it must be an indisputable proof that there are inhabitants, though probably very thinly scattered over the face of this very large country. 1770, March 5. Thick, misty weather. The smoke of last night's fire still in sight. A point of land seen this morn, which inclined much to the westward, was supposed by the no continents the end of the land. Towards even, however, it cleared up, and we continents had the pleasure to see more land to the southward. 1770, March 6. Very moderate and exceedingly clear. Land seen as far as south, so our unbelievers are almost inclined to think that continental measures will at last prevail. 1770, March 7. Almost calm, so we remained in the same place nearly all day, too far from the land to see anything of it, at least to depend upon our observations. 1770, March 8. Little wind and fair, which carried us to the southward far enough to ascertain that the appearance seen to the southward in the eve of the 6th was nothing but clouds, though from its fixed and steady appearance nobody at that time doubted in the least its being land. 1770, March 9. At the first dawn of day a ledge of rocks was discovered, right to the leeward and very near to us, so we had much reason to be thankful that the wind in the night had been very gentle, otherwise we must in all human probability have ran right among them. At least we could have had no chance of escaping them but by hearing them, as there was no moon. The land appeared barren and seemed to end in a point, to which the hills gradually declined, much to the regret of us continent mongers, who could not help thinking this. A great swell from southwest and the broken ground without it, a pretty sure mark of some remarkable cape being here. By noon we were pretty near the land, which was uncommonly barren. The few flat places we saw seemingly produced little or nothing, and the rest was all bare rocks, which were amazingly full of large veins and patches of some mineral that shone as if it had been polished, or rather looked as if they were really paved with glass. What it was I could not at all guess, but it certainly was some mineral, and seemed to argue by its immense abundance a country abounding in minerals, where if anyone may judge from the corresponding latitudes of South America, in all human probability something very valuable might be found. 1770, March 10. Blew fresh all day, but carried us round the point to the total demolition of our aerial fabric called continent. 1770, March 11. Fresh gales still, and wind that will not us let get to the northward. We stood in with the shore, which proved very high, and had a most romantic appearance from the immense steepness of the hills, many of which were conical, and most had their heads covered with snow. On their sides and bottoms was, however, a good deal of wood, so much we could see, and no more, and the wind balking us would not let us stand nearer the shore than 2 leagues. 1770, March 12. Blew hard all day. Immense quantities of albatrosses and other seabirds were seen, which we had been without for some time. 1770, March 13. Wind fair, but still blew fresh, with very unsettled weather. In the evening we saw a harbour, stood in towards it, and found it to have all the appearances of a good one, but it was too late to stand near. The country about it was high inland, though not so much so as that seen on the 11th, as there was no snow on any part of it. Here were veins in the rocks, very large, filled with a whitish appearance, different from what we saw on the 9th. The sides of the hills appeared to be well wooded, and the country in general as fertile as in so hilly a country could be expected, but not the least signs of inhabitants. 1770, March 14. Stood along shore with a fair breeze, and passed 3 or 4 places that had much the appearance of harbours, much to my regret, who wished to examine the mineral appearances from which I had formed great hopes. The country rose immediately from the sea in steep hills, which however were tolerably covered with wood. Behind these were another ridge of hills covered in many places with snow, which from its pure whiteness and smoothness in the morn, and the many cracks and intervals that appeared among it at night, we conjectured to be newly fallen. 1770, March 15. Little wind in the morn. Towards even a brisk breeze. The country today appeared covered with steep hills, whose sides were but ill wooded, but on their tops was large quantities of snow, especially on the sides that looked towards the south. We imagined that about noon we passed by some considerable river, as the sea was almost covered with leaves, small twigs, and blades of grass. Many albatrosses about the ship today. We have not been absolutely without them since we came on this side of the land. 1770, March 16. Much snow on the ridges of the high hills. 2 were however seen, on which was little or none. Whatever the cause of it might be, I could not guess. They were quite bare of trees or any kind of vegetables, and seemed to consist of a mouldering soft stone of the colour of brick or light red ochre. About noon the country near the sea changed much for the better, appearing in broad valleys, clothed with prodigious fine woods, out of which came many fine streams of water. Notwithstanding the fineness of the country, there was not the smallest sign of inhabitants, nor indeed have we seen any since we made this land, except the fire on the 4th. 1770, March 17. Passed today by several large flats, which seemed low. The day in general was foggy, so that little could be seen. 1770, March 18. Immense quantities of snow on the hills new fallen, which by noon was plainly seen to begin to melt. The country near the shore was to appearance fertile and pleasant enough. 1770, March 19. Hazy weather and foul wind put us all out of spirits. 1770, March 20. Blew fresh all day with much rain and hazy weather. At night, however, wind came fair. 1770, March 21. Hazy. The land was wrapped in a cloak of fog all day, above which the tops of some hills appeared. At night saw a phenomenon which I have but seldom seen. At sunset the flying clouds were of almost all colours, among which was green very conspicuous, though rather faint-coloured. 1770, March 22. Cloudy, misty, and calm all day. Once we were very near the shore, on which we saw that there was a most dreadful surf, occasioned by the south and southwest swell, which has rained without intermission ever since we have been upon this side of the land. 1770, March 23. Fine weather and light breezes. 1770, March 24. Just turned the westernmost point and stood into the mouth of the straits, intending to anchor in the first harbour we could find, when an easterly wind met us right in the teeth, to our no small dissatisfaction, as I believe there has been no other part of the time since we left Cape Turnagain. The first time when such a wind would have been disagreeable. 1770, March 25. Light breezes, but wind still at east. The sea is certainly an excellent school for patience. 1770, March 26. Light breezes and wind fair, to our no small comfort. After noon we saw a ripple near an island, which had something the appearance of breakers, but differed from them in the small waves breaking only without any swell or large ones. Our boat sounded upon it, but could get no ground. We supposed it to be the effect of a strong tide, such as we felt in the straits as we passed them. At night came to an anchor in a bay, in some part of which it is probable the Tasman anchored. 1770, March 27. Went ashore this morn. The country hilly, but not very high. Little or no flats were however to be seen. In the place where we watered were the remains of 2 or 3 Indian houses, which clearly had not been inhabited this year at least, but no signs that people had been here since that time. While Dr. Solander and self botanized, Tupaya and his boy caught almost a boatload of fish by angling in 2 or 3 fathom water. 1770, March 28. Rained and blew so hard all today that going ashore was scarce practicable, at least when we had so little hopes of success as our yesterday's search had given us, in which we found not one new plant. 1770, March 29. Rained and blew as hard as yesterday. Myself ill with sickness at stomach and most violent headache, a complaint which in some of our people has been succeeded by a fever. During the day many fish were taken in the ship, 90 out of the cabin windows alone. 1770, March 30. Myself quite recovered, except a little soreness at my stomach, occasioned, I suppose, by retching yesterday. The weather being fair, I resolved to climb some hill in hopes of meeting some plants in the upper regions, as none had been found in the lower. I did with great difficulty, walking for more than a mile in fern higher than my head. Success, however, answered my wishes, and I got 3 plants which we had not before seen. After coming down, I examined the stones which lay on the beach. They showed evident signs of mineral tendency, being full of veins, but I had not the fortune to discover any ore of metal, at least that I knew to be so, in them. As the place we lay in had no bare rocks in its neighbourhood, this was the only method I have of even conjecturing. 1770, March 31. Our route being settled in the manner above mentioned, we this morn weighed and sailed with a fair breeze of wind, inclined to fall in with Van Diemen's Land, as near as possible to the place where Tasman left it. End of section 31, March 1770. Section 32 of the Endeavour Journal of Sir Joseph Banks. Journal from 25 August 1768 to 12 July 1771 by Joseph Banks. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail, Timmerman, Vaughan. Section 32. Account of New Zealand, Part 1. As we intend to leave this place tomorrow morn, I shall spend a few sheets in drawing together what I have observed of this country and its inhabitants, premising in the meantime that in this and all others of the same kind which may occur in this journal, I shall give myself liberty of conjecturing and drawing conclusions from which I have observed, in which I may doubtless often be mistaken. In the daily journal, however, the observations may be seen, and anyone who refers to that may draw his own conclusions from them, attending as little as he pleases to any of mine. This country was first discovered by Abel Janssen Tasman on the 13th of December 1642, and called by him New Zealand. He, however, never went ashore upon it, probably for fear of the natives, who, when he had come to an anchor, set upon one of his boats and killed 3 or 4 out of 7 people that were in her. Tasman certainly was an able navigator. He sailed into the mouth of the Cook Strait, and finding himself surrounded, in all appearance, with land, observed the tide of flood to come from the southeast. From thence he conjectured that there was in that place a passage through the land, which conjecture we proved to be true, and he himself had certainly done, had not the wind changed, as he thought, in his favour, giving him an opportunity of returning the way he came in, which he preferred to standing into a bay with an onshore wind. Upon the strength of conjecture only, again, when he came the length of Cape Maria van Diemen, he observed hollow waves to come from the northeast, from whence he concluded it to be the northernmost part of the land, which we really found it to be. Lastly, to his eternal credit be it spoken, though he had been 4 months absent from Batavia when he made this land, and had sailed both eastward and westward, his longitude, allowing for an error of in that of Batavia, as he himself has stated it, differs no more than from ours, which is corrected by an innumerable number of observations of the moon and sun, etc., as well as a transit of Mercury over the sun, all calculated and observed by Mr. Green, a mathematician of well-known abilities, who was sent out in this ship by the Royal Society to observe the transit of Venus. Thus much for Tasman. It were much to be wished, however, that we had a fuller account of his voyage than that published by Dirk Rembrandts, which seems to be no more than a short extract, and that other navigators would imitate him in mentioning the latitudes and longitudes in which they account the places from whence they take their departure to be situated, which precaution, useful as it is, may almost be said to have been used by Tasman alone. The face of the country is in general mountainous, especially inland, where probably runs a chain of very high hills, parts of which we saw at several times. They were generally covered with snow, and certainly very high. Some of our officers, men of experience, did not scruple to say as much so as the Pike of Teneriffe. In that particular, however, I cannot quite agree with them, though that they must be very high is sufficiently proved by the hill to the northward of the mouth of Cook's Straits, which was seen, and made no inconsiderable figure, at the distance of leagues. The sea-coast, should it ever be examined, will probably be found to abound in good harbours. We saw several, of which the Bay of Islands or Motuaro and Queen Charlotte Sound or Totranui are as good as any seaman need desire to come into, either for good anchorage or convenience of wooding and watering. The outer ridge of land which lies open to the sea is, as I believe is the case in most countries, generally barren, especially to the southward, but within that the hills are covered with thick woods quite to the top, and every valley produces a rivulet of water. The soil is in general light, and consequently admirably adapted to the uses for which the natives cultivate it, whose crops consist entirely of roots. On the southern and western sides it is the most barren, the sea being there generally bounded with either steep hills or vast tracts of sand, which probably is the reason why the people in these parts were so much less numerous, and lived almost entirely upon fish. The northern and eastern sides make, however, some amends for the barrenness of the others. In them we often saw very large tracts of ground, which either actually were, or very lately had been, cultivated, and an immense quantity of woodland, which was yet uncleared, but promised great returns to the people who would take the trouble of clearing it. Of the latter, especially in Taunaroa, or Poverty Bay, and Tolaga, besides swamps, which might doubtless easily be drained, and sufficiently evinced the richness of their soil by the great size of all the plants that grew upon them, and more particularly of the timber trees, which were the straightest, cleanest, and I may say the largest I have ever seen, at least speaking of them in the gross. I may have seen several times single trees larger than any I observed among them, but it was not one but all these trees which were enormous, and doubtless, had we had time and opportunity to search, we might have found many larger ones than any we saw, as we were never but once ashore among them, and that but for a short time on the banks of the river Thames, where we rode for many miles between woods of these trees, to which we could see no bounds. The river Thames is indeed, in every respect, the properest place we have yet seen for establishing a colony. A ship as large as ours might be carried several miles up the river, where she would be moored to the trees, as safe as alongside a wharf in London river, a safe and sure retreat in case of an attack from the natives, as she might even be laid on the mud, and a bridge built to her. The noble timber, of which there is such abundance, would furnish plenty of materials, either for building defences, houses, or vessels. The river would furnish plenty of fish, and the soil make ample returns of any European vegetables sown in it. I have some reason to think from observations made upon the vegetables that the winters here are extremely mild, much more so than in England. The summers we have found to be scarce at all hotter, though more equably warm. The south part, which is much more hilly and barren than the north, I firmly believe to abound with minerals in a very high degree. This, however, is only conjecture. I had not, to my great regret, an opportunity of landing in any place where the signs of them were promising, except the last, nor indeed in any one where from the ship the country appeared likely to produce them, which it did to the southward in a very high degree, as I have mentioned in my daily journal. In all the times that we have landed in this country, we have seen, I had almost said, no quadrupeds, really original natives of it. Dogs and rats indeed there were, the former, as in other countries, companions of the men, and the latter probably brought hither by the men, especially as they are so scarce that I myself have not had the opportunity of seeing even one. Of seals, indeed, we have seen a few, and one sea lion, but these were in the sea, and are certainly very scarce, as we have seen no signs of them among the natives, except a few teeth of the latter, which they make into a kind of bodkins, and value much. It appears not improbable that there really are no other species of quadrupeds in the country, for the natives, whose chief luxury of dress consists in skins and hair of dogs, and the skins of diverse birds, and who wear for ornaments the bones and beaks of birds and teeth of dogs, would probably have made use of some part of any other animal they were acquainted with, a circumstance which, though we carefully sought after, we never saw the least signs of. Of birds there are not many species, and none except perhaps the gannet, the same as those of Europe. However, there are ducks and shags of several kinds, sufficiently like the European ones to be called the same by the seamen, both which we eat and accounted good food, especially the former, which are not at all inferior to those of Europe. Besides these there are hawks, owls, and quails, differing but little at first sight from those of Europe, and several small birds that sing much more melodiously than any I have ever heard. The sea-coast is also frequently visited by many oceanic birds, such as albatrosses, shearwaters, pintados, etc., and has also a few birds called by Sr. Narborough penguins, which are truly what the French call nuances between fishes and birds, as their feathers, especially on their wings, differ but little from scales, and their wings themselves, which they use only in diving, and by no means in attempting to fly or even accelerate their motion on the surface of the water, as young birds are observed to do, might thence almost properly be called fins. Neither are insects in greater plenty than birds. A few butterflies and beetles, flesh flies, like those in Europe, mosquitoes, and sandflies, may be exactly the same as those of North America, make up the whole list. Of these last, however, which are most justly accounted the curse of any country where they abound, we never met with any great abundance. A few indeed there were in almost every place we went into, but never enough to make any occupations ashore troublesome, or to give occasion for using shades for the face, which we had brought out to defend ourselves from them. For this scarcity of animals on the land, the sea, however, makes abundant recompense. Every creek and corner produces abundance of fish, not only wholesome, but at least as well tasted as our fish in Europe. The ships seldom anchored in, or indeed passed over in light winds, any place whose bottom was such as fish resort to in general, but as many were caught with hook and line as the people could eat, especially to the southward, where when we lay at an anchor, the boats by fishing with hook and line, very near the rocks, could take any quantity of fish. Besides that, the seine seldom failed of success, insomuch that both the times that we anchored to the southward of Cook's Straits, every mess in the ship that had prudence enough salted as much fish as lasted them many weeks after they went to sea. For the sorts, there are mackerel of several kinds, one precisely the same as our English ones, and another much like our horse mackerel, besides several more. These come in immense shoals and are taken by the natives in large seines, from whom we bought them at very easy rates. Besides these were many species, which though they did not at all resemble any fish that I at least have seen before, our seamen contrived to give names to, so that hakes, breams, coalfish, etc., were appellations familiar with us, and I must say that those who bear these names in England need not be ashamed of their namesakes in this country. But above all the luxuries we met with, the lobsters, or sea crawfish, must not be forgot, which are possibly the same that in Lord Anson's voyage are mentioned to be found at the island of Juan Fernandez. They are large, though not quite so large as those of Juan Fernandez, and differ from ours in England in having many more prickles on their backs, and being red when taken out of the water. Of them we bought great quantities of the natives everywhere to the northward, who catch them by diving near the shore, feeling first with their feet till they find out where they lie. We had also that fish described by Frazier in his voyage to Spanish South America by the name of elephant, pejegalo, or poisson coq, which though coarse we made shift to eat. Several species of skates or stingrays, which were abominably coarse. But to make amends for that, we had among several sorts of dogfish one that was spotted with a few white spots, whose flavour was similar to, but much more delicate than our skate. We had flatfish also like soles and flounders, eels and congers of several sorts, and many others which any Europeans who may come here after us will not fail to find the advantage of, besides excellent oysters, and many sorts of shellfish and cockles, clams, etc. Though the country is generally covered with an abundant verdure of grass and trees, yet I cannot say that it is productive of so great a variety as many countries I have seen. The entire novelty, however, of the greatest part of what we found recompensed us as natural historians for the want of variety. Sow thistle, garden nightshade, and perhaps 1 or 2 kinds of grasses were exactly the same as in England, 3 or 4 kinds of fern, the same as those of the West Indies, and a plant or 2 that are common to almost all the world. These were all that had before been described by any botanist, out of about 400 species, except 5 or 6 which we ourselves had before seen in Tierra del Fuego. Eatable vegetables there are very few. We indeed, as people who had been long at sea, found great benefit in the article of health by eating plentifully of wild celery and a kind of cresses which grew everywhere abundantly near the seaside. We also once or twice met with an herb, like that which the country people in England call lamb's quarter or fat hen, which we boiled instead of greens, and once only a cabbage tree, the cabbage of which made us one delicious meal. These, with the fern roots and one other vegetable, Pandanus blanc, totally unknown in Europe, which though eat by the natives, no European will probably ever relish, are the whole of the vegetables which I know to be eatable, except those which they cultivate, and have probably brought with them from the country from whence they themselves have originally come. Nor does their cultivated grounds produce many species of esculent plants. 3 only have I seen, yams, sweet potatoes, and cocoas, all 3 well known in both East and West Indies, and much esteemed of these, especially the 2 former. They cultivate often pieces of many acres, and I believe any ship that was to be to the northward in the autumn, about the time of digging them up, might purchase any quantity. Besides these, they cultivate gourds, the fruits of which serve them to make bottles, jugs, etc., and a very small quantity of the Chinese paper mulberry tree, the same as the inhabitants of the South Sea Islands use, to make their garments of. This they very much value, but it is so scarce with them, probably having been brought from a hotter country, and not thriving here, that though they likewise beat it out into cloth, we never saw pieces of it larger than what served to put into the holes they bore in their ears, making an ornament they are very fond of, and this was doubtless the reason why they preferred the cloth which we had brought from the South Sea Islands with us to any merchandise we could show them, and next to it white paper. Fruits they have none, except, I should reckon, a few kind of insipid berries, which had neither sweetness nor flavour to recommend them, and which none but the boys took the pains to gather. The woods, however, abound with excellent timber trees, fit for any kind of building in size, grain, and apparent durability. One which bears a very conspicuous scarlet flower made up of many threads, and is a large tree, as big as an oak in England, has a very hard wood, which seems well adapted for the cogs of mill wheels, etc., or any purpose for which very hard wood is used. That which I have before mentioned to grow in the swamps, which has a leaf not unlike yew, and bears small bunches of berries, is tall, straight, and thick enough to make masts for vessels of any size, and seems likewise by the straight direction of the fibres to be tough, but it is too heavy. This, however, I have been told is the case with the pitch pine in North America, the timber of which this very much resembles, and that the North Americans know how to lighten by tapping it properly, and actually use for masts. But of all the plants we have seen among these people, that which is the most excellent in its kind, and which really excels most, if not all that are put to the same uses in other countries, is the plant which serves them instead of hemp and flax. Of this there are two sorts. The leaves of both much resemble those of flags. The flowers are smaller and grow much more together. In one sort they are yellowish, in the other of a deep red. Of the leaves of these plants, with very little preparation, all their common wearing apparel are made, and all strings, lines, and cordage for every purpose, and that of a strength so much superior to hemp as scarce to bear a comparison with it. From the same leaves also by another preparation, a kind of snow-white fibres are drawn, shining almost as silk, and likewise surprisingly strong, of which all their finer clothes are made. And of the leaves, without any preparation than splitting them into proper breadths, and tying those strips together, are made their fishing nets. So useful a plant would doubtless be a great acquisition to England, especially as one might hope that it would thrive there with very little trouble, as it seems hardy and affects no particular soil, being found equally on hills and in valleys, in dry soil and the deepest bogs, which last land it seems, however, rather to prefer, as I have always seen it in such places of a larger size than anywhere else. When we first came ashore, we imagined the country to be much better peopled than afterwards we found it, concluding from the smokes that we saw that there were inhabitants very far inland, which indeed, in Poverty Bay and the Bay of Plenty, which are much the best peopled parts of the country that we have seen, may yet be the case. In all the other parts we have been in, we have, however, found the sea-coast only inhabited, and that but sparingly, insomuch that the number of inhabitants seem to bear no kind of proportion to the size of the country which they possess, and this probably is owing to their frequent wars. Besides this, the whole coast from Cape Maria van Diemen to Mount Egmont and 7/8 of the South Island seem totally without people. The men are of the size of the larger Europeans, stout, plain-limbed, and active, fleshy but never fat, as the lazy inhabitants of the South Sea Islands are, vigorous, nimble, and at the same time clever in all their exercises. I have seen 15 paddles of a side in one of their canoes move with immense quick strokes, and at the same time as much justness, as if the movers were animated by one soul. Not the fraction of a second could be observed between the dipping and raising any two of them, the canoe all the while moving with incredible swiftness, and to see them dance their war dance was an amusement which never failed to please every spectator. So much strength, firmness, and agility in their motions, and at the same time such excellent time kept, that I have often heard above 100 paddles, etc., struck against the sides of their boats, as directed by their singing, without a mistake being ever made. In colour they vary a little, some being browner than others, but few are browner than a Spaniard, a little sunburnt, might be supposed to be. The women, without being at all delicate in their outward appearance, are rather smaller than European women, but have a peculiar softness of voice, which never fails to distinguish them from the men, though both are dressed exactly alike. They are like those of the fair sex that I have seen in other countries, more lively, airy, and laughter-loving than the men, and have more volatile spirits, formed by nature to soften the cares of more serious man, who takes upon him the laborious toil of war and tilling the ground, etc. That disposition appears even in this uncultivated state of nature, showing in a high degree that, as well as in uncivilized as the most polished nations, man's ultimate happiness must at last be placed in woman. The dispositions of both sexes seem mild, gentle, and very affectionate to each other, but implacable towards their enemies, who after having killed they eat, probably out of a principle of revenge, and I believe never give quarter or take prisoners. They seem inured to war, and in their attacks work themselves up by their war dance to a kind of artificial courage which will not let them think in the least. Whenever they met with us and thought themselves superior, they always attacked us, though seldom seeming to mean more than to provoke us, to show them what we were able to do in this case. By many trials we found that good usage and fair words would not avail the least with them, nor would they be convinced by the noise of our firearms alone that they were superior to theirs. But as soon as they had felt the smart of even a load of small shot, and had had time allowed to recollect themselves from the effects of their artificial courage, which commonly took a day, they were sensible of our generosity in not taking advantage of our superiority, and became at once our good friends, and upon all occasions placed the most unbounded confidence in us. They are not like the islanders, addicted to stealing, but would sometimes, before peace was concluded, if they could be offering anything they had to sell, entice us to trust something of ours into their hands, refuse to return it with all coolness in the world, seeming to look upon it as the plunder of an enemy. End of section 32. Account of New Zealand, Part 1. Section 33 of the Endeavour Journal of Sir Joseph Banks. Journal from 25 August, 1768 to 12 July, 1771, by Joseph Banks. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail, Timmerman, Vaughan. Section 33. Account of New Zealand, Part 2. Both sexes were much more modest in their carriage and decent in their conversation than the islanders, which such of our people who had a mind to form any connection with the women soon found, but they were not impregnable. If the consent of their relations was asked, and the question accompanied with a proper present, it was seldom refused. But then the strictest decency must be kept up towards the young lady, or she might balk the lover after all. Upon one of our gentlemen making his addresses to a family of the better sort, the following answer was made him by the mistress of the family. Any of these young ladies will think themselves honoured by your addresses, but you must first make me a proper present, and must come and sleep with us ashore, for daylight should by no means be a witness of such proceedings. Neither sex are quite so cleanly in their persons as the islanders. Not having the advantage of so warm a climate, they do not wash so often, but the most disgustful thing about them is the oil with which they daub their hair. This is melted from the fat either of fish or birds. The better sort, indeed, have it fresh, and it is entirely void of smell, but the inferior often use that is rancid, and consequently smell something like Greenland dock when they are trying whale blubber. Both sexes stain themselves with the colour of black, in the same manner and something in the same method as the South Sea Islanders, introducing it under the skin by a sharp instrument furnished with many teeth. But the men carry this custom to much greater lengths, and the women not so far. They are generally content with having their lips blacked, but sometimes have patches of black on different parts of their bodies. The men, on the contrary, seem to add to their quantity every year of their lives, so that some of the elder are almost covered with it. Their faces are the most remarkable. On them they, by some art unknown to me, dig furrows in their faces, a line deep at least, and as broad, the edges of which are often again indented and most perfectly black. This may be done to make them look frightful in war. Indeed, it has the effect of making them most enormously ugly, the old ones at least, whose faces are entirely covered with it. The young again often have a small patch on one cheek, or over an eye, and those under a certain age, maybe 25 or 26, have no more than their lips black. Yet, ugly as this certainly looks, it is impossible to avoid admiring the eminence, elegance, and justness of the figures in which it is formed, which in the face is always different spirals. Upon the body, generally different figures, resembling sometimes the foliages of old, chasing upon gold or silver, all these finished with a masterly taste and execution. For of 100, which at first sight you would judge to be exactly the same, on a close examination, no 2 will prove alike. Nor do I remember to have seen any 2 alike, for their wild imaginations scorn to copy as appears in almost all their works. In different parts of the coast they varied very much in the quantity, and parts of the body on which this amoco, as they call it, was placed. But in the spirals upon their faces they generally agreed, and I have generally observed that the more populous a country was the greater quantity of this amoco they had. Possibly in populous countries the emulation of bearing pain with fortitude may be carried to greater lengths than where there are fewer people and consequently fewer examples to encourage. The buttocks, which in the islands was the principal seat of this ornament in general, here escapes untouched. In one place only we saw the contrary. Possibly they might on this account be esteemed as more noble, as having transferred the seat of their ornament from the dishonourable cheeks of their tail to the more honourable ones of their heads. Besides this dyeing in grain, as it may be called, they are very fond of painting themselves with red ochre, which they do in 2 ways, either rubbing it dry upon their skins, which some few do, or daubing their faces with large patches of it, mixed with oil, which consequently never dries. This latter is generally practised by the women, and was most universally condemned by us, for if any of us had unthinkingly ravished a kiss from one of these fair savages, our transgressions were wrote in more legible characters on our noses, which our companions could not fail to see on our first interview. The common dress of these people is certainly to a stranger at first one of the most uncouth and extraordinary sights that can be imagined. It is made of the leaves of the flag, described before, which are split into 3 or 4 slips each, and these, as soon as they are dry, are wove into a kind of stuff between netting and cloth, out of the upper side of which all the ends, of 8 or 9 inches long each, are suffered to hang in the same manner as thrums, out of a thrum mat. Of these pieces of cloth 2 serve for a complete dress, one of which is tied over the shoulders, and reaches about their knees, the other about the waist, which reaches near the ground. But they seldom wear more than one of these, and when they have it on, resemble not a little a thatched house. These dresses, however ugly as they are well adapted for their convenience, who are often obliged to sleep in the open air, and live some time without the least shelter, even from rain, so that they must trust entirely to their clothes as the only chance they have of keeping themselves dry, for which they are certainly not ill adapted, as every strip of leaf becomes in that case a kind of gutter, which serves to conduct the rain down and hinder it from soaking through the cloth beneath. Besides this, they have several kinds of cloth, which is smooth and ingeniously enough worked. They are chiefly of 2 sorts, one coarse as our coarsest canvas, and 10 times stronger, but much like it in the tying of the threads. The other is formed by many threads running lengthwise, and only a few crossing them, which tie them together. This last sort is sometimes striped, and always very pretty, for the threads that compose it are prepared so as to shine almost as much as silk. To both these they work borders of different colors and fine stitches, something like carpeting, or girls' samplers in various patterns, with an ingenuity truly surprising to anyone who will reflect that they are without needles. They also have mats with which they sometimes cover themselves, but the great pride of their dress seems to consist in dog's fur, which they use so sparingly that to avoid waste they cut into long strips and sew them at a distance from each other upon their cloth, varying often the colours prettily enough. When first we saw these dresses, we took them for the skins of bears, or some animal of that kind, but we were soon undeceived, and found upon inquiry that they were acquainted with no animal that had fur or long hair but their own dogs. Some there were who had these dresses ornamented with feathers, and one who had an entire dress of the red feathers of parrots, but these were not common. The men always wore short beards, and tied their hair in a small knot on the top of their heads, sticking into it a kind of comb, and at the top 2 or 3 white feathers. About their waists was tied a belt, from which hung a string, which was tied round their preputium, and in this seemed to consist most or all of their decency in that particular. for when that was tied they often exposed by different motions every part of their bodies to our view, and indeed not seldom threw off all other dress, but showed visible reluctance and signs of shame when we desired them to untie it, from a curiosity to see the manner in which it was tied. The first man we saw, when we went ashore in Poverty Bay, who was killed by one of our people, had his dress tied on exactly in the same manner as is represented in Mr. Dalrymple's account of Tasman's voyage, in a plate which I believe is copied from Valentine's History of the East Indies. It was tied over his shoulders, across his breast, again under his armpits, likewise across his breast, and round his loins. Of this dress we saw, however, but one more instance during our whole stay on the coast, though it seems convenient, as it leaves the arms quite at liberty, while the body is covered. In general, indeed, when they are close to set their arms at liberty, they at the same time freed all their other limbs by casting off their clothes entirely. The women, contrary to the custom of the sex in general, seemed to affect dress rather less than the men. Their hair, which they wore short, was seldom tied, and if it was behind their heads, and never ornamented with feathers. Their clothes were of the same stuff, and in the same form as those of the men, but indecently covering themselves, they far exceeded them. Their lower garments were at all times bound fast round them, and they never exposed to view anything, even in the neighbourhood of those parts which nature conceals, except when they gathered lobsters and shellfish, in which occupation they were frequently obliged to dive. But then they never meant to be seen by men, and when once or twice accidentally met by us, most evident signs of confusion, veiling as well as they could their naked beauties with seaweed, the only covering their situation afforded. Round their waists, instead of a belt, they constantly wore a girdle of many plaited strings made of the leaves of a very fragrant grass. Into this were tucked the leaves of some sweet-scented plant, fresh gathered, which, like the fig leaf of our first mother, served as the ultimate guard of their modesty. Both sexes bored their ears, and wore in them a great variety of ornaments. The holes by stretching were generally large enough to admit a finger at least. These generally, as if to keep them upon the stretch, were filled up with a plug of some sort or other, either cloth, feathers, bones of large birds, or sometimes only a stick of wood. Into this hole they often also put nails, or anything we gave them, which could be put there. The women also wore bunches of the down of the albatross, which is snow white, near as large as a fist, which, though very odd, made by no means an unelegant appearance. Besides these they hung to them by strings many very different things, often chisels or bodkins, made of a kind of green talc, which they value much, the nails and teeth also of their deceased relations, dogs' teeth, and in short everything they could get which was either valuable or ornamental. Besides these, the women wore bracelets and anklets, made of the bones of birds, shells, etc., and the men often had the figure of a distorted man, made of the before-mentioned green talc, or the tooth of a whale cut slantwise, so as something to resemble a tongue, and furnished with 2 eyes. These they wore about their necks, and seemed to value almost above everything else. I saw one instance also of a very extraordinary ornament, which was a feather stuck through the bridge of the nose, and projecting on each side of it over the cheeks. But this I only mention as a singular thing, having met with it only once among the many people I have seen, and never observed it in any other, even the marks of a hole which might occasionally serve for such purpose. Their houses are certainly the most inartificially made of anything among them, scarce equal to an European dog kennel, and resembling one in the door at least, which is barely high and wide enough to admit a man crawling upon all fours. They are seldom more than 16 or 18 feet long, 8 or 10 broad, and 5 or 6 high from the ridgepole to the ground, and built with a sloping roof, like our European houses. The materials of both walls and roof is dried grass or hay, and very tightly it is put together, so that necessarily they must be very warm. Some are lined with bark of trees on the inside, and many have either over the door or fixed somewhere in the house a piece of plank, covered with their carving, which they seem to value as much as we do a picture, placing it always as conspicuously as possible. All these houses have the door at one end, and near it is generally a square hole, which serves for a window, or probably in winter-time more for a chimney, for then they light a fire in the middle of the house. At the same end, where this door and window are placed, the side walls and roof project, generally 18 inches or 2 feet beyond the end wall, making a kind of porch, in which are benches, where the people of the house often sit. Within is a square place fenced off, with either boards or stones from the rest, in the middle of which they can make a fire. Round this the sides of the house are thick laid, with straw on which they sleep. As for furniture, they are not much troubled with it. One chest commonly contains all their riches, consisting of tools, clothes, arms, and a few feathers to stick into their hair. Their gourds and baskets made of bark, which serve them to keep fresh water, provision baskets, and the hammers with which they beat their fern roots, are generally left without the door. Mean and low as these houses are, they most perfectly resist all inclemencies of the weather, and answer consequently the purposes of mere shelter, as well as larger would do. The people, I believe, spend little of the day in them, except maybe in winter. The porch seems to be the place for work, and those who have not room there must set upon a stone or the ground in its neighbourhood. Some few of the better sort have kind of court walls, the walls of which are made of poles and hay, 10 or 12 feet high, which, as their families are large, encloses 3 or 4 houses. But I must not forget the ruins, or rather frame of a house, for it had never been finished, which I saw at Tolaga, as it was so much superior in size to anything of the kind we have met with in any other part of the land. It was 30 feet in length, in breadth, and high. The sides of it were ornamented with many broad carved planks of a workmanship superior to any we saw upon the land, but for what purpose this was built, or why deserted, we could not find out. Though these people when at home defend themselves so well from the inclemencies of the weather, yet when abroad upon their excursions, which they often make in search of fern roots, fish, etc., they seem totally indifferent of shelter. Sometimes they make a small shade to windward of them, but oftener omit that precaution. During our stay at Opurach, or Mercury Bay, such a party of Indians were there consisting of 40 or 50, who during all that time never erected the least covering, though twice it rained, almost without ceasing, for 24 hours together. Their food, in the use of which they seem to be moderate, consists of dogs, birds, especially seafowl such as penguins, albatrosses, etc., fish, sweet potatoes, yams, cocoas, some few wild plants, such as sow thistles, palm cabbage, etc., but above all, and which seems to be to them what bread is to us, the roots of a species of fern very common upon the hills, and which very nearly resembles that which grows on our hilly commons in England, and is called indifferently fern, bracken, or brakes. As for the flesh of men, although they certainly do eat it, I cannot, in my own opinion, debase human nature so much as to imagine that they relish as a dainty, or even look upon it as a part of common food. Though thirst of revenge may drive men to great lengths when the passions are allowed to take their full swing, yet nature, through all the superior part of the creation, shows how much she recoils at the thought of any species preying upon itself. Dogs and cats show visible signs of disgust at the very sight of a dead carcass of their species. Even wolves or bears were never said to eat one another, except in cases of absolute necessity, when the stings of hunger have overcome the precepts of nature, in which case the same has been done by the inhabitants of the most civilized nations. Among fish and insects, indeed, there are many instances which prove that those who live by prey regard little whether what they take is of their own or any other species. But anyone who considers the admirable chain of nature in which man, alone endowed with reason, justly claims the highest rank, and next to him are placed the half-reasoning elephant, the sagacious dog, the architect beaver, etc., in whom instinct so nearly resembles reason as to have been mistaken for it by men of no mean capacities. From these descending through the less informed quadrupeds and birds to the fish and insects, which seem, besides the instinct of fear, which is given them for self-preservation, to be moved only by the stings of hunger to eat, and those of lust to propagate their species, which when born are left entirely to their own care, and at last by the medium of the oyster, etc., etc., which not being able to move, but as tossed about by the waves, must in themselves be furnished with both sexes, that the species may be continued, shading itself away into the vegetable kingdom, for the preservation of whom neither sensation nor instinct is wanting. Whoever considers this, I say, will easily see that no conclusion in favor of such a practice can be drawn from the actions of a race of beings placed so infinitely below us in the order of nature. But to return to my subject. Simple as their food is, their cookery, as far as I saw, is as simple. A few stones heated hot and laid in a hole. Their meat laid upon it and covered with hay seems to be the most difficult part of it. Fish and birds they generally broil, or rather toast, spitting them upon a long skewer, the bottom of which is fixed under a stone, and another stone being put under the forepart of the skewer, it is raised or lowered by moving that stone as the circumstances may require. The fern roots are laid upon the open fire until they are thoroughly hot, and the bark of them burnt to a caul. They are then beat with a wooden hammer over a stone, which causes all the bark to fly off, and leaves the inside consisting of a small proportion of a glutinous pulp mixed with many fibers, which they generally spit out after having sucked each mouthful a long time. Strange and unheard of as it must appear to an European to draw nourishment from a class of plant which in Europe no animal, hardly even insects, will taste, I am inclined to think that it affords a nourishing and wholesome diet. These people eat but little, and this is the foundation of their meals, all summer at least, from the time that their roots are planted till the season for digging them up. All summer at least, from the time that their roots are planted till the season for digging them up. Among them I have seen many very healthy old men, and in general the whole of them are as vigorous a race as can be imagined. To the southward, where little or nothing is planted, fern roots and fish must serve them all the year. Here, therefore, we saw that they had made vast piles of both, especially the latter, which were dried in the sun very well, I suppose meant for winter stock, when possibly fish is not so plentiful, or the trouble of catching it is greater in the winter. Water is their universal drink, nor did I see any signs of any other liquor being at all known to them, or any method of intoxication. If they really have not, happy they must be allowed to be above all other nations that I at least have heard of. So simple a diet, accompanied with moderation, must be productive of sound health, which indeed these people are blessed with in a very high degree. Though we were in several of their towns, where young and old crowded to see us, actuated by the same curiosity as made us desirous of seeing them, I do not remember a single instance of a person distempered in any degree that came under my inspection, and among the numbers of them that I have seen naked, I have never seen an eruption on the skin, or any signs of one by scars or otherwise. Their skins, indeed, when they came off to us, in their canoes, were often marked in patches with a white flowery appearance, which at first deceived us, but we afterwards found that was owing to their having been in their passage wetted with the spray of the sea, which when it was dry left the salt behind it in a fine white powder. Such health drawn from so sound principles must make physicians almost useless. Indeed, I am inclined to think that their knowledge of physic is but small from the state of their surgery, which more than once came under my inspection. Of this art they seemed totally ignorant. I saw several who were wounded by our shot, without the smallest application upon their wounds. One in particular who had a musket ball shot through the fleshy part of his arm. He came out of his house and showed himself to us, making a little use of the wounded arm. The wound, which was then of several days' standing, was totally void of inflammation, seemed well digested. In short, appeared to me to be in so good a state that had any application been made use of, I should not have failed to inquire carefully what it had been which had had so good an effect. A farther proof, and not a weak one, of the sound health that these people enjoy may be taken from the number of old people we saw. Hardly a canoe came off to us that did not bring one or more, and every town had several, whom, if we may judge by gray hairs and worn-out teeth, were of a very advanced age. Of these few or none were decrepit. Indeed, the greatest number of them seemed in vivacity and cheerfulness to equal the young, indeed to be inferior to them in nothing but the want of equal strength and agility. End of section 33. Part 2 of Account of New Zealand. Section 34 of the Endeavour Journal of Sir Joseph Banks. Journal from 25 August, 1768 to 12 July, 1771 by Joseph Banks. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail, Timmerman, Vaughan. Section 34. Manners and Customs of the New Zealanders. Part 4. That these people have a larger share of ingenuity than usually falls to the lot of nations who have had so little or indeed no commerce with any others appears at first sight. Their boats, the better sort of them at least, show it most evidently. They are built of very thin planks sewed together, their sides rounding up like ours, but very narrow for their length. Some are immensely long. One I saw which the people laid alongside the ship, as if to measure how much longer she was than the canoe, which fairly reached from the anchor that hung at the bows quite aft, and consequently could not be less than feet long. But indeed we saw few so large as that, all except a few that we saw at Uporage or Mercury Bay, which were merely trunks of trees hollowed out by fire, or more or less ornamented by carving. The common fishing canoes had nothing but a face of a man with a monstrous tongue, and whose eyes were generally inlaid with a kind of shell like mother of pearl in the fore part of them. But the larger sort, which seemed to be intended for war, were really magnificently adorned. Their heads were formed by a plank projecting about 3 feet before the canoe, and on their sterns stood up another proportion to the size of the canoe, from 10 to 18 feet high. Both these were richly carved with open work and covered with loose fringes of black feathers that had a most graceful effect. The gunwale boards were often also carved in a grotesque taste, and ornamented with white feathers in bunches, placed upon a black ground at certain intervals. They sometimes joined 2 small canoes together, and now and then made use of an outrigger, as is practised in the islands, seldom towards the north, rather oftener to the southward. In managing these canoes they are very expert, in the paddling of them at least. In one I counted 16 paddlers of a side, and never did men, I believe, keep better time with their strokes, driving on the boat with immense velocity. Their paddles are often ornamented with carving. Their blade is of an oval shape, pointed towards the bottom, broadest in the middle, and again sloping towards the handle, which is about 4 feet long, the whole being generally near 6 feet long, more or less. But in sailing they are not so expert. We very seldom saw them make use of sails, and indeed never, unless when they were to go right before the wind. They were made of a mat, and instead of a mast were hoisted upon 2 sticks, which were fastened one to each side, so that they required 2 ropes, which answered the purpose of sheets, and were fastened to the top of these sticks. In this clumsy manner they sailed with a good deal of swiftness, and were steered by 2 men who sat in the stern, with each a paddle in his hand. I shall set down the dimensions of one that we measured, that was of the largest size. It was in length 68 1/2 feet, breadth 5, depth 3 1/2. This was the only one that we measured, or indeed had an opportunity of measuring. For the beauty of their carving in general, I fain would say something more about it, but find myself much inferior to the task. I shall therefore content myself with saying that their taste varied into 2 materially different styles, I will call them. One was entirely formed of a number of spirals, differently connected. The other was in a much more wild taste, and I may truly say, was like nothing but itself. Of the former, the truth with which the lines were drawn was surprising, but above all their method of connecting several spirals into one piece, which they did inimitably well, intermingling the ends of them in so dexterous a manner that it was next to impossible for the eye to trace their connections. For the other, I shall say nothing but refer entirely to the few drawings which I had an opportunity of getting made of them, premising, however, that the beauty of all their carvings depended entirely on the design, for the execution was so rough that when you came near it was difficult to find any beauties in the things which struck you most at a distance. After having said so much of their workmanship, it will be necessary to say something of their tools. As they have no metal among them, these are made of stone of different kinds. Their hatchets especially, of any hard stone they can get, but chiefly of a kind of green talc, which is very hard and at the same time tough. With axes of this stone they cut so clean that it would often puzzle a man to say if the wood they had shaped was or was not cut with an iron hatchet. These axes they value above all their riches, and would seldom part with them for anything we could offer. But their nicer work, which requires nicer edged tools, they do with fragments of jasper, which they break and use the edges of it, that are sharp like flints, till they are blunt, after which they are thrown away as useless, for it is impossible ever again to sharpen them. With these fragments of jasper, I suppose, it was at Tolaga they bored a hole through a piece of glass that we had given to them, just large enough to admit a thread, in order to convert it into an ornament. But what method they make use of to cut and polish their weapons, called by them patu-patu, which are made of very hard stone, I must confess I am quite ignorant. For their cloths, they are made exactly in the same manner as is used by the inhabitants of South America, some of whose workmanship procured at Rio de Janeiro I have on board. The warp or long threads are laid very close together, and each crossing of the woof is distant from another, an inch at least. But they have besides this several other kinds of cloth and work borders to them all, which I have before mentioned. But as to their manner of doing, I must confess myself totally ignorant. I never but once saw any of this work going forwards. That was done in a kind of frame of the breadth of the cloth, across which it was spread, and the cross threads worked in by hand, which must be very tedious. But howsoever they may be made, the workmanship sufficiently proves the workmen to be dexterous in their way. One piece of notability in them I must not forget, which is that to every garment of the better kind is fixed a bodkin, as if to remind the wearer that if it should be torn by any accident, no time should be lost before it is mended. Nets for fishing they make in the same manner as ours, of an amazing size. A seine seems to be the joint work of a whole town, and I suppose the joint property. Of these I think I have seen as large as ever I saw in Europe. Besides this, they have fish pots and baskets, worked with twigs, and another kind of net, which they most generally make use of, that I have never seen in any country but this. They are circular, and about 7 or 8 feet in diameter, and 2 or 3 deep. They are stretched by 2 or 3 hoops, and open at the top for near, but not quite their whole extent. On the bottom is fastened the bait, a little basket containing the guts, etc., of fish, and sea ears, which are tied to different parts of the net. This is let down to the bottom where the fish are, and when enough are supposed to be gathered together are drawn up, with a very gentle motion, by which means the fish are insensibly lifted from the bottom. In this manner I have seen them take vast numbers of fish, and indeed it is a most general way of fishing all over the coast. Their hooks are but ill made, generally of bone or shell, fastened to a piece of wood. Indeed, they seem to have little occasion for them, but for their nets they take fish much easier than they could do with them. In tillage they excel as people who are themselves to eat the fruit of their industry, and have little else to do but to cultivate necessarily must. When we first came to Tegadu, their crops were just covered, and had not yet begun to sprout. The mould was smooth as in a garden, and every root had its small hillock, ranged in irregular quincunx, by lines with which the pegs still remained in the field. We had not yet an opportunity of seeing them work, but once saw their tool, which is a long and narrow stake, flatted a little and sharpened. Across this is fixed a piece of stick for the convenience of pressing it down with the foot. With this simple tool industry teaches them to turn up pieces of ground of 6 or 7 acres in extent. Indeed, the soil is generally sandy, is therefore easily turned up, and the narrowness of the tool, the blade of which is not more than 3 inches broad, makes it meet with a less resistance. Tillage, weaving, and the rest of the arts of peace are best known and most practised in the northeastern parts. Indeed, in the southern, there is little to be seen of any of them. But war seems to be equally known to all, though most practised in the southwest parts. The mind of man, ever ingenious in inventing instruments of destruction, has not been idle here. Their weapons, though few, are well calculated for bloody fights and the destruction of numbers. Defensive weapons they have none, and no missive ones except stones and darts, which are chiefly used in defending their forts, so that if 2 bodies should meet either in boats or upon the plain ground, they must fight hand to hand, and the slaughter be consequently immense. Their weapons are spears made of hard wood, and pointed at both ends, sometimes headed with human bones. Of these, some are 14 or 15 feet long. They are grasped by the middle, so that the end which hangs behind, serving as a balance to keep steady that which is before, makes it much more difficult to parry a push from one of them than it would be from one of a spear only half as long, which was held by the end. Battle axe is made likewise of a very hard wood, about 6 feet long, the bottom of the handle pointed, and the blade, which is perfectly like the blade of an axe, but broader, made sharp. With these they chop at the heads of their antagonists, when an opportunity offers. Patu-patus, as they call them, a kind of small hand bludgeon of stone, bone, or hard wood, most admirably calculated for the cracking of skulls. They are of different shapes, some like an old-fashioned chopping knife, others of this blank, or always, however, having sharp edges, and a sufficient weight to make a second blow unnecessary if the first takes place. In these they seem to put their chief dependence, fastening them by a strong strap to their wrists, lest they should be wrenched from them. The principal people seldom stirred out without one of them sticking in his girdle, generally made of bone, of whales as they told us, or of course black jasper, very hard, insomuch that we were almost led to conclude that in peace as well as war, they wore them as a warlike ornament, in the same manner as we Europeans wear swords. Darts, about 8 feet long, made of wood bearded and sharpened, but intended chiefly for the defence of their forts, where they have the advantage of throwing them from a height down upon their enemy. They often brought them out in their boats, when they meant to attack us, but so little were they able to make use of them against us, who were by reason of the height of the ship above them, that they never but once attempted it, and that dart, though thrown with the utmost effort of the man who held it, barely fell on board. Sometimes I have seen them pointed with the stings of stingrays, but very seldom. Why they do not oftener use them I do not know. Nothing is more terrible to a European than the sharp jagged beards of those bones. But I believe they seldom cause death, though the wounds made by them must be most troublesome and painful. Stones, however, they use much more dexterously. Though ignorant of the use of slings, they throw by hand a considerable distance. When they have pelted us with them on board the ship, I have seen our people attempt to throw them back, and not be able to reach the canoes, though they had so manifest an advantage in the height of their situation. These are all that can properly be called arms. But besides these, the chiefs, when they came to attack us, carried in their hands a kind of ensign of distinction, in the same manner as ours, or spontoons. They were either the rib of a whale, as white as snow, carved very much and ornamented with dog's hair and feathers, or a stick, about 6 feet long, carved and ornamented in the same manner, and generally inlaid with shell like mother of pearl. Of these chiefs there were in their war canoe 1, 2, or 3, according to the size of them. When within about a cable's length of the ship, they generally rose up, dressed themselves in a distinguishing dress, often of dogskin, and holding in their hands either one of their spontoons or a weapon, directed the rest of the people how to proceed. They were always old, or at least past the middle age, and had upon them a larger quantity than common of the black stains that they call amoko. These canoes commonly paddled with great vigour till they came within about a stone's throw of the ship, having no idea that any missive weapon could reach them farther, and then began to threaten us. This indeed the smaller canoes did as soon as they were in hearing. Their words were almost universally the same. Harumai, hare uta a patuputa oge. Come to us, come but ashore with us, and we will kill you with our patupatus. In this manner they continued to threaten us, venturing by degrees nearer and nearer, till they came close alongside, at intervals talking very civilly and answering any questions we asked them, but quickly renewing their threats, till they had by our non-resistance gained courage enough to begin their war song and dance. After which they either became so insolent that we found it necessary to chastise them by firing small shot at them, or else threw 3 or 4 stones on board, and, as if content with having offered such an insult, unrevenged, left us. The war song and dance consists of various contortions of the limbs, during which the tongue is frequently thrust out incredibly far, and the orbits of the eyes enlarged, so much that a circle of white is distinctly seen round the iris. Nothing is omitted which can render a human shape frightful and deformed, which I suppose they think terrible. During this time they brandish their spears, hack the air with their patupatus, and shake their darts as if they meant every moment to begin the attack, singing all the time in a wild but not disagreeable manner, and ending every strain with a loud and deep-fetched sigh, in which they all join in concert. The whole is accompanied by strokes struck against the side of the boats, etc., with their feet, paddles, and arms. The whole in such excellent time that though the crews of several canoes join in concert, you rarely or never hear a single stroke wrongly placed. That they eat the bodies of such of their enemies as are killed in war is a fact which, though universally acknowledged by them from our first landing, at every place we came into, I confess, I was very loath to give credit to, till I by accident found the bones of men well picked, in the very baskets where these people keep their provision. So convincing a proof I could not withstand, so I proceeded to inquire, as well I could, with the small knowledge of their language which I had, and the assistance of Tupaya, what were their customs upon this occasion. They told us that a few days before a canoe of their enemies had been surprised by them, and that out of her they killed 7 persons, to one of whom the bones in the basket had belonged. that now all the flesh of these people was eat up, and most of the bones thrown away, which we found to be true, for in almost every cove where we landed, fresh bones of men were found near the places where fires had been made. The whole was still more confirmed by the old man, who we supposed to be the chief of an Indian town, which was very near us, coming a few days afterwards, and at our desire bringing with him in his canoe 6 or 7 heads of men preserved with the flesh on. These, it seems, these people kept, after having eat the brains as trophies of their victories, in the same manner as the Indians of North America do scalps. They had their ornament in their ears as when alive, and some seemed to have false eyes. He was very jealous of showing them. One I bought, though much against the inclinations of its owner, for though he liked the price I afforded, he hesitated much to send it up, yet having taken the price, I insisted either to have that returned or the head given, but could not prevail until I enforced my threats by showing him a musket, on which he chose to part with the head rather than the price he had got, which was a pair of old drawers of very white linen. It appeared to have belonged to a person of about 14 or 15 years of age, and evidently showed by the contusions on one side of it that it had received many violent blows, which had chipped off a part of the skull near the eye. From hence and many more circumstances, I am inclined to believe that these Indians give no quarter, or ever take prisoners to eat upon a future occasion, as is said to have been practised by the Floridian Indians. For had they done so, this young creature, who could not make much resistance, would have been a very proper subject. The state of war in which they live, constantly in danger of being surprised when least upon their guard, has taught them not only to live together in towns, but to fortify those towns, which they do by a broad ditch and a palisade within it of no despicable construction. For these towns or forts, which they call hepas, they choose situations naturally strong, commonly islands or peninsulas, where the sea or steep cliffs defend the greater part of their works. And if there is any part weaker than the rest, a stage is erected over it of a considerable height, 18 or 20 feet, on the top of which the defendants range themselves and fight with a great advantage, as they can throw down their darts and stones with so much greater force than the assailants can throw them up. Within these forts the greatest part of the tribe to whom they belong reside, and have large stocks of provisions, fern roots, and dried fish laid up, but no water. For that article, in all that I have seen, was not to be had but at some distance, without the lines, from whence we were led to conclude that sieges are not used among them. Some, however, are generally out in small parties in the neighbouring creeks and coves employed, either in taking fish or collecting fern roots, etc., a large quantity of which they bring back with them, a reserve, I suppose, for times when the neighbourhood of an enemy, or other circumstances, make the procuring of fresh provision difficult or dangerous. Of these forts or towns we saw many. Indeed, the inhabitants constantly lived in such from the westernmost part of the Bay of Plenty to Queen Charlotte's Sound. But about Hawke's Bay, Poverty Bay, Tegadu, and Tolaga there were none, and the houses were scattered about. There were, indeed, upon the sides of the hills, stages built, sometimes of a great length, which might serve as a retreat to save their lives at the last extremity, and nothing else, and these were mostly in ruins. Throughout all this district the people seemed free from apprehension, and as in a state of profound peace. Their cultivations were far more numerous and larger than we saw them anywhere else, and they had a far greater quantity of fine boats, fine clothes, fine carved work. In short, the people were far more numerous and lived in much greater affluence than any others we saw. This seemed to be owing to their being joined together under one chief or king. So at least they always told us, whose name was Tiratu, and who lives far up in the country. It is much to be lamented that we could get no farther knowledge of this chief or king than only his name. His dominions are certainly for an Indian monarch most extensive. He was acknowledged for a length of coast upwards of leagues, and yet we do not know the eastern limits of his dominions. We are sure, however, that they contain the greatest share of the rich part of the northernmost island, and that far the greatest number of people upon it are his subjects. Subordinate to him are lesser chiefs, who seem to have obedience and respect paid them by the tribes to whom they belong, and probably administer justice to them, though we never saw an instance of it, except in the case of theft on board the ship, when upon our complaint the offender received kicks and blows from the chief with whom he came on board. These chiefs were generally old men. Whether they had the office of chief by birth, or on account of their age, we never learnt, but in the other parts where tiratu was not acknowledged, we plainly learnt that the chiefs whom they obeyed, of which every tribe had some, received their dignity by inheritance. In the southern parts, their societies seem to have many things in common, particularly their fine clothes and nets, the former of which they had but few. We never saw anybody employed in making them. It might be that what they had were the spoils of war. They were kept in a small hut erected for that purpose in the middle of the town. The latter seemed to be the joint work of the whole society. Every house had in it pieces of netting upon which they were at work. By the joining together of these, it is probable that they made the long seines which we saw. The women are less regarded here than at the South Sea Islands, at least so Tupaia thought, who complained of it as an insult upon the sex. They eat with the men, however. How the sexes divide labour I do not know, but am inclined to believe that the men till the ground, fish in boats, and take birds. The women dig up fern roots, collect shellfish and lobsters near the beach, and dress the victuals and weave cloth, while the men make nets. Thus at least these employments have been distributed when I had an opportunity of observing them, which was very seldom, for our approach generally made a holiday wherever we went, men, women, and children flocking to us, either to satisfy their curiosity or trade with us for whatever they might have, taking in exchange cloth of any kind, especially linen or the Indian cloth we had brought from the islands, paper, glass bottles, sometimes pieces of broken glass, nails, etc. We saw few signs of religion among these people. They had no public places of worship among them as the inhabitants of the South Sea Islands, and only one private one came under my observation, which was in the neighbourhood of a plantation of their sweet potatoes. It was a small square bordered round with stones. In the middle was a spade, and on it was hung a basket of fern roots, an offering, I suppose, to the gods for the success of the crop. So at least one of the natives explained it. They, however, acknowledged the influence of superior beings, and of nearly the same account of the creation of the world, mankind, etc., as Tupaia. He, however, seemed to be much better versed in such legends than any of them, for whenever he began to preach, as we called it, he was sure of a numerous audience who attended with most profound silence to his doctrines. The burial of the dead, instead of being a pompous ceremony, as in the islands, is here kept secret. We never saw so much as a grave where anyone had been interred, nor were they always alike in the accounts they gave of the manner of disposing of dead bodies. In the northern parts they told us that they buried them in the ground, and in the southern said that they threw them into the sea, having first tied to them a sufficient weight to cause their sinking. Howsoever they disposed of the dead, their regret for the loss of them was sufficiently visible. Few or none were without scars, and some of them hideously large, on their cheeks, arms, thighs, legs, etc., which proceeded from the cuts they had given themselves during their mourning. I have seen several with such wounds, of which the blood was not yet staunched, and only one, a woman, while she was cutting herself and lamenting. She wept much, repeating many sentences in a plaintive tone of voice, at every one of which she with a shell cut a gash in some part of her body. She, however, contrived her cuts in such a manner that few of them drew blood, and those that did penetrated a small depth only. She was old, and had outlived probably those violent impressions that grief as well as other passions of the mind make upon young people. Her grief was also probably of long standing. The scars upon the bodies of the greater part of these people evinced, however, that they had felt sorrows more severely than she did. Thus much for the manners and customs of these people, as far as they have come to my knowledge in the few opportunities I have had of seeing them. They differ in many things, but agree in more with those of the inhabitants of the South Sea Islands. Their language I shall next give a short specimen of, which is almost precisely the same, at least in fundamentals. It is true that they have generally added several letters to the words, as used by the inhabitants of Otaheite, etc., but the original plainly appears in the composition. The language of the northern and southern parts differ chiefly in this. The one has added more letters than the others. The original words are, however, not less visible to the slightest observer. I shall give a short table of each compared with the Otaheite, taking care to mention as many words as I know which are either of a doubtful or different origin, premising, however, two things. First, that the words were so much disguised by their manner of pronouncing them that I found it very difficult to understand them till I had wrote them down. Secondly, the Tupaya at the very first understood and conversed with them with great facility. Word, a chief. Northern, Iariti. Southern, Iariti. Otahite, Iari. A man. Northern, Ta'ata. Southern, Ta'ata. Otahiti, Ta'ata. A woman. Northern, Wahine. Southern, Wahine. Otahite, Wahine. The head. Northern, Upo. Southern, Heopoho. Otahite, Upo. The hair. Northern, Makawe. Southern, Hiu. Otahiti, Ro'uru. The ear. Northern, Teringa. Southern, Hetaheye. Otahite, Taria. The forehead. Northern, Irai. Southern, Hiai. Otahite, Irai. The eyes. Northern, Mata. Southern, Himata. Otahite, Mata. The cheeks. Northern, Paparinga. Southern, Hipapae. Otahite, Paparia. The nose. Northern, Ahue. Southern, Hi'i. Otahite, Ahu. The mouth. Northern, Hangautu. Southern, Hegawai. Otahite, Otu. The chin. Northern, Ikawai. Southern, Hikeowai. The arm. Northern, Haringaringa. Southern, Rima. The finger. Northern, Machikara. Southern, Hemiagao. Otahite, Maniao. The belly. Northern, Aterabu. Otahite, Obu. The navel. Northern, Apitu. Southern, Hekapitu. Otahite, Pitu. Come here. Northern, Horumai. Southern, Horumai. Tahite, Harumai. Fish. Northern, Heika. Southern, Heika. Otahite, Eika. A lobster. Northern, Kura. Southern, Kura. Otahite, Tura. Cocos. Northern, Taro. Southern, Taro. Otahite, Taro. Sweet potatoes. Northern, Kumala. Southern, Kumala. Otahite, Kumala. Yams. Northern, Tufewe. Southern, Tufewe. Otahite, Tufewe. Birds. Northern, Manu. Southern, Manu. Otahite, Manu. Number. Northern, Kauure. Southern, Kauure. Otahite, Oure. Number. 1. Northern, Tahai. Otahite, Tahai. 2. Northern, Urua. Otahite, Rua. 3. Northern, Toru. Otahite, Toru. 4. Northern, Ha. Otahite, Hia. 5. Northern, Rima. Otahite, Rima. 6. Northern, Ono. Otahite, Ono. 7. Northern, Itu. Otahite, Hitu. 8. Northern, Waru. Otahite, Waru. 9. Northern, Iva. Otahite, Hiva. 10. Northern, Anahuru. Otahite, Ahuru. The teeth. Northern, Henihu. Southern, Heniahu. Otahite, Nihio. The wind. Northern, Mihau. Otahite, Matai. A thief. Northern, Amutu. Otahite, Tito. To examine. Northern, Matakitaki. Otahite, Mataitai. To sing. Northern, Eheara. Otahite, Haiva. Bad. Northern, Kino. Southern, Kino. Otahite, Ino. Trees. Northern, Eratu. Southern, Eratu. Otahite, Erau. Grandfather. Northern, Tubuna. Southern, Tubuna. Otahite, Tubuna. I must remark that the greatest part of the Southern language was not taken down by myself, and I am inclined to believe that the person who did it for me made use of more letters in spelling the words than were absolutely necessary. The genius of the language, especially in the Southern parts, is to add some particle before a noun, as we do the or a. The was generally he or ko. They also often add to the end of the word, especially if it is an answer to a question, the word oya, which signifies yes, really, or certainly. This sometimes led our gentlemen into most long-winded words, one only of which I shall mention as an example. In the Bay of Islands, a very remarkable island was called by the natives Motu Aro. Some of our gentlemen asked the name of this from one of the natives, who answered, I suppose, as usual, Kemotu Aro. The gentleman, not hearing well the word, repeated his question, on which the Indian again repeated his answer, adding Oya to the end of the name, which made it Kemotu Aro Oya. This way, at least, and no other, can I account for that island being called in the logbook, etc., Kumati Waro Aya. The same is practised by the inhabitants of the South Sea Islands, only their practice instead of he or she is to or ta. Their Oya is exactly the same, which when first I began to learn the language produced many difficulties and mistakes. From the similarity of customs, the still greater of traditions, and the almost identical sameness of language between these people and those of the islands in the South Sea, there remains little doubt that they came originally from the same source. But where that source is, future experience may teach us. At present, I can say no more than that I firmly believe that it is to the westward, and by no means to the east. Having now entirely circumnavigated New Zealand, and found it, not as generally had been supposed, part of a continent, but 2 islands, and having not the least reason to imagine that any country larger than itself lays in its neighbourhood, it was resolved to leave it and proceed upon farther discoveries in our return to England, being determined to do as much as the state of the ship and provisions would allow. In consequence of this resolution, a consultation was held, and 3 schemes proposed. 1. Much the most eligible, to return by Cape Horn, keeping all the way in the high latitudes, by which means we might with certainty determine whether or not a southern continent existed. But this was unanimously agreed to be more than the condition of the ship would allow. Our provisions, indeed, might be equal to it. We had 6 months at 2/3 allowance, but our sails and rigging, with which the former especially we were at first but ill provided, were rendered so bad by the blowing weather that we had met with off New Zealand, that we were by no means in a condition to weather the hard gales that must be expected in a winter passage through high latitudes. The second was to steer to the southward of Van Diemen's Land, and stand away directly for the Cape of Good Hope, but this was likewise immediately rejected. If we were in too bad a condition for the former, we were in too good a one for this. 6 months' provision was much more than enough to carry us to any port in the East Indies, and the overplus was not to be thrown away in a sea where so few navigators had before us. The third, therefore, was unanimously agreed to, which was to stand immediately to the westward, fall in with the coast of New Holland as soon as possible, and after following that to the northward, as far as seemed proper, to attempt to fall in with the lands seen by Quiros in 1606. In doing this, although we hope to make discoveries more interesting to trade, at least, than any we have yet made, we were obliged entirely to give up our first grand project, the southern continent. This, for my own part, I confess, I could not do without much regret. That a southern continent really exists, I firmly believe, but if asked why I believe so, I confess my reasons are weak. Yet I have a prepossession in favour of the fact, which I find it difficult to account for. Ice in large bodies has been seen off Cape Horn now and then. Sharp saw it in 1681, and M. Fraisier in his return from the coast of Chile in the month of March, 1714. He also mentioned that it has been seen by other French ships in the same place. If this ice, as is generally believed, is formed by fresh water, only there must be land to the southward, for the coast of Terra del Fuego is by no means cold enough to produce such an effect. I should be inclined to think also that it lays well away to the westward, as the west and southwest winds so generally prevail that the ice must be supposed to have followed the direction of these winds, and consequently have come from those points. When we sailed to the southward in the months of August and September 1769, we met with signs of land, seaweed, and a seal, which though both of them are often seen at large distances from land, yet they are not met with in open oceans, and we were at that time too far from the coast of New Zealand, and much too far from that of South America, to have supposed them to have come from either of these. The body of this land must, however, be situated in very high latitudes. A part of it may, indeed, come to the northward, within our track, but as we never saw any signs of land, except at the time mentioned above, although I made it my particular business, as well as I believe most of us, to look out for such, it must be prodigiously smaller in extent than the theoretical continent makers have supposed it to be. We have by our track proved the absolute falsity of above 3/4 of their positions, and after that the remaining part cannot be much relied upon. But above all we have taken from them their firmest groundwork, in proving New Zealand to be an island, which I believe was looked upon even by the most thinking people to be in all probability at least a part of some vast country. All this we have taken from them. The land seen by Juan Fernandez, the land seen by the Dutch squadron under Hermite, signs of continent seen by Quiros, and the same by Roggeveen, etc., etc., have by us been proved not to have at all related to a continent. As for their reasoning about the balancing of the two poles, which always appeared to me to be a most childish argument, we have already shorn off so much of their supposed counterbalancing land, that by their own account the South Pole would already be too light, unless that which we have left should be made of a very ponderous materials. As much fault as I find with these gentlemen will, however, probably recoil on myself, when I, on so slight grounds as those I have mentioned, again declare it to be my opinion that a southern continent exists, an opinion in favour of which I am strongly prepossessed. But foolish and weak as all prepossessions must be thought, I would not but declare myself so, lest I might be supposed to have stronger reasons, which I concealed. To search for this continent, then, the best and readiest way by which, at once, the existence or non-existence of it might be proved, appears to me to be this. Let the ship or ships destined for this service leave England in the spring, and proceed directly to the Cape of Good Hope, where they might refresh their people and supply in some articles their expensive provision. From thence to proceed round Van Diemen's Land to the coast of New Zealand, where they might again refresh in any of the numerous harbours at the mouth of Cook's Strait, where they would be sure to meet with plenty of water, wood, and fish. Here they should arrive at the month of October, that they might have the good season before them to run across the South Sea, which by reason of the prevailing westerly winds they would easily be able to do in any latitude, and if in doing this they should not fall in with a continent, they might still be of service by exploring the islands in the Pacific Ocean, where they might refresh themselves, and proceed home by the East Indies. Such a voyage, as a voyage of mere curiosity, should be promoted by the Royal Society, to whom I doubt not but His Majesty would upon a proper application grant a ship, as the subject of such a voyage seems at least as interesting to science in general, and the increase of knowledge, as the observation which gave rise to the present one. The small expense which an equipment is to government is easily shown. I will venture roundly to affirm that the smallest station sloop in His Majesty's service is every year more expensive than this ship, where every rope, every sail, every rope yarn even, is obliged to do its duty most thoroughly before it can be dismissed. How trifling then must this expense appear, when in return for it the nation acquires experienced seamen in those who execute it, and the praise which is never denied to countries who in this public-spirited manner promote the increase of knowledge. At the Cape of Good Hope might be procured beef, bread, flour, peas, spirit, or indeed any kind of provision at reasonable rates. The beef must be bought alive and salted, for which purpose it would be proper to take out salt from Europe. The general price, which indeed never varies, is 2d. a pound. It is tolerable meat, but not so fat as ours in England. Pork is scarce and dear, of that therefore a larger proportion might be taken out. Bread, which varies in price, is of the rusk kind, very good, but rather brown. Spirit is arrack from Batavia, the price of which, after having been paid the duties of import and export, is 60 rd, 12 pounds sterling, a ledger of 150 gallons. Wine is in vast supply and very cheap. While I was there, they began to distill a kind of brandy, which, however, at that time was as dear as arrack, and much inferior to it, both in strength and goodness. Should a ship upon this expedition be obliged to go into False Bay, into which the Dutch remove on the 12th of May, most of these articles might be got there at a small advance occasioned by the carriage, which is very cheap, and any be wanted which could not, they might be brought from the Cape Town, either by Dutch scoots, of which there are several belonging to the company in the harbour, or by wagons overland, as the road is good and much frequented at that season of the year. End of section 34, part 4 of the Manners and Customs of the New Zealanders. Section 35 of the Endeavour Journal of Sir Joseph Banks. Journal from 25 August, 1768 to 12 July, 1771, by Joseph Banks. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail, Timmerman, Vaughan. Section 35. April 1770, Part 1. 1770, April 1. Fresh breeze and fair all day. 1770, April 2. Wind more to the westward, but still fair. Our malt having turned out so indifferent that the surgeon made little use of it, a method was thought of some weeks ago to bring it into use, which was to make as strong a wort with it as possible, and in this boil the wheat which is served to the people for breakfast. It made a mess far from unpleasant, which the people soon grew very fond of. Myself, who have for many months constantly breakfasted upon the same wheat as the people, either did or at least thought that I received great benefit from the use of this mess. It totally banished in me that troublesome costiveness, which I believe most people are subject to when at sea. Whether or no this is a more beneficial method of administering wort as a preventative than the common must be left to the faculty, especially that excellent surgeon Mr. McBride, whose ingenious treatise on the sea scurvy can never be enough commended. For my own part, I should be inclined to believe that the salubrious qualities of the wort, which arise from fermentation, might in some degree at least be communicated to the wheat when thoroughly saturated with its particles, which would consequently acquire a virtue similar to that of fresh vegetables, the most powerful resistors of sea scurvy known. 1770, April 3. Wind as yesterday. We got fast onto the westward, but the compass showed that the hearts of our people hanging that way caused a considerable north variation, which was sensibly felt by our navigators, who called it a current, as they usually do everything which makes their reckonings and observations disagree. 1770, April 4. Wind and weather precisely as yesterday. 1770, April 5. Wind is rather abated and weather considerably milder. The captain told me that he has, in this whole voyage, observed that between the degrees of 40 and 37 south latitude, the weather becomes suddenly milder in a very great degree, not only in the temperature of the air, but in the strength and frequency of the gales of wind, which increase very much in going towards 40, and decrease in the same proportion as you approach 37. 1770, April 6. Almost calm, the air very mild. Some dusky-colored birds were seen by Tupaya and the master, who both said they were a sort which they had not before seen. Tupaya also declared that he saw a flying fish. No one else, however, observed it. 1770, April 7. Almost calm. The air both yesterday and today was damp, so that many things began to mold. The sun today had greater power and heat than we had felt for some months past. 1770, April 8. No swell today, very light breezes. Sun and air much as yesterday. 1770, April 9. Fair breeze, though very little of it. The sea both yesterday and today was as smooth as a mill pool. No kind of swell ranging in any direction. In the morn a red-tailed tropic bird was seen who hovered some time over the ship, but except him few or no birds appeared. 1770, April 10. Another red-tailed tropic bird was seen today, and a flying fish. Weather, as it has now been for several days, rather troublesomely warm, and the sea most uncommonly smooth. 1770, April 11. Calm. Myself went out a-shooting, and killed Diomedea excellens and impavada, saw profuga, Procellaria melanopus, velox, oceanica, vagabundum, and longipes, Nectris fuliginosa, which I find to be the same bird as was seen by the master and Tupaya on the 6th. Took up with dipping net Mimus volutator, Medusa pelagica, Dagasa cornuta, Phyllodosi valella, and Holothuria obtusata, of which last an albatross that I had shot discharged a large quantity. Incredible as it may appear that any animal should feed upon this blubber, whose stings innumerable give a much more acute pain to a hand which touches them than nettles. 1770, April 12. Calm again. I again went out in my small boat and shot much the same birds as yesterday. Took up also chiefly the same animals, to which was added indeed Actinia natans. I again saw undoubted proofs that the albatrosses eat holothurias, or Portuguese men of war, as the seamen call them. I had also an opportunity of observing the manner in which this animal stings. The body of it consists of a bladder, on the upper side of which is fixed a kind of sail, which he erects or depresses at pleasure. The edges of this he also at pleasure gathers in, so as to make it concave on one side and convex on the other, varying the concavity or convexity to which either side he pleases, for the convenience of catching the wind, which moves him slowly upon the surface of the sea in any direction he pleases. Under the bladder hang down 2 kinds of strings, one smooth and transparent, which are harmless, the other full of small round knobs, having much the appearance of small beads strung. These he contracts or extends, sometimes to a length of 4 feet. Both these and the others are in this species of a lovely ultramarine blue, but in the more common one, which is many times larger than this, being near as large as a goose egg, they are of a fine red. With these latter, however, he does his mischief, stinging or burning, as it is called, if touched by any substance. They immediately exert millions of exceedingly fine white threads, about a line in length, which pierce the skin and adhere to it, giving very acute pain. When the animal exerts them out of any kind of the little knobs or beads, which are not in contact with some substance into which they can pierce, they appear very visibly to the naked eye, like small fibres of snow-white cotton. 1770, April 13. Calm and fine as yesterday, with the sun as powerful as ever. Last night a great dew fell, with which in the morn all the rigging, etc., was wet. Myself shooting as usual, but saw no new birds except a gannet, which came not near me. Of those, for these 4 or 5 days past, killed a good many. Indeed, during this whole time, they have been tame and appeared unknowing and unsuspicious of men. The generality of them flying to the boat as soon as ever they saw it, which is generally the case when at large distances from the land. Took up Dagus vitrea and gemma, Medusa radiata and porpita, Helix janthina, very large, Doris complanata, and Beroe bilboa. Saw a large shoal of Esox scombroides leaping out of the water in a very extraordinary manner, pursued by a large fish, which I saw but could not strike, though I did 2 of the former. In the evening saw several fish, much resembling bonitos. The weather we have had for these 9 days past, and the things we have seen upon the sea, are so extraordinary that I cannot help recapitulating a little. The weather, in the first place, which till the 5th was rather cool or rather cold, became at once troublesomely hot, bringing with it a mouldy dampness, such as we have experienced between the tropics. The thermometer at this time, although it showed a considerable difference in the degree of heat, was not near so sensible of it as our bodies, which I believe is generally the case when a damp air accompanies warmth. During the continuance of this weather, the inhabitants of the seas between the tropics appeared. The tropic bird, flying fish, and Medusa porpita are animals very seldom seen out of the influence of trade winds. Several others also are such as I have never before seen in so high a latitude, and never before in such perfection as now, except between the tropics. All these uncommon appearances I myself can find no other method of accounting for than the uncommon length of time that the wind had remained in the eastern quarter before this, which possibly had blown home from the trade wind, and at the same time, as it kept the sea in a quiet and still state, had brought with it the produces of the climates from whence it came. 1770, April 14. A great dew this morn, and weather as calm as ever. In the afternoon, however, a small breeze sprang up, and increased gradually till towards night, when a large quantity of porpoises were seen about the ship. 1770, April 15. Little or no dew this morn. The breeze freshened and came to west-northwest, which soon raised a sea. Several flying fish were seen today, though I was not fortunate enough to see any of them, yet they were seen by people who I am sure would not be mistaken. After dinner a small bird of the sterna kind came about the ship, much like the sterna of New Zealand, but browner upon the back. It stayed a long time about the ship, and seemed to me as if it had lost its way. At night the wind moderated, but with it came a kind of invisible spray or mist, which thoroughly wetted my hair as I walked the deck. 1770, April 16. No dew this morn. Weather moderate and cloudy. In the morn, Tupaia saw a large float of seaweed, and showed it to one other man. It was, however, so far from the ship that no one else saw it. At noon, our second lieutenant observed a small butterfly, as he thought. At night, some thunder, and a fresh gale at southwest, with a heavy swell which seemed to keep rather to the westward of the wind. Many albatrosses and black shearwaters were about the ship. At night, a small land bird came on board, about the size of a sparrow. Some of the boys tried to catch it, but it got from them in the rigging, and was never seen after. 1770, April 17. During last night and this morn, the weather was most variable, with continual squalls, and wind shifting all round the compass. Such weather is often met with in the neighbourhood of land, so that with this and the former signs our seamen began to prophesy that we were not now at any great distance from it. Again it was seen, which flew towards the northwest, with a steady, uninterrupted flight, as if he knew the road that he was going led to the shore. In the evening a Port Egmont hen was seen. At night it blew strong at west-southwest. 1770, April 18. Stiff gales and a heavy sea from the westward. In the morn a Port Egmont hen and a pintado bird were seen. At noon 2 more of the former. At night the weather became rather more moderate, and a shoal of porpoises were about the ship, which leaped out of the water like salmons, often throwing their whole bodies several feet high above the surface. End of section 35, part 1 of April 1770. Section 36 of the Endeavour Journal of Sir Joseph Banks, Journal from 25 August 1768 to 12 July 1771 by Joseph Banks. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail, Timmerman, Vaughan. Section 36, April 1770, Part 2. 1770, April 19. New Holland sighted. With the first daylight this morn, the land was seen. At 10, it was pretty plainly to be observed. It made in sloping hills, covered in part with trees or bushes, but interspersed with large tracts of sand. At noon, the land much the same. We were now sailing along shore 5 or 6 leagues from it, with a brisk breeze of wind and cloudy, unsettled weather, when we were called upon deck to see 3 water-spouts, which at the same time made their appearance in different places, but all between us and the land. 2, which were very distant, soon disappeared, but the third, which was about a league from us, lasted full a quarter of an hour. It was a column which appeared to be of about the thickness of a mast or a middling tree, and reached down from a smoke-coloured cloud, about 2/3 of the way to the surface of the sea. Under it, the sea appeared to be much troubled for a considerable space, and from the whole of that space arose a dark-coloured, thick mist, which reached to the bottom of the pipe. When it was at its greatest distance from the water, the pipe itself was perfectly transparent, and much resembled a tube of glass, or a column of water, if such a thing could be supposed to be suspended in the air. It very frequently contracted and dilated, lengthened and shortened itself, and that by very quick motions. It very seldom remained in a perpendicular direction, but generally inclined, either one way or the other, in a curve, as a light body acted upon by wind is observed to do. During the whole time that it lasted, smaller ones seemed to attempt to form in its neighbourhood. At last one did, about as thick as a rope, close by it, and became longer than the old one, which at that time was in its shortest state. Upon this they joined together in an instant, and gradually contracting into the cloud, disappeared. 1770, April 20. The country this morn rose in gentle sloping hills, which had the appearance of the highest fertility. Every hill seemed to be clothed with trees of no mean size. At noon a smoke was seen a little way inland, and in the evening several more. 1770, April 21. In the morn the land appeared much as it did yesterday, but rather more hilly. In the even, again, it became flatter. Several smokes were seen, from whence we concluded it to be rather more populous. At night 5 fires. 1770, April 22. The country hilly, but rising in gentle slopes and well wooded. A hill was in sight which much resembled those dove houses, which are built 4 square, with a small dome at the top. In the morn we stood in, with the land near enough to discern 5 people, who appeared through our glasses to be enormously black. So far did the prejudices which we had built on Dampier's account influence us, that we fancied we could see their colour, when we could scarce distinguish whether or not they were men. Since we have been on the coast, we have not observed those large fires, which we so frequently saw in the islands and New Zealand, made by the natives in order to clear the ground for cultivation. We thence concluded not much in favour of our future friends. It has long been an observation among us that the air in the southern hemisphere was much clearer than in our northern. These some days at least it has appeared remarkably so. A headland called Dromedary's Head, not remarkably high, had been seen at the distance of 25 leagues, and judged by nobody to be more than 6 or 8 from us. It was now in sight plain, and our distance from it by the ship's run was 23 leagues. Yet the seamen acknowledged that though they knew how far it was from them, they could not think that it appeared more than 10 leagues off. The hill like a pigeon house was also seen at a very great distance. The little dome on the top of it was first thought to be a rock, standing up in the sea long before any other part was seen, and when we came up with it, we found it to be several miles inland. 1770, April 23. Calm today. Myself in small boat, but saw few or no birds. Took with the dipping net Cancer erythrotatus, Medusa radiata, pelagica, Dagasa gemma, Strumosa cornuta, Holothuria obtusata, Phalodoce valella, and Mimus volutator. The ship was too far from the shore to see much of it. A larger fire was however seen than any we have seen before. The master today in conversation made a remark on the variation of the needle, which struck me much. As to me, it was new, and appeared to throw much light on the theory of that phenomenon. The variation is here very small, he says. He has 3 times crossed the line of no variation, and that at all those times as well as this he has observed the needle to be very unsteady, moving very easily and scarce at all fixing. This he showed me. He also told me that in several places he has been in, the land had a very remarkable effect upon the variation, as in the place we were now in. At 1 or 2 leagues distant from the shore, the variation was 2 degrees less than at 8 leagues distance. 1770, April 24. The wind was unfavorable all day, and the ship too far from the land for much to be seen. 2 large fires, however, were seen, and several smaller. At night, a little lightning to the southward. 1770, April 25. Large fires were lighted this morn about 10 o'clock. We supposed that the gentlemen ashore had a plentiful breakfast to prepare. The country, though in general well enough clothed, appeared in some places bare. It resembled in my imagination the back of a lean cow, covered in general with long hair, but nevertheless where her scraggy hip bones have stuck out farther than they ought, accidental rubs and knocks have entirely bared them of their share of covering. In the even it was calm. All the fires were put out about 5 o'clock. Several brown patches were seen in the sea, looking much as if dirt had been thrown into it, but upon a nearer examination they proved to be myriads of small dagases. 1770, April 26. Land today more barren in appearance than we had before seen it. It consisted chiefly of chalky cliffs, something resembling those of Old England. Within these it was flat, and may be no doubt as fertile. Fires were seen during the day, the same as yesterday, but none so large. 1770, April 27. The country today again made in slopes to the sea, covered with wood of a tolerable growth, though not so large as some we have seen. At noon we were very near it. 1 light only was in sight. Some bodies of 3 feet long and half as broad floated very buoyant past the ship. They were supposed to be cuttlebones, which indeed they a good deal resembled but for their enormous size. After dinner the captain proposed to hoist our boats and attempt to land, which gave me no small satisfaction. It was done accordingly, but the pinnace, on being lowered down into the water, was found so leaky that it was impracticable to attempt it. 4 men were at this time observed walking briskly along the shore, 2 of which carried on their shoulders a small canoe. They did not, however, attempt to put her in the water, so we soon lost all hopes of their intending to come off to us, a thought with which we once had flattered ourselves. To see something of them, however, we resolved, and the yawl, a boat just capable of carrying the captain, Dr. Solander, and myself, and 4 rowers, was accordingly prepared. They sat on the rocks expecting us, but when we came within about 1/4 of a mile, they ran away hastily into the country. They appeared to us, as well as we could judge at that distance, exceedingly black. Near the place were 4 small canoes, which they left behind. The surf was too great to permit us, with a single boat, and that so small, to attempt to land, so we were obliged to content ourselves with gazing from the boat at the productions of nature, which we so wished to enjoy a nearer acquaintance with. The trees were not very large and stood separate from each other, without the least underwood. Among them we could discern many cabbage trees, but nothing else which we could call by any name. In the night many fires were seen. 1770, April 28. Botany Bay reached. The land this morn appeared cliffy and barren without wood. An opening appearing like a harbour was seen, and we stood directly in for it. A small smoke arising from a very barren place directed our glasses that way, and we soon saw about 10 people, who on our approach left the fire and retired to a little eminence where they could conveniently see the ship. Soon after this 2 canoes carrying 2 men each landed on the beach under them. The men hauled up their boats and went to their fellows upon the hill. Our boat, which had been sent ahead to sound, now approached the place, and they all retired higher up on the hill. We saw, however, that at the beach or landing place 1 man, at least, was hid among some rocks, who never that we could see left that place. Our boat proceeded along shore, and the Indians followed her at a distance. When she came back, the officer who was in her told me that in a cove, a little within the harbour, they came down to the beach and invited our people to land, by many signs and words, which he did not at all understand. All, however, were armed with long pikes, and a wooden weapon, made something like a short scimitar. During this time, a few of the Indians who had not followed the boat remained on the rocks opposite the ship, threatening and menacing with their pikes and swords. 2 in particular who were painted with white, their faces seemingly only dusted over with it, their bodies painted with broad strokes drawn over their breasts and backs, resembling much a soldier's cross-belts, and their legs and thighs also, with such like broad strokes drawn round them, which imitated broad garters or bracelets. Each of these held in his hand a wooden weapon about 2 1/2 feet long, in shape much resembling a scimitar. The blades of these looked whitish, and some thought shining, insomuch that they were almost of opinion that they were made of some kind of metal. But myself thought they were no more than wood, smeared over with the same white pigment with which they painted their bodies. These 2 seemed to talk earnestly together, at times brandishing their crooked weapons at us, as in token of defiance. By noon we were within the mouth of the inlet, which appeared to be very good. Under the south head of it were 4 small canoes. In each of these was 1 man, who held in his hand a long pole, with which he struck fish, venturing with his little embarkation almost into the surf. These people seemed to be totally engaged in what they were about. The ship passed within 1/4 of a mile of them, and yet they scarce lifted their eyes from their employment. I was almost inclined to think that, attentive to their business, and deafened by the noise of the surf, they neither saw nor heard her go past them. At one we came to an anchor, abreast of a small village, consisting of 6 or 8 houses. Soon after this, an old woman, followed by 3 children, came out of the wood. She carried several pieces of stick, and the children also had their little burthens. When she came to the houses, 3 more children came out of one of them to meet her. She often looked at the ship, but expressed neither surprise nor concern. Soon after this she lighted a fire, and the 4 canoes came in from fishing. The people landed, hauled up their boats, and began to dress their dinner, to all appearance totally unmoved at us, though we were within a little more than a half mile of them. Of all these people we had seen so distinctly through our glasses, we had not been able to observe the least signs of clothing. Myself, to the best of my judgment, plainly discerned that the women did not copy our mother Eve, even in the fig leaf. After dinner the boats were manned, and we set out from the ship, intending to land at the place where we saw these people, hoping that, as they regarded the ships coming into the bay so little, they would as little regard our landing. We were in this, however, mistaken, for as soon as we approached the rocks, 2 of the men came down upon them, each armed with a lance of about 10 feet long, and a short stick, which he seemed to handle as if it was a machine to throw the lance. They called to us very loud in a harsh-sounding language, of which neither us nor Tupaya understood a word, shaking their lances and menacing, in all appearance resolved to dispute our landing to the utmost, though they were but 2, and we 30 or 40 at least. In this manner we parleyed with them for about 1/4 of an hour, they waving to us to be gone, we again signing that we wanted water, and that we meant them no harm. They remained resolute, so a musket was fired over them, the effect of which was that the youngest of the 2 dropped a bundle of lances on the rock at the instant in which he heard the report. He, however, snatched them up again, and both renewed their threats in opposition. A musket loaded with small shot was now fired at the eldest of the two, who was about 40 yards from the boat. It struck him on the legs, but he minded it very little, so another was immediately fired at him. On this he ran up to the house, about 100 yards distant, and soon returned with a shield. In the meantime we had landed on the rock. He immediately threw a lance at us, and the young man another, which fell among the thickest of us, but hurt nobody. 2 more muskets with small shot were then fired at them, on which the eldest threw 1 more lance, and then ran away as did the other. We went up to the houses, in one of which we found the children hid behind the shield and a piece of bark in one of the houses. We were conscious from the distance the people had been from us when we fired that the shot could have done them no material harm. We therefore resolved to leave the children on the spot without even opening their shelter. We therefore threw into the house to them some beads, ribbons, cloths, etc., as presents, and went away. We, however, thought it no improper measure to take away with us all the lances which we could find about the houses, amounting in number to 40 or 50. They were of various lengths, from 15 to 6 feet in length. Both those which were thrown at us, and all we found except one, had 4 prongs headed with very sharp fish bones, which were besmeared with a greenish-coloured gum that at first gave me some suspicions of poison. The people were blacker than any we have seen in the voyage, though by no means Negroes. Their beards were thick and bushy, and they seemed to have a redundancy of hair upon those parts of the body where it commonly grows. The hair of their heads was bushy and thick, but by no means woolly like that of a Negro. They were of a common size, lean, and seemed active and nimble. Their voices were coarse and strong. Upon examining the lances we had taken from them, we found that the very most of them had been used in striking fish. At least we concluded so from seaweed which was found stuck in among the 4 prongs. Having taken the resolution before mentioned, we returned to the ship in order to get rid of our load of lances, and having done that, went to the place at the mouth of the harbour where we had seen the people in the morn. Here, however, we found nobody. At night many moving lights were seen in different parts of the bay, such as we have been used to see at the islands. From hence we suppose that the people here strike fish in the same manner. 1770, April 29. The fires, fishing fires as we supposed, were seen during the greatest part of the night. In the morn we went ashore at the houses, but found not the least good effect from our present yesterday. No signs of people were to be seen. In the house in which the children were yesterday was left every individual thing which we had thrown to them. Dr. Solander and myself went a little way into the woods and found many plants, but saw nothing like people. At noon all hands came on board to dinner. The Indians, about 12 in number, as soon as they saw our boat put off, came down to the houses. Close by these was our watering place, at which stood our cask. They looked at them, but did not touch them. Their business was merely to take away 2 of 4 boats, which they had left at the houses. This they did and hauled the other 2 above high water mark, and then went away as they came. In the evening, 15 of them, armed, came towards our waterers. They sent 2 before the rest. Our people did the same. They, however, did not wait for a meeting, but gently retired. Our boat was about this time loaded, so everybody went off in her, and at the same time the Indians went away. Myself, with the captain, etc., were in a sandy cove on the northern side of the harbour, where we hauled the seine and caught many very fine fish, more than all hands could eat. 1770, April 30. Before daybreak this morn, the Indians were at the houses abreast of the ship. They were heard to shout much. At sunrise, they were seen walking away along the beach. We saw them go into the woods, where they lighted fires, about a mile from us. Our people went ashore as usual, Dr. Solander and myself into the woods. The grass cutters were farthest from the body of the people. Towards them came 14 or 15 Indians, having in their hands sticks that shone, said the sergeant of marines, like a musket. The officer, on seeing them, gathered his people together. The hay cutters, coming to the main body, appeared like a flight, so the Indians pursued them, however, but a very short way, for they never came nearer than just to shout to each other, maybe a furlong. At night they came again in the same manner, and acted over again the same half-pursuit. Myself and the Even landed on a small island on the northern side of the bay to search for shells. In going, I saw 6 Indians on the Main, who shouted to us but ran away into the woods before the boat was within half a mile of them, although she did not even go towards them. End of section 36. April 1770, Part 2. Section 37 of the Endeavour Journal of Sir Joseph Banks. Journal from 25 August 1768 to 12 July 1771 by Joseph Banks. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail, Timmerman, Vaughan. Section 37. May 1770, Part 1. 1770, May 1. The captain, Dr. Solander, and myself, and some of the people, making in all 10 muskets, resolved to make an excursion into the country. We accordingly did so, and walked till we completely tired ourselves, which was in the evening, seeing by the way only one Indian, who ran from us as soon as he saw us. The soil, wherever we saw it, consisted of either swamps or light sandy soil, on which grew very few species of trees, one, which was large, yielding a gum, much like Sanguis draconis, but every place was covered with vast quantities of grass. We saw many Indian houses and places where they had slept upon the grass, without the least shelter. In these we left beads, ribbons, etc. We saw one quadruped about the size of a rabbit. My greyhound just caught sight of him, and instantly lamed himself against a stump, which lay concealed in the long grass. We saw also the dung of a large animal that fed on grass, which much resembled that of a stag. Also the footsteps of an animal clawed like a dog or wolf, and as large as the latter, and of a small animal whose feet were like those of a polecat or weasel. The trees over our heads abounded very much with lorikeets and cockatoos, of which we shot several. Both these sorts flew in flocks of several scores together. Our second lieutenant went in a boat drudging. After he had done, he landed and sent the boat away, keeping with him a midshipman with whom he set out in order to walk to the waterers. In his way, he was overtaken by 22 Indians, who followed him often within 20 yards, parleying but never daring to attack him, though they were all armed with lances. After they had joined our people, 3 or 4 more curious, perhaps, than prudent, went ahead towards these Indians, who remained about 1/2 a mile from our watering place. When they came pretty near them, they pretended to be afraid and ran from them. 4 of the Indians on this immediately threw their lances, which went beyond our people, and by their account were thrown about 40 yards. On this they stopped and began to collect the lances, on which the Indians retired slowly. At this time the captain, Dr. Solander, and myself came to the waterers. We went immediately towards the Indians. They went fast away. The captain, Dr. Solander, and Tupaya went towards them, and everyone else stayed behind. This, however, did not stop the Indians, who walked leisurely away till our people were tired of following them. The accounts of everyone who saw the Indians near today was exactly consonant with what had been observed on the first day of our landing. They were black, but not Negroes, hairy, naked, etc., just as we had seen them. 1770, May 2. The morn was rainy, and we, who had got already so many plants, were well contented to find an excuse for staying on board, to examine them a little at least. In the afternoon, however, it cleared up, and we returned to our old occupation of collecting, in which we had our usual good success. Tupaya, who strayed from us in pursuit of parrots, of which he shot several, told us on his return that he had seen 9 Indians, who ran away from him as soon as they perceived him. 1770, May 3. Our collection of plants was now grown so immensely large that it was necessary that some extraordinary care should be taken of them, lest they should spoil in the books. I therefore devoted this day to that business, and carried all the drying paper, near 200 quires of which the larger part was full, ashore, and spreading them upon a sail in the sun, kept them in this manner exposed the whole day, often turning them, and sometimes turning the quires in, which were plants inside out. By this means they came on board at night in very good condition. During the time this was doing, 11 canoes, in each of which was 1 Indian, came towards us. We soon saw that the people in them were employed in striking fish. They came within about 1/2 a mile of us, intent on their own employments, and not at all regarding us. Opposite the place where they were, several of our people were shooting. 1 Indian, maybe prompted by curiosity, landed, hauled up his canoe, and went towards them. He stayed about a quarter of an hour and then launched his boat and went off. Probably that time had been spent in watching behind trees to see what our people did. I did not find, however, that he was seen by anybody. When the damp of the even made it necessary to send my plants and books on board, I made a small excursion in order to shoot anything I could meet with, and found a large quantity of quails, much resembling our English ones, of which I might have killed as many almost as I pleased, had I given my time up to it. But my business was to kill variety, and not too many individuals of any one species. The captain and Dr. Solander employed the day in going in the pinnace into various parts of the harbour. They saw fires at several places, and people who all ran away of their approach with the greatest precipitation, leaving behind the shellfish which they were cooking. Of this our gentlemen took the advantage, eating what they found and leaving beads, ribbons, etc., in return. They found also several trees which bore fruit of the jambosa kind, much in colour and shape resembling cherries. Of these they eat plentifully, and brought home in abundance, which we eat with much pleasure, though they had little to recommend them but a light acid. 1770 May 4. Myself in the woods botanizing as usual, now quite void of fear as our neighbours have turned out such rank cowards. One of our midshipmen, straggling by himself a long way from anyone else, met by accident with a very old man and woman and some children. They were sitting under a tree, and neither party saw the other till they were close together. They showed signs of fear, but did not attempt to run away. He had nothing about him to give them but some parrots, which he had shot. These they refused, withdrawing themselves from his hand when he offered them in token either of extreme fear or disgust. The people were very old and grey-headed, the children young. The hair of the man was bushy about his head, his beard long and rough. The woman's was cropped short round her head. They were very dark-coloured, but not black, nor was their hair woolly. He stayed, however, with them but a very short time, for seeing many canoes fishing at a small distance, he feared that the people in them might observe him, and come ashore to the assistance of the old people, who in all probability belonged to them. 17 canoes came fishing near our people in the same manner as yesterday, only stayed rather longer, emboldened a little, I suppose, by having yesterday met with no kind of molestation. Myself, in the afternoon, ashore on the northwest side of the bay, where we went a good way into the country, which in this place is very sandy, and resembles something our moors in England, as no trees grow upon it, but everything is covered with a thin brush of plants about as high as the knees. The hills are low, and rise one above another a long way into the country by a very gradual ascent, appearing in every respect like those we were upon. While we were employed in this walk, the people hauled the seine upon a sandy beach, and caught great plenty of small fish. On our return to the ship, we found also that our second lieutenant, who had gone out striking, had met with great success. He had observed that the large stingrays, of which there were an abundance in the bay, followed the flowing tide into very shallow water. He therefore took the opportunity of flood, and struck several in not more than 2 or 3 feet water. One that was larger than the rest weighed, when his guts were taken out, 239 pounds. Our surgeon, who had strayed a long time from the people with one man in his company, in coming out of a thicket, observed 6 Indians, standing about 50 yards from him. One of these gave a signal by a word pronounced loud, on which a lance was thrown out of the wood at him, which, however, came not very near him. The 6 Indians, on seeing that it had not taken effect, ran away in an instant. But on turning about towards the place from whence the lance came, he saw a young lad, who undoubtedly had thrown it, come down from a tree where he had been stationed, probably for that purpose. He descended, however, and ran away so quick that it was impossible even to attempt to pursue him. 1770 May 5. As tomorrow was fixed for our sailing, Dr. Solander and myself were employed the whole day in collecting specimens of as many things as we possibly could to be examined at sea. The day was calm, and the mosquitoes, of which we have always had some, more than usually troublesome. No Indians were seen by anybody during the whole day. The second lieutenant went out striking, and took several large stingrays, the biggest of which weighed without his guts 336 pounds. 1770 May 6. Went to sea this morn with a fair breeze of wind. The land we sailed past during the whole afternoon appeared broken and likely for harbours. In the afternoon again woody and very pleasant. We dined today upon the stingray and his tripe. The fish itself was not quite so good as a skate, nor was it much inferior. The tripe everybody thought excellent. We had with it a dish of the leaves of Tetragonia cornuta, boiled, which eats as well as spinach, or very near it. 1770 May 7. During last night a very large dew fell, which wetted all our sails as completely as if they had been dipped overboard. For several days past our dews have been uncommonly large. Most part of the day was calm. At night a foul wind. 1770 May 8. Very light breezes and weather sultry all day. We had lost ground yesterday, so the land was what we had seen before. Upon it, however, we observed several fires. At night a foul wind rose up, much at the same time and much in the same manner as yesterday. 1770 May 9. Wind continued foul, and we turned to windward all day to no manner of purpose. 1770 May 10. Last night a very heavy squall came off from the land, which, according to the seaman's phrase, made all sneer again. It paid, however, for the trouble it gave, by bringing a fair wind. In the morn the land appeared broken and likely for harbours. Its face was very various, some parts being well wooded, and others covered with bare sand. 1770 May 11. Fair wind continued. Land today trended rather more to the northward than it had done lately. Looked broken and likely for inlets. At sunset 3 remarkable hills were abreast the ship, standing near the shore, of nearly equal size and shape. Behind them the country rose in gradual slopes, carrying a great show of fertility. 1770 May 12. Land much as yesterday, fertile, but varying its appearance a good deal. Generally, however, well clothed, with good trees. This evening we finished drawing the plants got in the last harbour, which had been kept fresh till this time by means of tin chests and wet cloths. In 14 days just, one draughtsman has made 94 sketch drawings, so quick a hand has he acquired by use. 1770 May 13. Wind offshore today. It let us, however, come in with the land. Many porpoises were about the ship. At noon several fires ashore, one very large, which I judged to be at least a league inland. Innumerable shoals of fish about the ship in the afternoon, and some birds of the nectarous kind. 1770 May 14. For these 3 nights last, much lightning has been seen to the eastward. Early in the morn it was calm, and some few fish were caught. After, the weather became squally. The wind, however, after some time, settled at south, the briskest breeze, I think, that the Endeavour has gone before during the voyage. In the afternoon the land was rather more hilly than it has been. Several fires were seen, and one high up on a hillside, 6 or 7 miles at least from the beach. 1770 May 15. Wind continued fair, a brisk breeze. The land in the morning was high, but before noon it became lower and was in general well wooded. Some people were seen, about 20, each of which carried upon his back a large bundle of something which we conjectured to be palm leaves for covering their houses. We observed them with glasses for near an hour, during which time they walked upon the beach, and then up a path over a gently sloping hill, behind which we lost sight of them. Not one was once observed to stop and look towards the ship. They pursued their way in all appearance, entirely unmoved by the neighbourhood of so remarkable an object as a ship must necessarily be to people who have never seen one. The thermometer was at 60, which rather pinched us. In the evening 2 small turtle were seen. At sunset a remarkable peaked hill was in sight, 5 or 6 leagues of, in the country, which was about it well wooded and looked beautiful as well as fertile. We were fortunate enough just at this time to descry breakers ahead, laying in the very direction in which the ship sailed. On this we went upon a wind, and after making a sufficient offing brought to, but it blowing rather fresh and a great sea running made the night rather uncomfortable. 1770 May 16. In the morn we were abreast of the hill, and saw the breakers which we last night escaped between us and the land. It still blew fresh. At noon we were abreast of some very low land, which looked like an extensive plain, in which we supposed there to be a lagoon, in the neighbourhood of which were many fires. 1770 May 17. Continued to blow, though not so fresh as yesterday. Land trended much to the westward. About 10 we were abreast of a large bay, the bottom of which was out of sight. The sea in this place changed suddenly from its usual transparency to a dirty clay colour, appearing much as if charged with freshes, from whence I was led to conclude that the bottom of the bay might open into a large river. About it were many smokes, especially on the northern side, near some remarkable conical hills. At sunset the land made in one bank, over which nothing could be seen. It was very sandy and carried with it no signs of fertility. 1770, May 18. Land this morn very sandy. We could see through our glasses that the sands, which lay in great patches of many acres each, were movable. Some of them had been lightly moved, for trees which stood up in the middle of them were quite green. Others, of a longer standing, had many stumps sticking out of them, which had been trees killed by the sand heaping upon their roots. Few fires were seen. 2 water snakes swam by the ship. They were, in all respects, like land snakes, and beautifully spotted, except that they had broad flat tails, which probably served them instead of fins in swimming. In the evening I went out in the small boat, but saw a few birds of 3 sorts. Men-of-war birds, Pelecanus aquilus, Bobies, Pelecanus sula, and Nectris munda, of which last shot one, and took up 2 cuttle bones differing from the European ones, in nothing but the having of a small sharp peg or prickle at one end. 1770, May 19. Country as sandy and barren as ever. 2 snakes were seen, a man-of-war bird and a small turtle. At sunset the land appeared in a low bank to the sea, over which nothing was seen, so that we imagined it was very narrow, and that some deep bay on the other side ran behind it. 1770, May 20. At daybreak the land in sight terminated in a sandy cape, behind which a deep bay ran in, across which we could not see. Our usual good fortune now again assisted us, for we discovered breakers, which we had certainly ran upon had the ship in the night sailed 2 or 3 leagues farther than she did. This shoal extended a long way out from the land, for we ran along it till 2 o'clock, and then passed over the tail of it in 7 fathom of water. The sea was so clear that we could distinctly see the bottom, and indeed, when it was 12 and 14 fathom deep, the colour of the sand might be seen from the masthead at a large distance. While we were upon the shoal, innumerable large fish, sharks, dolphins, etc., and 1 large turtle were seen. A grampus of the middle size leapt with his whole body out of the water several times, making a splash and foam in the sea, as if a mountain had fallen into it. At sunset a few bobies flew past, toward the northwest. End of section 37, part 1 of May, 1770. Section 38 of the Endeavour Journal of Sir Joseph Banks. Journal from 25 August, 1768 to 12 July, 1771 by Joseph Banks. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail, Timmerman, Vaughan. Section 38. May, 1770, Part 2. 1770, May 21. Land seen only from the masthead. Innumerable boobies, for near 2 hours before and after sunrise, flew by the ship, coming from north-northwest and flying south-southeast. I suppose from some bird island in that direction where they roosted last night. At 9 new land was in sight, the other side of the bay, which we left last night. As we approached it, the depth of water gradually decreased to 9 fathom. At 4 in the evening, the land appeared very low, but covered with fine wood. On it were very many large smokes, several of which were seen before we could see the land itself. At night, water still shoal, land low and well wooded, fertile to appearance as anything we have seen upon this coast. At 8 came to an anchor till morn. 1770, May 22. In the course of the night the tide rose very considerably. In the morn we got under sail again. The land, as last night, fertile and well wooded. At noon the land appeared much less fertile. Near the beach it was sandy, and we plainly saw with our glasses that it was covered with palm nut trees, Pandanus tectorius, which we had not seen since we left the islands within the tropics. Along shore we saw 2 men walking along, who took no notice of us. At night we were working into a bay, in which seemed to be good anchorage, where we came to an anchor, resolved to go ashore tomorrow and examine a little the produce of the country. 1770, May 23. Wind blew fresh off the land, so cold that our cloaks were very necessary in going ashore. As the ship lay a good way from the land, we were some time before we got there. When landed, however, the sun recovered its influence and made it sufficiently hot, in the afternoon almost intolerably so. We landed near the mouth of a large lagoon, which ran a good way into the country, and sent out a strong tide. Here we found a great variety of plants, several, however, the same as those we ourselves had before seen in the islands between the tropics, and others known to be natives of the East Indies, a sure mark that we were upon the point of leaving the southern temperate zone, and for the future we must expect to meet with plants, etc., a part of which at least have been seen before by Europeans. The soil in general was very sandy and dry. Though it produced a large variety of plants, yet it never was covered with a thick verdure. Fresh water we saw none, but several swamps and bogs of salt water. In these and upon the sides of the lagoon grew many mangrove trees, in the branches of which were many nests of ants, one sort of which were quite green. These, when the branches were disturbed, came out in large numbers, and revenged themselves very sufficiently upon their disturbers, biting sharper than any I have felt in Europe. The mangroves had also another trap, which most of us fell into, a small kind of caterpillar, green and beset with many hairs. These sat upon the leaves many together, ranged by the side of each other like soldiers drawn up, 20 or 30 perhaps, upon one leaf. If these wrathful militia were touched but ever so gently, they did not fail to make the person offending them sensible of their anger, every hair in them stinging much as nettles do, but with a more acute though less lasting smart. Upon the sides of the hills were many of the trees yielding a gum, like Sanguis draconis. They differed, however, from those seen in the last harbour, in having their leaves longer and hanging down, like those of the weeping willow, though notwithstanding that, I believe that they were of the same species. There was, however, much less gum upon them. Only one tree that I saw had any upon it, contrary to all theory, which teaches that the hotter a climate is, the more gums exude. The same observation, however, held good in the plant yielding the yellow gum, of which, though we saw vast numbers, we did not see any that showed signs of gum. On the shoals and sandbanks near the shore of the bay were many large birds, far larger than swans, which we judged to be pelicans, but they were so shy that we could not get within gunshot of them. On the shore were many birds, one species of bustard, of which we shot a single bird, as large as a good turkey. The sea seemed to abound in fish, but unfortunately, at the first haul, we tore our seine to pieces. On the mudbanks under the mangrove trees were innumerable oysters, hammer oysters, and many more sorts, among which were a large proportion of small pearl oysters. Whether the sea in deeper water might abound with as great a proportion of full-grown ones, we had not an opportunity to examine, but if it did, a pearl fishery here must turn out to immense advantage. Those who stayed on board the ship saw about 20 of the natives, who came down abreast of the ship and stood upon the beach for some time looking at her, after which they went into the woods. We on shore saw none. Many large fires were made at a distance from us, where probably the people were. One small one was in our neighbourhood. To this we went. It was burning when we came to it, but the people were gone. Near it was left several vessels of bark, which we conceived were intended for water buckets, several shells and fish bones, the remainder, I suppose, of their last meal. Near the fires, for there were 6 or 7 small ones, were as many pieces of soft bark, of about the length and breadth of a man. These we supposed to be their beds. On the windward side of the fires was a small shade of about a foot high, made of bark likewise. The whole was in a thicket of close trees, defended by them from the wind. Whether it was really or not the place of their abode we can only guess. We saw no signs of a house or anything like the ruins of an old one, and from the ground being much trod, we concluded that they had for some time remained in that place. 1770, May 24. At daybreak we went to sea. The weather was fine. We, however, were too far from the land to distinguish anything but that there were some fires upon it, though not many. At dinner we ate the bustard we had shot yesterday. It turned out an excellent bird, far the best, we all agree, that we have eat since we left England. And as it weighed 15 pounds, our dinner was not only good, but plentiful. In the evening it dropped calm, and we caught some fish, though not many. 1770 May 25. Land in the Mourne rocky, varied here and there with reddish sand, but little wood was to be seen. In the evening it was calm. Some few fish were caught. At night, perceiving the tide to run very strong, we anchored. No fires were seen the whole day. We examined the orange juice and brandy, which had been sent on board as prepared by Dr. Hume's directions. See his letter, page 291. It had never been moved from the keg in which it came on board. About 1/2 of it had been used or leaked out. The remainder was covered with a whitish mother, but otherwise was not at all damaged, either to taste or sight, when it came out of the keg. But when put into a bottle, in 3 or 4 days it became ropey and good for nothing. On this we resolved to have it evaporated immediately to a strong essence, and put up in bottles immediately. 1770 May 26. Standing into a channel with land on both sides of us, and water very shoal. Many rocky islets, the main land very rocky and barren. At one the water became so shallow that we came to an anchor. While the ship's boats were employed in sounding round about her, myself and my small boat went a-shooting and killed several boobies and a kind of white bird called by the seamen egg bird, sterna blank. Before I went out, we tried in the cabin to fish with hook and line, but the water was too shoal, 3 fathoms, for any fish. The swamp was, however, in some degree supplied by crabs, of which vast numbers were on the ground, who readily took our baits, and sometimes held them so fast with their claws that they suffered themselves to be hauled into the ship. They were of 2 sorts, Cancer pelagicus Lynn, and another, much like the former but not so beautiful. The first was ornamented with the finest ultramarine blue conceivable, with which all his claws and every joint was deeply tinged. The under part of him was a lovely white, shining as if glazed, and perfectly resembling the white of old china. The other had a little of the ultramarine on his joints and toes, and on his back 3 very remarkable brown spots. 2 fires were seen upon an island, and those who went to sound in the boats saw people upon an island, who also called to them, and seemed very desirous that they should land. In imagining a fig, which we had found at our last going ashore, we found in the fruit of it a synops, very like, if not exactly the same species, with Synops sycamori Lynn, described by Hazelquist in his Iter Palestinum. A strong proof of the fact that figs must be impregnated by means of insects, though indeed that fact wanted not any additional proofs. 1770 May 27. The boats who sounded yesterday, having brought back word that there was no passage ahead of the ship, we were obliged to return, which we did, and soon fell in with the mainland again, which was bearing to appearance. On it were some smokes. We passed by many islands. In the eve the breeze was stronger than usual with cloudy weather. 1770 May 28. This morn at daybreak the water appeared much discoloured, as if we had passed by some place where a river ran into the sea. The land itself was high and abounded with hills. Soon after we came round a point into a bay in which were a multitude of islands. We stood into the middle of them. A boat was sent ahead to sound and made a signal for a shoal, on which the ship came to, but before the anchor went she had less than 3 fathom water. The boats now sounded all round her, and found that she was upon the shoalest part, on which the anchor was got up and we stood on. Weather was hazy. At night anchored. 1770 May 29. Early this morn we got up our anchor, and stood in for an opening, in which by 9 o'clock we came to an anchor. We saw in coming in no signs of people. After breakfast we went ashore, and found several plants, which we had not before seen. Among them were, however, still more East Indian plants than at the last harbour. One kind of grass, which we had also seen there, was very troublesome to us. Its sharp seeds were bearded backwards, and whenever they stuck into our clothes, were by these beards pushed forward till they got into the flesh. This grass was so plentiful that it was hardly possible to avoid it, and with the mosquitoes, that were likewise innumerable, made walking almost intolerable. We were not, however, to be repulsed, but proceeded into the country. The gum trees were like those in the last bay, both in leaf, and producing a very small proportion of gum. On the branches of them and other trees were large ants' nests made of clay, as big as a bushel, something like to those described in Sir Hans Sloane's History of Jamaica, Volume 2, page 211, t. 258, but not so smooth. The ants also were small and had whitish abdomens. In another species of tree, Xanthoxyloides mite, a small sort of black ants had bored all the twigs and lived in quantities in the hollow part where the pith should be, the tree nevertheless flourishing, bearing leaves and flowers upon those very branches, as freely and well as upon others that were sound. Insects in general were plentiful, butterflies especially. Of one sort of these, much like P. similis Linn., the air was for the space of 3 or 4 acres crowded with them to a wonderful degree. The eye could not be turned in any direction without seeing millions, and yet every branch and twig was almost covered with those that sat still. Of these we took as many as we chose, knocking them down with our caps, or anything that came to hand. On the leaves of the gum tree we found a pupa or chrysalis, which shone almost all over as bright as if it had been silvered over with a most burnished silver and perfectly resembled silver. It was brought on board, and the next day came out into a butterfly of a velvet black, changeable to blue. His wings, both upper and under, marked near the edges with many light brimstone-colored spots, those of his underwings being indented deeply at each end. We saw no fresh water, but several swamps of salt, overgrown with mangroves. In these we found some species of shells, among them Trochus perspectivus Linn. Here was also a very singular phenomenon in a small fish, of which there was great abundance. It was about the size of a minnow in England, and had 2 breast fins very strong. We often found him in places quite dry, where may be he had been left by the tide. Upon seeing us he immediately fled from us, leaping as nimbly as a frog by the help of his breast fins. Nor did he seem to prefer water to land, for if seen in the water he often leapt out and proceeded upon dry land, and where the water was filled with small stones standing above its surface, would leap from stone to stone rather than go into the water. In this manner I observed several pass over puddles of water and proceed on the other side, leaping as before. In the afternoon we went ashore on the opposite side of the bay. The productions were much like those on the side we were on in the morn, but if anything, the soil was rather better. And neither morning nor evening were there any traces of inhabitants ever having been there, except that here and there trees had been burnt down. 1770, May 30. Went again ashore in the same place as yesterday. In attempting to penetrate farther into the country, it was necessary to pass a swamp covered with mangrove trees. This we attempted cheerfully, though the mud under them was mid-leg deep. Yet before we had got halfway over, we heartily repented of our undertaking. So entangled were the arched branches of those trees that we were continually stooping and often slipping off from their slimy roots on which we stepped. We resolved, however, not to retreat, and in about an hour accomplished our walk of about 1/4 of a mile. Beyond this we found a place where had been 4 small fires. Near them were fish bones, shells, etc., that there had been roasted, and grass laid together upon which 4 or 5 people had slept, as I guessed, about a fortnight before. Several of our people were ashore on liberty. One of these saw a small pool of standing water, which he judged to contain about a ton. Our second lieutenant saw also a little laying in the bottom of a gully, near which were the tracks of a large animal, of the deer or guanaco kind. He who has been in Port Desire, on the coast of South America, seemed inclined to think them like the latter. Some bustards were also seen, but none were shot. Great plenty, however, of the beautiful lorikeets, seen in the last but one anchoring place, were seen and killed. The second lieutenant and 1 more man, who were in very different places, declared that they heard the voices of Indians near them, but neither saw the people. The country in general appeared barren and very sandy. Most of the trees were gum trees, but they seemed not inclined to yield their gum. I saw only 1 tree which did. It was most destitute of fresh water. Probably that was the reason why so few inhabitants were seen. It seemed to be subject to a severe rainy season, so at least we judged by the deep gullies, which we saw had been plainly washed down from the hills of a small height. Whether the sea was more fruitful than the land, we had not an opportunity to try. It did not seem to promise much, as we with our hooks and lines could catch nothing, nor were there any quantity of oysters upon the shore. The tide rose very much. How high was not measured, but I think I may venture to guess not less at spring tides than 18 or 20 feet, perhaps much more. The captain and Dr. Solander went today to examine the bottom of the inlet, which appeared to go very far inland. They found it to increase in its width the farther they went into it, and concluded from that, and some other circumstances, that it was a channel which went through to the sea again. They saw 2 men who followed the boat along the shore a good way, but the tide running briskly in their favor, they did not choose to stop for them. At a distance from them, far up the inlet, they saw a large smoke. At night they returned, and having found neither fresh water nor any other refreshment, it was resolved to leave this place tomorrow morn. 1770, May 31. Went out this morn. The weather misty and rainy and fresh breeze. As we had found by experience that many sands and shoals lay off the coast, a boat was sent ahead. At noon she made a signal for shoal water, on which we came to an anchor. The boats sounded and found a passage, on which we proceeded, and at night came to an anchor under the shelter of an island, in the midst of innumerable islands, rocks, and shoals. End of section 38, part 2 of May, 1770.